Was it called Arcadia? Welcome everyone to the Hangout, Reuven's Hangout. Please comment, rate, and subscribe. Check them over at Facebook for the links to the Hangout. Reuven Goldstein would be the who you would subscribe to. Okay, go ahead, Frank. What were you saying?
Oh no, like Arcadia was like Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and I think parts of Newfoundland, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe not Newfoundland. I don't think, but I think you might be right about the rest of the maritime provinces. Let me consult the Googles, unless Reuven has already done that.
I'm sorry, James. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were sharing your logger with us. Was she drinking again? Sorry, finish what you were saying.
Nothing, no big deal. It's just a, he hits backwards, but it's a Samuel Adams Boston Lager, which is a delicious brew. I didn't get to drink last night. Thursday's my night off, so I decided to have a night off tonight, even though I'm working tomorrow morning. But what the hell? Then Reuven has a hangout, and I'm compelled to click on it. I can't just not click on that, you know.
A couple beers don't hurt. Definitely not.
Yeah, it did not include Newfoundland, but it did include parts of Quebec and Maine.
Oh yes, that's right. I forgot about Maine.
Yeah.
And supposedly the Cajuns that actually live down in Louisiana now, a lot of them do speak French.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They still speak the language.
Well, where my place is here in Cape Breton, there's a lot of Acadians that live here, and they still speak French.
Is there any sort of independence movements for Arcadia? How do you pronounce it? Arcadia?
Acadia.
Arcadia. A Canadian Arcadia. Okay.
Okay, I was only emphasizing the to de-emphasize the R. There is no R, so it's Acadia. I put it.
I kept saying Arcadia for some reason.
I don't know what's wrong with us New Yorkers. We take the letter R out of words and then we add them to other ones. I don't get it.
It's the craziest thing. It's like New Yorkers can't talk.
Yeah, exactly. Talk. We don't talk. We talk.
Nixon would tell JFK, say, "Look, it's Cuba, not Cuba."
Cuba. It's Cuba. Yeah, yeah. I have that problem. I do. Yeah, Cuba.
Kennedy would say Cuba. Cuba. Cuba.
Yeah. Well, there are several areas through the Maritimes where the Acadians still reside in significant numbers. Years ago, I think there was, in the southern end of Nova Scotia, I think there was a small group that was trying to start something down there, but I don't think it ever went, well, in fact, I know it never went anywhere because nobody's heard of it anymore. But down in the valley, what we call the valley here, which is kind of the south-western strip of Nova Scotia, by a place called Wolfville, that when the British basically invaded the area, they started cleaning out the Acadians, and so that was like a boatload or several, I don't know how many boatloads of Acadians were loaded on the boat there, and they were taken down to Louisiana and dropped off. So that's how you got your Cajuns. End of history lesson.
It's actually, this is something that I actually learned like 2 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Talking to somebody from Louisiana, I always thought the Cajuns were the Creoles from Louisiana, the original French, but I didn't know there were two different types of French down in Louisiana.
Ah, okay, yeah.
A lot of people say it's basically one at this point. It's either French or it's not, but distinctly, yeah, I've heard that as well. The Creole and the Cajun. The Cajun was like the Babylonian version of the Creole. Everyone got to participate. Vive la France! I love the French. I speak a language that sounds like I wipe my ass with silk. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love the French. I'm obnoxious and I have this outrageous accent.
As an Irishman, I have to love the French, so it's a mandatory.
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, the French, you know, they like to kick it to the British, so I mean, kind of have to, you know, give it to them, you know.
Even the Scots are still kicking it to the British. The whole notion of the, you know, we want our own currency, and they got it, you know. They do their own thing no matter what. No one can stop them. Irish are the same way. Geez, I wish they'd get out of North Ireland. Just let them have their own country. It was theirs first. You don't need to be there. You don't need to conquer them anymore, Queenie. Come on. Let them just be Irish.
What's everyone's opinion on Scottish independence?
Hell yeah. I'm big on secession.
When's the vote, Reuven? There's a vote coming up in the future soon. September 18th. So I have all the Scotsmen out there watching the broadcast. Remember, vote yes.
I know. I've got a good deal of Scottish blood in me, so.
You're right over there, Frank. I think I hear a frying pan upside the head.
Yeah. Well, you gotta hold on.
Blue Moon is a good beer, by the way, Frank.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's a great drink. So what's going on with Northern Ireland?
It's still illegally occupied by John Bull, you know. Same old, same old.
You gotta get you two to do more concerts up there.
Bono, he's too busy dealing with Africa. He doesn't care about us anymore.
The Irish want to basically secede as well. There's a huge anti-imperialist movement going over there amongst the Gaelic folks. The Welsh have never really been accepted anyway, so they don't have much to worry about.
Don't the Welsh actually bring families into the monarchy? Aren't they responsible for that?
I think so, because they're one of the
Yeah, I
last.
think so, yeah.
Yeah. I don't buy it because the queen they have now is installed by the French. So what's the point? I mean, really. And they even found the real King of England, the legitimate King of England. He lives in Sydney, Australia, and he is a Republican. In Australia, that means they want complete independence from the throne. The legitimate King of England, who's a big man. I mean, you could see him as king, and you'd probably want him to be king if you looked at the guy. He's just got a presence about him, and he's like, yeah, he wants Republica. He has no interest whatsoever in claiming his birthright. I think that's just great.
That is funny that you say that, because I was thinking of an article that I was reading like 2 years ago about they found a relative from George Washington, big fat guy from Texas, and it was hilarious. You know, who to think? You know, like he wouldn't have been like the king of America or something. I know, right? A freaking monarchy.
There were people who wanted that, and there were people who wanted no president, too.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know, I'm sorry to cut you off, but they actually make pretty good money, you know, because of that whole monarchy system. A lot of people get into it. I don't know. It's just something in the UK that they do that actually is a revenue for them.
You know, George Washington was actually a hell of a general, and what he did at the time was a pretty bold move, and I don't discount the man, but I don't I don't find any honor in like the Washington Memorial. I don't find any honor in his head being on our money or having it carved in the side of a mountain. I don't look that highly at those people. I just don't do it. I can't hack it, man. I can't hack it. I could give two shits about Abraham Lincoln or Thomas fucking Jefferson. Who gives two shits about these wig-wearing, white slave-owning motherfuckers? Fuck them. I mean,
it's ironic because when you think about it, Thomas Jefferson would have never wanted his face on the side of a mountain or his face on a money. He was actually against all of that.
What's with these damn statues everywhere? Like, could we relax when it comes to like putting like faces and statues on things? Isn't that kind of like idol worship in a way? I don't know.
A little bit. It could lead. It's easily led to it. Yeah, and that's what we've done. It was part of the whole socialist movement of the early 1900s of this country. There were a lot of quiet socialists, and when they finally got control of everything, yeah, they began to idolize the forefathers. Before then, it was money. It was great Indian chiefs, or maybe a sign of liberty, or maybe an animal that was native to the Americas would be on a money. But there were no presidents on money. That's not how he thought of it. Now it's all these great men. Andrew Jackson, his last words were, quote, "I killed the bank." He hated central banking, and yet what's the central bank do? Put him on a $20 bill. Really? Really? Indian hating mother.
Well, definitely, I think there has to be some type of consciousness going around about putting these people, in money, because it's not just one person that, creates a system. It's a group of people together. So, united, I think, is something that's very significant in just putting somebody on the face.
Reuven says to Idol, the first legal American tender was a coin with George Washington made in England. Now, see, I thought back then, didn't they use currencies all over the world? Wasn't there not a unified American currency yet? Like we used the Spanish and the French and
the states each had a currency, and they didn't. The Coin Act wasn't until like 1810. So Virginia would have one currency, and North Carolina would have another currency, and and not all states accepted the other state's currency, and it was. When the Coin Act came, it said that so many grains of wheat equals so much gold is what you consider so much of a dollar. It was pretty plainly laid out, and you could go anywhere in the U.S. and say, I want to convert these to dollars, and you could stick gold on a scale and say, I want to convert this to dollars, or you could spend it as dollars. That's how it used to be.
That's going towards like Article of Confederation days, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's nice to. I mean, it's nice. I don't like it. They do it with the euro. That's what they did. They're trying to compete with. They made a euro, and then everybody wants their own money anyway. They don't want to get rid of the euro, but they want their own money. Like the Scots, they're the first ones to say we want our own currency, or we're not forced to go by the euro. And I think if we did that in America instead of what we're doing now, Scots won't use them. They're Scottish, of course. God bless them. They had to fight for it too. They had to declare it.
I mean, just look what happened to Ukraine. I mean, they were just trying to shove the whole "let's join the European Union" down their throat, and and it just completely breaks the country in half.
I don't see the problem over there. I really don't see the problem. They are like one people. I look at the Ukrainian and the Russian no different than I would look at the southwestern of America. I mean, for 100 years, but for a long time they were very, very close neighbors, and to have this sudden Western influence on them, And it was kind of thrust when the wall came down. You know, all the fools came aboard from both sides. You know, it was bound to happen, but they you know, some of them aren't really into the whole Western thing, and you know.
Reuven says, no, no, no.
Why is that?
I think he was imitating Rob.
Oh.
He says, for the record, because we're on live, he says there have always been Ukrainian nationalists who hated Russia. Ukrainians joined the Nazis to kick out the Russians.
No way. See, it's why I don't even want to. Why should we even bother going over there? We don't even know the history of that place. And everyone gives the president hell. We should be over there doing something. I mean, I know a colonel, dude, and this guy went off, man. And I had to stop. I had to look at him. I didn't say anything because I respect the man, and he's my elder, and it was his time to talk, not mine. But he said something that really bothered me. He was like, Russia has always been, you know, in the USSR, they've always been a problem. They've always been this. They've always been that. We need to watch them closely, you know, because we need to keep their forces back. And he was not calling to war, but, you know, and maybe we should be aware of it, but do we really care about Russia anymore? Why should we care what they do over there in the United States? I'm trying to...
Reuven says Stalin had killed 7.5 million Ukrainians in Holodomor. I don't know. I have not heard of that. A famine. Okay, a famine like the Irish potato famine. Okay, so they starved them out to death. The Russians did. Okay.
That's kind of what they did with the Scotch Irish who came over here to America.
It's a very conflicted area. It's a huge, like Russia. When you think about Russia, you're thinking about like a continent of different types of people, and you know, when you have a land mass like that and have so many types of populations going through, you're always going to have some type of conflict between peoples. Especially
that's why imperialism is bad, man. That's the problem. You know, like the Balkans, you know, it's like, okay, and then you have the putting everyone underneath one umbrella is also bad, too. You know? That's why I'm for independence, you know, just, it's probably idealistic, but if every group, I would start with ethnicities. If every ethnicity could have their own little piece of land, start with that, and then if that wouldn't do it, then maybe break it up religious, you know, like they did with India. You know, with Pakistan, you know, if I'm not wrong, Reuven, wasn't like Pakistan one part of India, but then they said, okay, the majority of Muslims over here, so we put them in Pakistan. The majority of Muslims on the right is Bangladesh or something like that.
Yeah, when the British ruled India, you know, it was one place supposedly, and after the independence, and this is when they started partitioning, you know. It was a bad time, I think, you know, in that part of history. I would say this. Sometimes I would think that the British should have just stayed in India, you know, to prevent that from happening.
Reuven says he would have rather divided in ethnic states than religious states. I'm not familiar with the different ethnicities, so I did not know there was multiple.
Well, there's a lot of languages in India. It's like it's a lot of ethnicities there.
Reuven says a state for the sheiks. So okay, that's okay. Sheiks are from India, Reuven, or is that just a general area? Okay, yes. I see. Yeah. Okay. Sheiks are ethnic Punjabs. Punjab. I can't pronounce it. Sorry. I apologize. But not all Punjabs are Sheiks.
Punjabi.
Punjabi. Okay.
Wasn't that Little Orphan Annie's?
Punjab. Yeah, Punjab. I got a Punjab today.
Was it good?
It was fantastic, Brother John.
There's Brother John talking.
Yes. I'm doing a video project while I'm listening to you guys.
That reminds me, I got to load a thing too. One of these days, I'll hopefully get to your God talks. It's never at the right time because I work and all, but if I don't show, it's not that you're not in my heart.
Yeah. I even changed the time just for you. You still can't come? Yeah, I'm shooting for 3 o'clock this Sunday. Is it 3 o'clock? I think 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I work all day. I'll pull a 12-hour tomorrow.
I forgot today we're supposed to do usually do a Friday free for all.
Smoking and drinking, my evil white man ways.
Oh, I've got my bowl ready. Here we go.
Hey, Adam, what's going on, man?
Adam.
Adam Lore.
Atom.
I really wish that Jimbo would have stuck around, dude. He sounds like fun, because I got a little good old boy in me, too, but he sounds like he would have been fun, but he would have been alone, too, and maybe that wouldn't have been the best situation for him.
Who's Jimbo?
The Christian Hillbilly.
Oh. Sorry, what happened to him? He was in here like the first minute.
Yeah. I was like looking for it. It's like, well, I'm the Noahide hillbilly. I tell him I was born in the hills of West Virginia, whatever. And he just took off. Apparently it was when Sufi entered. And if Sufi scares people off, they really shouldn't be around me. Come on, dude.
Man.
I was actually thinking about going to West Virginia University for my master's. I actually wanted to go to that school.
It's beautiful country. It's really, 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 really pretty. It's beautiful up there.
Is it a good? Is a good university, Frank?
Yeah, it has a good program. It has a good psych program that I was looking at, and it's affordable, which is great.
Where'd you wind up going?
University of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
Home of the Reds and WKRP.
In Cincinnati.
How is Cincinnati? Is it a nice place?
It's beautiful. Beautiful place. It's like living in Patterson, but very crisp and clean.
Living in Patterson, but clean. Good. That's a good way to play it. Yeah.
Exactly.
For some reason, when I think of Cincinnati, I somehow, for some reason, I think like Alabama or something. But it's up north. It's in where is it?
Yeah, it's in Southern Ohio.
Southern Ohio. Yeah.
There's a lot of people from New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut that live there. So
Really?
it's not.
Really? A lot of them migrated there?
Yep.
Huh.
Place to live. Huh?
I don't know why I think Ohio is like a southern state. For some reason, I can't grasp it. I don't know. It's like right next door to me too. It's like the next state. Well, 2 states over, and I still can't grasp it.
They're their own thing, man. In I grew up in Huntington, and West Virginia, and it was a whole. You go across the Ohio River, and it was a whole different kind of people. It's really pretty, Adam. Ohio is really pretty. It's beautiful.
What places would I guess this is a good topic. What places would you like to visit in the United States? And if you could visit outside the United States, what's a nice place you would visit?
I've never been as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I wouldn't mind watching the sunset on an ocean. Never seen that. I've been all over the East Coast. I've been all over the Eastern and a good deal of the Midwest, but I've never been as far west as the Pacific.
Yeah, I would like to go to Cascadia.
Where's Cascadia? California?
It's a term for Washington State and Oregon.
Yeah, same here. I want to visit the West Coast. I never got the opportunity to.
Of course, I would like to, visit Ireland. I would love to visit Israel. Why not? You know, I would
Yeah,
love to. Go
I'd
ahead.
definitely love to go to Jerusalem. I want to visit that area really bad.
Yeah, I want to. I definitely want to see what all the fuss is about. Definitely.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if when I go there, it's going to be like everywhere else. I don't know. I get this strange feeling. Maybe not.
It's quiet on Saturday, I hear.
All right, John, what's
Next year
going
in
on,
Jerusalem.
dude?
I'm
I
sorry.
was going to bring that up about next year in Jerusalem. I always took that as a hardcore Zionist thing. I never really got it for years. Next year in Jerusalem means the Messiah is here and we can all go home. To the Jewish
Oh,
people.
that totally went over my head because I. Okay. Okay.
There's so much freedom being a Noahide. There's so much freedom.
I'm like over here with a big smile on my face. Oh wow, Reuven's gonna go visit, and it's like.
Thanks.
That's almost like what you call it, Game of Thrones. Like winter's coming. What do you call that family?
Lannisters?
Not the Lannisters. The other ones up north.
Stark.
The Starks. Yes, Stark of Winterfell, and they have this phrase going, "Winter is coming."
I've heard that when the Messiah comes, the rest of the world will be judged and there'll be a huge party in Israel.
I could go for a party.
I would think the party would be worldwide. I was saddened to hear that because I don't know if I want to live in Jerusalem. Maybe there'll come a time when it'll be so bad, and if Jerusalem's the only place where there's, but I doubt it. I don't
I
really see
got
myself
yeah,
leaving the continent.
yeah. There's no place like here. I think for me, I have to live somewhere where there's a lot of space. Can't be. That's why I couldn't live in the city. It's hard.
Well, I was asking Adam, is there any place outside the United States would you like to go to? Adam, you can talk to us, ma'am.
I wouldn't mind going to Rome and seeing that big hole in the earth opening up over there. That'd be cool.
See, that's one place I cannot go in Europe is Italy. Why? Because I will not come back. I'll end up staying. No, I'm serious. I'll just end up just like staying there.
I wouldn't mind going south, like to Mexico, and actually trying out a Mexican beach.
Come on, that was horrible, James. You're supposed to be from Texas. Mexico.
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 Mexico. I wouldn't mind going. I wouldn't mind trying out some of that tropical paradise. If I ever got filthy rich and you know,
Yeah, that's usually what people that escape from jail go. Mexico.
seashores of old Mexico.
I think Jesse Ventura moved down to Mexico, didn't he?
He was talking about it. He was threatening it. He said he was going to buy a house down there. He said he was saying it was better off there than here when it comes to liberty.
I'm sure. Got to pay off cops to keep leave you alone.
Yeah, federales.
Yeah, $50 or you get yourself a mansion. So
I suppose that's always possible. It might be cheaper for him than what he has to pay here.
Well, I mean, Jesse Ventura talks about how much money he made as governor. I made more money as governor than I did spending to get elected, you know.
Oh, come on, J-Dubs. That's not how he sounds. Try it again.
Listen here,
I'm-
Pierce. I know about gun control. I'm a Marine, yeah.
I
no, I'm
made
sorry,
more
Navy
money as governor than I ever made campaigning for the job. Okay, I know things. Okay, I know stuff. Kidding.
That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, yours sounded like someone was squeezing your testicles or something.
For some reason,
Yeah, that works actually. Come to think about it, if I'm squeezing my thigh. Yeah, actually, yeah, I could. Ooh, I should try that for voice work and radio. I could. I'm kidding. Yes, I was grabbing my balls on live internet television. And aren't you sad you didn't get to see it on camera?
no, I'm not that disappointed.
Which court case? I didn't even know he had a court case.
Yeah,
Oh,
there was a Marine that had written a book, and he died, and Ventura took the Marine took the estate to court because he alleges that what was said in the book was not true or something like that. Is that how that goes, Reuven?
Oh, was that the book where he says he got beat up at a bar or something?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, I for some reason I faintly remember that.
I'm glad he won. I like Jesse Ventura. I feel for him because he really believes in all of it. And I think part of me probably really does too. Believes in all that stuff about saving America and Constitution and all that. You know, I feel for him and I half believe him, but I just kind of shake my head. It's like, it's over, man. It's like Herman Cain. Listen to Herman Cain, but it's like you really can't.
I don't think
really
we
can't
ever
believe
actually.
it.
To be honest with you, I don't think we ever believed it. I don't think we ever followed the Constitution personally.
Nobody had to for a long time. They were out of the reach of the government. They were busy settling towns and planting crops and digging wells and trying to survive.
I mean, it's like wasn't one of like the first things George Washington ever did as president, like led the Whiskey Rebellion? Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, here are these people not paying taxes and they're trying to live on their own land, and the government's gonna come and take your shit, and if you say no, we're gonna kill you. I mean, it's like bullshit, right? Where's the Constitution then?
And that's what made everybody move to Kentucky. That's why Kentucky makes the official spirit of the U.S. by act of Congress. Bourbon whiskey has to be made in Kentucky. It's like
It's like what you were saying before. I honored him. I love George Washington. I mean, he was fighting 15-1. I mean, he was just knees deep in snow. His men around him, legs are fucking falling off. People's heads are blown up. I get it. He was great. You know, he saved us from tyranny. But you know, when he came to presidency, it wasn't that much better.
Yeah, whiskey of all things, not goods that everybody uses where you wouldn't have to put a huge tax on it because everybody's already trading. But he taxed the whiskey. I mean, come on. To pay for the war? Oh, you mean the war wasn't paid for? Oh, we owe you now? For what?
Right.
To live as I was without, so you're going to turn British on me. Yeah, white wig wearing, with their leader hose and their little buckle shoes. Yeah, screw the founder. There's a few of them. Samuel Adams is one that was a rebel and he was a loudmouth and he had the money to help fund it.
I always sympathized with Thomas Jefferson. I always thought he had some right ideas.
It wasn't too bad.
He said that the laws should be thrown out every generation. He said the dead shouldn't rule the living. I absolutely believe in that as a principle.
Well, it makes sense
Agreed.
because it's just common sense that
Absolutely.
environments change. You have to go what's contingent upon within this environment and what's necessary for that time.
There's a
Yeah.
great HBO show, Adams, about John Adams. I think that's what it was called, Adams. And
Yeah, I've seen it. It's
you
pretty
see,
good.
I love the scene when I think it's Benjamin Franklin. No, John Adams. He's talking to Thomas Jefferson. He goes, "Oh, I love democracy. I love and and the character playing Thomas Jefferson's like, ugh, I'm sick. Ugh, you're making me puke. It's like I love that show. That was such a good what you would call that, miniseries?
Yeah, it was a
Yeah, it was
miniseries.
like a miniseries.
I forgot the man who plays him. He's a good actor.
Yes, I know who it is, but that was a really good show. I saw a lot of episodes of that show.
That
Actually,
show was brutal. They tar and
Yeah.
feather a dude in that, man. I was like, oh shit.
yeah, they make it like in the history books while I used to read in grammar school, they make it look like, oh man, they tarred and feathered them. When you really see that shit, you could die, definitely.
One of the most I mean, it's like that. It's that the way the king's servant. Remember how John Adams had to go see the King of England, and he's teaching him, oh, you have to bow this way. You have to present, and he's like walking into the king, and he has to like bow 3 times. It's like, this is nauseating. I can understand why the founders were like, what? I
Fuck
gotta
this
bow
bullshit.
and do this thing
Yeah.
to this guy with Lederhosen.
Oh, in
Bow to
France,
win.
they had like the Hall of Mirrors just for that purpose because you couldn't turn your back on the king. So they had these halls of mirrors that you have to. It will help you navigate backwards into the door. It's really ridiculous.
Wow. Oh, monarchy, man. That's a mental disorder right there.
I don't know
Yeah,
if people really get the Boston Tea Party, but they dressed as Indians for. No one ever teaches you, but they dressed because they'd gone native. I like that attitude. That attitude of it. I'm not an anti-America guy. I don't want you to think but there's some really
That
cool
you were
stuff.
being cute. That was actually. I thought I got a chuckle from that.
We're gonna dress up as Indians. We're not even gonna include them. We're gonna dress up as them anyway and give the finger to the king. That was such the anti-British, the most non-British thing on the planet at the time, except maybe the Zulu warriors, were Indians. And how anti-British can you get?
Yeah, well, no, definitely in America, we have a certain culture with the Native Americans. Like if you look at my profile, I actually don't call New Jersey, New Jersey. I call it Lenapehoking. That's basically the name of New Jersey. So I definitely give props to it. Yeah,
I
Right
like
on.
it. You're taking it to the roots, man.
yeah,
I tell
definitely.
people I live in the red man's land and they all shit their pants. Racist, racist, racist. And it's like, no, that's what Oklahoma means in Choctaw. It means red people's land. That's what the state means. You don't call them Indians. Oh, I had this left-winger girl, college, young, and I posted. I think it was Red Cloud. I posted some of Red Cloud stuff on my Facebook page, and talked about Indian culture, and I used the word Indian, and got hell. That's not what we don't refer to them. That is a mistake. You don't understand. I'm like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, and I got the whole 3 paragraphs from her, and it's like, do you know any Indians? And she shut up. She's African American. She shut her mouth up. I says, you should try to meet a couple and find out what they call themselves. You might not get on my happy ass for that, Why don't you just back yourself up a little bit? You know what Indians call each other? Indian. They don't, they don't. Oh, we can't call each other that now because there are other Indians in the world. That's what they say. They say other things. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Native American but Indian is not a nasty word to at least the Cherokee and the Pawnee and the Miami I know here in the state. My friends. Anyway. Red man. Oh, red people. Don't say red people. It's bad. Oh, you're racist. Racist. Yeah.
People gotta take the shit out of their fucking ass and relax.
It's like they want to call a manhole cover a personhole cover.
Personal cover.
It's like, ugh. It's like.
Yeah, languages are pretty funny.
I think, Frank, you were saying you were trying to learn a language. How's it going?
Which one?
Speaking of languages, oh, which one? Well, I think you said you were working on Spanish, if I'm not mistaken. Or
Well,
am I wrong?
I know how to speak Spanish. I'm just trying to refine it.
Oh,
After
okay.
that, I want to learn how to speak French.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does knowing Spanish help knowing trying to learn French?
Oh yeah, man. Even I took actually Arabic in college, and I had to think in Spanish in order for me to learn it because I couldn't learn it in English. So it does help when I think romantic languages like Italian, French, Romanian. I don't know any Romanian, but like if somebody spoke to me in Italian, I could make out the words. You know, but French is a little bit more difficult for some reason.
You are a stupido. What
Oh,
did I
mamma
say?
mia!
Yeah.
Spacey nipple.
I actually watch movies like Italian movies. I actually watch it. So like Italian news or anything like that, I could actually make it out. But
Pretty similar.
French, yeah, very similar. That and Portuguese, but French seems like a whole different animal. So I do want to learn it one day, but I think I'm gonna have to like go to Quebec and places like that in order for me to learn it. But
Oh, they won't like that.
oh no, I
Prescott can tell you.
actually I went to Montreal and they were very nice, man. They actually was teaching me while I was there, like to buy. I was buying pizza and they will like slowly count the money in front of me, which I thought that was very courteous.
Oh, wow, Prescott has a totally different way of explaining Montreal to Prescott. Is that true? Are there actually nice people in Montreal?
Hold on.
Them Quebecers did not like us Americans going through
From the way Prescott told me like last month was, they don't like those English speakers.
Well, if they know you're from if they know you're from Canada, they will treat you very differently than if you're not. Now, I don't know if they knew you weren't from Canada or not, but the French are bastards. Trust me.
Is it like a pity, like oh, you're American. Okay, we'll talk slow to you. We know you're American.
What did Frank say? How did they count the change out to him? Oh, you must be one of those special people.
Yes.
I didn't even look at it that way. I really did not.
$1, $2.
$2.25.
If you look at it that way, then of course. But I didn't look at it. I was like, wow, this guy is taking his time to teach me.
Thought they were being nice.
Words.
They were being condescending. Anyway.
Yeah, they were being condescending assholes.
I'm sure.
While I was learning French.
I'm sorry. Well, and they probably were being nice to you. I'm just teasing.
No. Well, definitely. Like I was even talking to this guy that just coming from France. He just came from France, and we struck up a conversation. And at one point, he was like, hey, I'm going to go have a cigarette. Could you just watch my stuff for me? I was like, sure. I could have easily just took his stuff, So the guy was talking to me. I guess he was feeling me out and saw that I was cool and just went out and had a cigarette and, took care of his stuff. I definitely got like a different feel in Montreal than the rest of Canada, which
How did the rest of Canada treat you?
it's cool. Everybody was just cool. A lot of people smoke weed. I could tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they smoke a lot, and I think that's why. I think people are just really mellow.
Well,
Okay.
it is true that there is in fact, some people say that some of the best weed comes from British Columbia. So
I had a friend from Canada. I don't know if this is true. Maybe he was pulling on my peg on this, but he was saying there's like block parties they have, and when they smoke dope, it's like this whole block will smoke dope together, and the police will actually block off the road so it's all safe and it's all like. I don't know. Is there any truth to that, Prescott?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Nothing important. It doesn't matter.
I gotta know, J-Dubs. We heard that in Beasters, that's what they call the BC weed, BC, British Columbia, that they'll have block parties where the whole neighborhood will get together and have a big smoke off, or smoke out, whatever, and that the police will block off the streets, kind of like they do in Colorado when they have the smoke off. They'll block off the streets and make sure the peace is maintained. Is this true? This rumor that we hear about this true?
You would have to ask my cousin. She lives out there, and she's even.
What's her number? I'm kidding.
Oh.
Well, is there anything like that in Nova Scotia?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So the police will still accost you if you're smoking a little dope outside.
I don't know. It really depends what's going on. Like if there's, I suspect it. If they thought there might be other more serious possible things going on, like than just smoking pot, they might. But I think that if you were just smoking pot, they probably wouldn't bother you.
In my party days,
I don't know that from personal experience because I don't smoke pot. So
they had oil everywhere I went in Ontario and New Brunswick. It was all about the oil.
yeah,
It was very difficult to find the plant.
Oh.
I was young and crazy. I was traveling a lot. Yeah, I'd ask around.
Different oil. Sorry.
The governor of Oklahoma is now in favor of medical marijuana. And for those of you who live outside the U.S., that means that we know damn well that it's bullshit, that it's illegal, but we don't want to piss off all the buzz-cut, gray-haired old motherfuckers who'd shit their pants and unite their churches against, and boycott products and stuff. So we don't want to piss off the old white order with their order. So we're going to say that we like medical marijuana. We'll allow that. And then after a while, we'll make them wait. We'll show them that we still have control and have the power. But eventually we're going to allow liberty and people to, eat whatever they want to eat. But it's a plus. I mean, Oklahoma was the last one to renounce prohibition. What a lot of people don't know is that's because the shine business was doing really, really well. So, if it tells you how Okies think.
Well, if you make something illegal, you criminalize it and you rise up the price and you create a criminal empire. I think that's how the Kennedys made their money, right?
we were actually talking about the Kennedys earlier in Brother John's hangout, actually. Yes, that JFK's father was a gangster, basically, in Prohibition days. Yeah.
Good for him.
That's the way it goes. You know, he was best friends with all the politicians. You know, let's make alcohol illegal, and then we'll make money off of it. Great scheme.
And it was pretty big for even the president to be Catholic. I know that Kennedy, I think he was the first Catholic president, because, you know, being president was part of a club. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. JFK was I don't know. I have mixed feelings with him. You know, I think there was a lot of things that he did good. You know, there's some things that I don't agree with, but.
Well, he's a great orator, you know, a great speaker, and, you know.
He was going to allow constitutional money. He signed into law the executive action that would have allowed Americans to trade in gold and silver, and that they would be able to redeem their gold and silver as dollars, or a dollar could be redeemed in gold. And a few days later, they killed him. And one of the first things that Johnson did was reenact that.
Hey, do you have any links on that? Because I used to think it was because of the war machine, him pulling out of Vietnam.
Reuven actually has a great book of talks about how it was probably Lyndon Baines Johnson who killed off Kennedy.
Yeah,
that's pretty much known for fact now. Executive Order 11110.
Kind of reminds me of Star Wars.
Wait, that's not the one. I apologize. Let me make sure I'm talking about.
I think what you're talking about, James, is the Federal Act of printing. Silverbacks they called it. Isn't that the term for the dollars printed in silver?
Mine were stolen, but I had 3 Kennedy silver dollars or silver half dollars, and they
stolen as in someone broke into your house, or did the government come and take it?
No, it was other people. Yeah, it was just the wrong.
Loving this. I know. Sweet
element.
Yeah. So when can I sign?
What'd you listen to, Prescott? Sounded good. Frank, JFK had balls, man. I mean, he fired the head of the CIA right on the spot. I mean, I couldn't think of a president doing that these days, man.
Well, CIA was pretty new, and the thing about it is that the CIA was not meant to do anything but gather information. It was something for intelligence, you know, but they were doing other stuff that they were not supposed to do because that was not the intent of the CIA.
Yeah, let's blow up Miami and a couple of cities. We'll say the Ruskies did it. We'll take over Cuba. Get the fuck out of here! Kick them right in the office.
Yeah, I think it was the CIA was created when this president after Roosevelt, Harry Truman, and Harry Truman actually mentioned in the article that he was really disappointed in what the CIA was doing because it was not the original intent of the CIA.
It still gets me, man. The CIA's motto is "The truth will set you free."
Oh, really?
Whose truth? Their truth?
That's fucking a laugh.
That is? You didn't know that, Frank?
No, I did not.
The CIA, the truth will set you free. That's their motto.
They're freaking comedians now, huh?
Tell that to Iran.
Holy shit. Who was the head of the CIA who did Kennedy fire?
I don't remember the guy's name. Oh God, well, who? Reuven, you got Reuven. That's when we need you.
Was it George Bush? I mean, is Prescott Bush? Was one of the Bushes?
Oh yeah, Prescott was a Nazi sympathizer. He helped the Nazis. He was
They were freaking Germans, of course. Weren't they Germans?
Yeah, I think they're German heritage. Yeah.
they traded with the Nazis. You know what Prescott Bush did, don't you, dude?
There's what do you got for me, man? What happened? What did he do now?
George Sr., his father, was the vice president of the New York Banking Committee, who was found to be laundering money for the Nazis throughout the war. The New York Banking Committee was broke up, but nobody got fined, nobody got in trouble. You know, it was just, oops, we found this out, we'll just go hide now. But yeah, he was found, or the New York Banking Committee was found guilty of laundering money to the Nazis during the war, and nobody calls that treason because because they're with the right bunch.
Yeah, isn't that in the Constitution that says if you work for like a foreign, I forget how the wording goes, but it pretty makes it clear that your allegiance can't be to another nation.
Yeah, not the one you're at war with. Yeah, that might be treason.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I heard like there was a couple of missions in Vietnam where they were not allowed to bomb certain sites in North Vietnam because they were manufacturing, weapons in North Vietnam. So as long as the war kept going, they were making their money. And this goes into a lot of wars where, there are people both sides of the fence, getting more money from these wars, and usually is correlated to some of the banking industry. But this stuff is nothing new.
Mm-mm. Nothing new.
Yeah, just follow the money.
Money make the world go around.
That's what I tell the people who jerk off on science dudes like Bill Nye and Dawkins and all that. While they're busy jerking off, they're asking me if why I don't just trust in it. I said, follow the money. Who builds those marble halls? Where do they get the funding for all this to have access into foreign countries? And who pays for this? What do you think? It just falls out of the sky? You think it evolved there? Follow the money. You'll know good science when you see it. Was it funded by the United States government? Then it's bad for humanity. Was it backed by Pfizer? It's probably bad for humanity. Was it backed by Bayer? It's probably bad for humanity. Was it backed by nonprofit organizations? They just might try to cure a disease or something. They might be doing good science and not building biological weapons. Follow the money. Same thing in science. I talk a lot, don't I? I'm going to shut up now for a second.
No, man, you're making sense. There was a thing, there was a program, actually, I think it was on the History Channel. And they were talking about these big wigs of industry. They had Rockefeller, they had J.P. Morgan. His story, yeah, exactly. Who else they had? They had Vanderbilt. They had Carnegie. So they kind of talked about their lives in a sense. And guess who was the most ruthless out of the bunch? It was J.P. Morgan. It was the banker. You have to see how this guy took over shit. Amazing. Like a person that doesn't build anything. But you had Roosevelt, you had Carnegie. These are people who build and Ford. They build things. But the banker, is the one that ended up taking over
Well,
everything.
Frank, I want to correct you there. You say the banker doesn't build anything. That's false, dude.
What does he build?
Debt,
Dreams?
debt, slavery. I mean, that's a lot of effort, man. He builds a lot of good stuff. Debt, slavery, yeah. Well, come on now.
Well, he took over General Electric. He took over this guy took over everything. He bought off Carnegie. He bought him off.
Wasn't Chase one of the people who did away with Tesla?
Yep.
Yeah, that tells you everything right there. Alone.
I love debt. I love debt. So good.
It's fake. Now that I know it's fake.
He took over the steel industry. He took over the electric company. He took over. Basically, he just took over stuff. The only one that he didn't take over, and well, the government basically what they did was made Rockefeller richer. Was Rockefeller? But who knows now? I don't know. But this is back in the early, 1900s.
The NSA is listening.
Good. They should learn a little history. So, but you know the greatest
Prescott,
thing about
man, all the
Federal
shit that
Reserve?
I say on the internet, man, I'm probably on 15 different government list programs.
I ain't scared of the government.
Hey, who cares? Fuck them. There you go, Frank. Army, yeah.
They'll search my house and watch me for a day and think, geez, Louise, this is a waste of taxpayer money.
Yeah, I've been government stamped a long time ago.
Reuven has to put that picture up. NSA, the only part of government that actually listens.
Good, maybe they'll get something out of my videos. Maybe they'll learn something. Maybe they'll find an ally. Who knows? I ain't scared of them.
I ain't scared of no ghosts.
I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Well, I was trying to work it in.
It is a ghost. Debt is a ghost. You know damn well that the money doesn't mean anything. It's digital. It's in a computer. The paper's everything. There is no debt. It's a scam. There's no wealth, but there's no debt either. The wealth is in what you do.
Come on, James, it's so logical. I mean, if let's say you're 9 feet deep in a hole and you want to get out of the hole, the only logical thing would be dig another 9 feet down. I mean, that would get you out of the hole, wouldn't that? Come on.
Well,
if you're in debt $9 million, just print another $9 million. That makes sense, doesn't it?
When
there's nothing backing up the dollar, it makes perfect sense. What was Douglas Adams in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? The people who we evolved from apparently were aliens who crashed here and who believed that, or who decided to make the leaf the common currency, so to prevent, a market fallout, they start burning down forests. I'm sorry, but I might be in support of Israel and stand by them, but I would love to break the neck of a Rothschild, even their children. What a decadent in them. I know they're supposed to be maybe that they're going to set up the proper system of monetary government, whatever, and that's great. But they're not doing that. So right now, I consider them enemies to humanity and should be extinguished from the planet. The Rothschild's name should be like the Hitler word, where people name their kids out of it to piss off the squares. That's it. There should be no more of that. They should be gone off the planet. You do not subjugate children. You do not say that we own your children, that your children are in debt to us because the right people gave us all your gold. Theft is a sin. Theft is a goddamn sin. I don't give two shits about your goddamn whatever. I'm a Noahide. I don't give you a shit if you're Jewish or not. You steal, you're a goddamn thief, and you are a slave to me, and I own you. And I say that my property should be absolutely extinguished from the planet. Therefore, Rothschilds, either wake up, shape up, do something decent with the world, and stop sleeping with the white devil. You might enjoy white devil cum in your throats, but the rest of us don't want to swallow it either. So if you're listening out there, go fuck yourselves. Wake up, do something decent, or consider yourself an enemy to all things good and decent in humanity. Thank you very much.
Preach it.
Fuck the Red Shield. And may God damn them. May God bring them to justice, in a harsh justice. I want fire and brimstone. I want Godzilla. I don't want none of this Jewish tribunal will let you off. Fuck that shit. No. I want rage from nature upon their empire, because they sleep with the white devil. They suck on white devil cock. That's what a Rothschild does by birth. It's been 100 years. They suck white devil cock. They sleep with the white devil. They schmooze with the white devil. They're up there with the white devil. Fuck the goddamn Rothschilds. The shame of Israel. The greatest shame to Israel since, I don't know. And I say that as a Noahide. I say that as a full red-blooded Noahide. Before God and all you people out here on Google Plus. Fuck the Rothschilds. Wake the fuck up, y'all. Not you. I'm talking about the Rothschilds. I don't care what you're doing. It ain't working. I don't like it. You're an enemy. You're a thief. Until you set it up properly, you're still going to be a thief. And we'll always spit at the speaking of your name. We will spit at your children when they walk before us. Your name will be bastardized and damned by my people until you redeem yourselves. You call yourselves Jews. You actually keep that damn name too. Jeez Louise. Why don't you just give more fuel to the fucking Klan? Why don't you give more fuel to the fucking neo-Nazi movement? Why don't you just give more fuel to the fucking crazy-ass white Christians who would probably be better off if they didn't think there was an enemy out there like y'all? Just give them fuel. Just make people hate Jews. Keep doing it, you dumb fucks. You fucking fucktard fucks. Fucking Rothschild. Fuck them. Yeah, suck on that white devil cock. Suck on that white devil.
I love it when James drinks. It's
fucking fuck you. Nobody else is gonna say it. Nobody else gives a shit. Who reads Torah? Who gives?
I care, James. I care.
You'll have plenty of people out there who want to exterminate Jews for this, but I want to preserve the Jews, and I hate you, or I hate what you do. Never met you, but by what your family does, and the fact that
I mean, there can't be that many. Are there still how many Rothschilds are there still around? Are they still
It must be like cousins or something.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably but hey,
Several 100? What the fuck? They're breeding like rats now. I mean, what the fuck?
What the?
Several 100? What?
God.
And they should be turning on their relatives. They should be turning on them. They should be bringing them before a true Jewish tribunal. They should be brought to justice. Why are you sleeping with the white devil? Why are you naked with white devil men, fucking them in the asshole and them fucking you? Why are you you lie with idol worshippers? You with owl worshippers, with Molech worshippers. You consort with them. You're in the same circles as them. Who the fuck are you? Yeah, I know your God, and from what I've read of his Torah, you are not to be tolerated by anybody, Jew or Gentile.
Welcome back, Brother John. You done working?
Oh man, he woke up.
Yeah.
What's the matter? What?
How you doing? How's the video editing?
It's coming along. Now I'm working on something else right now. You'll see in a moment. Sorry if I was the cause of the close of your rant.
I just look at the way we treat animals ever since the federal system, the centralized system of which they were a part of.
Wait, what's this? A Hilton. A Hilton is marrying a Rothschild now.
Oh, they could be on TV.
Oh, jeez.
That's hot.
She's kind of cute. I have to be honest. The Hilton chick, she's pretty cool. She's pretty nice.
Doesn't she have like a lazy eye?
Well, not Paris Hilton. Nikki Hilton.
Oh,
she has sisters.
Oh. Holy crap! I didn't know that.
Yeah, they breed like rats too.
Like chihuahuas. Well, definitely, when it comes to hell, I think bankers are kicked out because they're too damn bad. So we don't need to make this place worse than it already is.
I'm sorry, Frank. I missed what you said. You said we should kick out the bankers.
No, I said hell just kicked out the bankers because they don't want to make the situation worse.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so I think
Well, I think that's why we have what's it called, the annihilation of a soul. God just removes them completely from existence.
So you're not even good enough for bad enough for hell, man. Just
right, just like gone.
Get it. And they're a virus. I really feel they're a freaking virus. They create nothing, and they just create nothing but misery without producing nothing.
You like it when I drink, huh, J-Dubs?
I like the fire. I like the fire.
Is it just the Samuel Adams? Is it specific types of beers?
The only thing that really works on me like that, if I drink like a piss water beer, like a Budweiser or a Miller Lite, I can usually turn into a half dick. If I drink Guinness, yeah, I could stop an army on Guinness. If I'm given Guinness, and this has been tested, I've tested this before.
Oh man!
I realized what I did wrong. I experiment.
I like a good stout. I like Guinness.
If I take Guinness and Jägermeister, I could.
Oh, now you're talking to me, man. Jaeger.
Pull the hand out of the chest of a fellow human being and eat it before them. If I were to drink those two together, easily, I could.
Metaphorically speaking, not literal.
I haven't killed a six-pack in a long time. This is my last beer, and that is a subject I've kept my mouth shut about because I don't want to speak ill of the Jewish people. But once in a while, it comes out. Don't sleep with the white devil and then tell me, oh, we're just making it a better world. Yeah.
To be honest with you, maybe this is like a politically incorrect position to hold, but I don't really consider the Rothschilds Jewish, in my opinion, anyway.
Well, how could you follow?
Well, maybe fake Jews, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
If you're gonna follow a religion or you're gonna follow some type of spirituality, how could you even do things that you're doing?
Brother John.
Let me see this.
You gotta get a pose of James when he's angry.
Hey James, I noticed too that sometimes you have a blue light, and then sometimes now you're having a red light.
You're muted.
I'm trying to get the settings right. It comes off more orange than red. I think it's the fire, and then I do have a blue light. Yeah, once in a while I just burn for every color of the rainbow. But
burn the Rothschild.
Let me know when there's a green light. Definitely.
Well, damn it, I'm sorry, but everyone, from what I've been told, they were Jewish. Apparently, Reuven says they're not Jewish. He says they're Edomites. Upon Israel. Amen. Don't these Jewish people have enough problems? Good grief. Then, Rothschild here. What's the difference?
That's why I don't accept the term. Well, a Jew is a Jew is a Jew is a Jew, because it just technically speaking, no.
There's Talmudic stuff that backs that up, man. Somewhere they say that a Jew ceases to be a Jew when. I've heard that spoken before repeatedly. You're right. I mean, they're probably not. We probably lost the claim to that, but. I mean, to the unsuspecting public, you tell the history of the Rothschild family, and yeah, you're going to convince them. I'm not supporting it. I'm not. I'm not that way. But there are people.
Oh, I know that you're not. You hate Jews or anything like that. I know.
No, just the assholes. No. Yeah.
Okay, this works better.
So bad. And we're live. I can't believe I'm drinking and we're live.
No, definitely.
And there's my
get my
bold.
beers.
I gotta get off of here. I gotta get off of here so I don't.
No, at least you're smiling. Okay, Idol. So it's good.
Well, okay, so we're public. The NSA's watching. Well, pass it along. Let them know that there are some white Americans out there who are on to Torah and who get it. And I find that their representation of Israel, the nation of people, is an abhorrence, an aberration. It needs to be done away with. And if you are Edomites, then maybe we need to start letting people know they're not Jews. That might help. That might help big time, actually, if we could find a way to prove they're Edomites. I don't know. Abrahamic people get enough crap. Rothschild, Herod, what's the difference? I'm laughing because I'm upset, and I know that in the end they're not going to matter. In the end, none of that really matters. I think
Just let
that's
me
why.
know. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Just let me know when you drink Guinness. I just want to be in the room while you drink that.
I avoid it in my older age. Yeah, I could have a Guinness and be fine, but a Guinness, yeah, I could be. It would be. It's easier to. I've found that when I drink Guinness, it's easier to be provoked. However, when I do Jaeger and Guinness, I tested it after I got angry, and I was right at the time. I think I was right, but the expression was so over the top. So I had been alone, and then I did it with friends, and I did it 3 times. I mixed a Guinness and a Jägermeister, and I'll reach into your chest and pull the heart out of it while it's still beating, and you will watch me eat it.
Well, definitely, I remember. Yeah, I remember drinking Jägermeister, and I got into a lot of trouble. But Jägermeister and Guinness, that's a different story, man.
I take alcohol, I think, differently than a lot of people do. I really believe that a bourbon is a different experience. I sip alcohol. I don't water it down. Rarely do I ever water it down. But if I would prefer to sip hard liquor, and I embrace a vodka, or I embrace a real gin, or I embrace a bourbon, and yeah, different drinks will do different things to me. I really believe it's, if we can get over the idea of shooting whiskey and shooting alcohol and mixing it with a whole lot of sugar and just embrace it for what it is, we may be able to fight some of this alcoholism that's in the world. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. But alcohol is not the cause of alcoholism. Definitely is behavior.
Funny how that works out. An alcohol gets all the blame.
It's not the alcohol.
That picture.
Would you define alcoholism as a disease? I personally wouldn't.
No, I think it could be a disorder, but not a disease.
I would second
because, well, it's something like a behavior. If a person has an addicted personality, then the person is going to use any type of substance to be addicted to, especially if it has a high content of addiction. But it's the person, not the drug. And that's what people have to understand.
Yes. So the other way we can define disease is dis-ease.
You broke out on me. What did you say?
I I said the other way we can define disease is dis-ease.
Oh, I got you now. You're not going to start playing word games on me now, are you?
You want me to be Ryan for tonight? Bring on the woo?
You could be Orion, or maybe invite him to the room, bring him in.
It's not my room any longer, so that's it. I don't have invite thing here. I don't have controls. Or I can, I'll post a link on my page. I could do that. Crazy Christian circle.
What constitutes? I would love to know Reuven's definition of a crazy Christian. What do you have to?
I thought crazy was just crazy all the way around, regardless who you were.
Like I guess Reuven would consider a young Earth creationist as a crazy Christian, right? Okay. Figured that.
Well, wait a minute. There's a difference between crazy and dumb. That's just dumb.
Well,
I would like to get some Christian folk in here. We're live. I invite a Christian in here to try and convert me. Just, I dare you. I dare you.
That's what I wanted people to do, but nobody does that. Nobody really does that anymore.
It's because they're scared. They fear us. You know, the sign of the beast is having a mark on the forehead or the wrist, and it's kind of funny. The Jews put one on their forehead and one on the wrist and say, you should wear this throughout the day and let people know where your mind is. And the Christians are told that that's a sign of the devil. So come on in. Dance with the devil. I dare you. I dare you to dance with the devil. If you're a true Christian, you would have no fear.
Tell me, what's that again about the head and the forehead and the hand? What's that again?
Well, you know, the tefillin. The Jews wear, there's like a box they wear on the forehead, which
I've seen that, yeah.
From Torah, and then they wrap their arm, their forearm, all the way up to their hand in a wrapping. It's like a leather.
Yes, I've seen it. Yes, okay,
yeah.
Now I know.
And the Christians say that the mark of the beast is one who has the mark on his forehead or his wrist. That's the mark of the beast in Revelation.
Oh, okay. How are these marks for the Jew? I mean,
well, forehead and the wrist.
Yeah,
I've heard it many times from Christian folk.
Oh yeah, from Christians?
Mm-hmm.
I never heard. That's the first I've heard of that one.
They're sinning because they haven't become Christian yet.
Every
but they're
decade.
in the dark. They're okay because they're too stupid to know. Kind of a thing. God will take care of them. They're just too stupid, unlike us who understand the real Word of God. They're just too stupid, and God will take care of them.
Every decade.
Yes, the people who wrote and kept the Bible for thousands of years, too stupid for it.
Yeah, and it wasn't their book.
Every decade, there's always some new group or person with the mark of the beast.
Well, dance with the devil, Christian. I dare you, because the devil.
I've heard where 666 was supposed. I mean, it's a pretty good one, but 666 could be the Roman numerals. One of each Roman numeral would add up to 666.
You ever wore tefillin, James?
Say what?
I know you used to wear a kippah. You ever wore tefillin?
No. No, I did not. And if I would,
you should put that on and put a prayer shawl over your head and walk down the street. See what people say. With
the Sam Adams in my hand, sure. And I bet you the Rothschilds are making Jews look bad. No thanks.
Oh yeah. They better not.
I'm a redneck. I'm crazy redneck white dude. I'm gay. I'm a goyim. Yeah. Don't associate me with them too much. But while I say that to all people who are watching who might be Christian and want to come in, I am a God-fearer. And I would love for you to try to convince me to worship your man God. Because I won't. And there's nothing you can say. And I'm not Jewish, so I'm not blind. So I dare you. While I'm on a roll, I have a little more beer left. A little more beer left. While I'm on a roll. Click what link? Here we go. From satire. Oh. My son and I actually sat down and watched the Hebrew Hammer one night. about
It's been a while since I've seen that, but yeah, that's actually a good movie, good comedy.
The son of Santa wants to go, obliterate Hanukkah, and in the
And
end,
Andy Dick, right? Yeah, Andy Dick is in that.
In the end, Hammer winds up guilting him out of it. It took guilt the whole time. People hated that movie when it came out, or some of the Jews I knew hated that movie. They were upset about it, and I got it. I thought it was great. My son even got a few jokes, and he's young, and he's, doesn't have a lot of that influence, except for Dad. If anybody hasn't clicked that link over there, click it. There's a lady, Doreen Dotan, on here. She used to be on here, but she nixed her channel, which kind of sucked. But in fact, I should put some more stuff of hers up here. I've mirrored some of her stuff. Anyway, she would say it's funny how we when we watch you celebrate Halloween, you all look up to dress like me, which is kind of a actually she's a very attractive old lady, but she said in Halloween you dress like me, and then at Christmas you dress like my husband, and she puts up a picture of her husband. He's got the long beard, he's from. It was just funny. And what's funny is I'm Purim, they all dress like us. I'm kidding. That's bad joke. Judy Greer. That name's familiar. Look at her first. Oh, yeah. I know who she is. She's been in a lot of stuff. Benny just left a comment. Hi, Benny, if you're watching. On the question is education and indoctrination. I hadn't seen any of it, but I don't doubt that it's there. And Benny replied, just like the moon landing, you're not convinced. It's like, come on, I wasn't there. How am I supposed to be convinced of that? Anybody can. I mean, the hoax it's too easy to buy a hoax. It's simpler to buy the hoax. It's simpler.
I hate to admit it. I don't know about the moon landing. I kind of think I'm thinking, okay, we're capitalists, right? Shouldn't we see a big fucking McDonald's arch M on the fucking moon 24/7 as free advertisement? Come on. Or a big fucking Nike swoosh sign that says "Just do it," go shop at Nike, buy Nike. I mean, come on now.
Well, I heard two different things about it. Like, I believe that we went there, but mechanically, like the robots But as far as a man going there, the reason why I kind of doubt it is because we haven't been there since 1972.
Mm-hmm.
I heard, something about it's too expensive, but I don't know. I don't buy it. So definitely, either we're there already and nobody's saying anything, or if we haven't been there since the first moon landing, then 1972 seems like a pretty long time for not to go back up there, especially a man.
Reuven says just for our information, our flag, he's from the American flag, is all white now. It lost all its color. I've heard that. I actually saw they put a picture of it out, and it looked kind of creepy looking.
Mechanically makes sense to me too, man. It really does. Apparently, you can get telescopes and you can see the mirrors and you can see stuff there. But as far as a human, and the fact that they came back with film that wasn't in a lead box, like a huge, film survived the Van Allen belt. On Earth, it can't even survive straight sunlight. Imagine the ionosphere, let alone the Van Allen belt. And these filmed pictures just happen to survive in crisp, clear color, vibrant, Kodachrome. Give me a break. Give me a break. I've seen those cameras on display. They don't shield you from cosmic radiation. They didn't shield this film, this super film that no one's ever seen since. They could survive cosmic radiation, the Van Allen belt, the ionosphere. Give me a break. Give me a freaking break. I didn't say we didn't go there, but what we're looking at, I do not think is moon. Especially the giveaway is the fact there's a camera that panned it going up as it took off. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems pretty. I don't know. I know it's hard for me to, because I would think you go to the moon once, you're gonna start going again and again and again. I don't know. I heard because of the cost, but then again, I don't know. But I highly doubt it if a man went there. And if you go around the world and you ask them, especially the Russians, they'll be like, that shit never happened. Ain't no fucking, they laugh at it.
You're gonna have to really convince me. I'll remain a skeptic. That I've never met Neil Armstrong, so I can't deny what his claims are. And
yeah, then he punched somebody in the face when somebody told him that. He freaking just whacked him.
Another good reason why I should not give Neil Armstrong crap.
He's like a boxer now and shit, knocking people out. There's a band, this German band called Rammstein. They actually sung this. I don't know if you ever saw the video called America, and they actually make fun of. We all live in
America. America is wunderbar. Yeah.
And they make fun of the moon landing. They actually make fun of it.
Pinball machine on the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They had some influence here in America musically. They had a couple of hits.
Oh yeah, man. I went to see him in concert. Fucking awesome.
It's like
good music.
Go ahead.
No, I would say good music to wake up in the morning.
Everyone's like, "Du hast mich," you pushed me, you offend me, and I was like, I thought it was you have me. Du hast mich, but everyone's like, it's you pushed me. So when they say that, it's like, aggressive. Don't go to their concerts; they're aggressive. It's about aggression. Like, no, that's how Germans just come off.
Who told you that?
My Sarah McLachlan friends.
Hey, you know what's funny? I love her music.
When she came out, I liked her. I didn't like the Alanis Morissette, and everybody liked her. And
I didn't like her.
All the girls liked her. And I said, and just to piss them off one night, I said, yeah, I like Alanis Morissette when she shows up on her videos in a teddy. Because it was all about feminine and girly rights and all that.
I thought her voice was annoying. I don't know.
2 years later, I'm driving down the road and this song that she did called Thank You, thank with the letter U, came on, and it almost brought tears to my eyes listening to it. It was just such a real, uplifting, beautiful rock song, pop song. And I swear, 2 days later, or maybe it was the next day, I go to work. I used to work at a place that had a Virgin record store. And I walked through Virgin to get to my job. And there on the television was Alanis Morissette, looked like Eve from paintings, this naked, feminine, shapely, beautiful woman singing that song that I heard in my head. There she is naked on screen, and after that I had to like her. And I couldn't help but like her after that. And I made that vow, too. And then she shows up butt naked, And a couple of years later, I'm like, wow, okay, all right, she got me. It worked. I guess I'm a fan now.
Yeah, well, definitely Sarah McLachlan's Angel, The Arms of Angel was that hit me pretty hard. And she's Canadian too, by the way. I think both of them Canadians,
Atlantis
right?
too.
Yeah, I think so.
I heard that about Sarah, but
Yeah, I think Sarah's from Calgary. Oh, where's Prescott? He left?
You left a while ago. Where have you been?
Holy crap. I wasn't paying attention.
John, I hope we're providing enough noise for you.
Yes, you are. But that was the last hangout. What's the name of this hangout?
Yeah, she's actually Canadian. And Alice Moshe is Canadian.
I'm gonna post that video in here.
Actually, she's not bad looking right now. Like, she's older. She actually looks pretty good.
She's gorgeous. Here's the video if anybody's interested that changed my... The song did it, but seeing her naked, I had to... Okay. I mean, she had her hair, she had like long black hair and it covers her. There's nothing... They fuzz out other stuff, but still...
But in the past, I was like, wow, she is so ugly. But now I'm looking at her now, like, as an older, like, person, she looks really fine. Wow.
Yeah, she ain't half bad.
No, not at all. I wonder what kind of food John is getting.
I got a French donut.
A cruller?
A croissant.
A croissant.
Croissant, yeah, there you go.
The French had the croissants, and we Americans took the croissant and made it a sandwich.
I say French donut because it pisses off the frogs.
Love a frog. What is that croissant?
Just bust your balls, Reuven. Love you.
Is he French? Has he French ancestry? I was watching The Matrix, and one of the characters in The Matrix says it's he said the French language it is, and he starts swearing. He says, "Have you ever sweared in French, or whatever?" And he swears, and his once goes off. He says, it is like wiping your ass with silk, which I thought was humorous.
There's actually some history about the croissant. It says, well, it's a legend, but they said it was invented in Europe to defeat the Umayyad forces in the Battle of Tours by the Franks in 732, with the shape representing the Islamic crescent. So they basically said, it was just to show that, to battle the the Umayyad dynasty.
Oh, you're Muslim? You have like a crescent? All right. We'll make
Yeah.
one and eat it.
Yeah, there you go. That's the
I did
origin
not know that, Frank.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
what
trivia. Thank you.
Yeah. Celebrate the defeat by the Christian forces. According to other sources in Vienna in 1683, is to celebrate the defeat of the Ottomans by the Christian forces in the siege of the city, as reference to the crescents of the Ottoman flags. I actually believe that story more than the one by the Franks, because the crescent was actually introduced later on in Islamic history. It was never really a symbol until later on. It was something that they were used by the Turks. And one of the things I heard, and I don't know if this is true, is that when the Ottomans took over Constantinople, they took a Christian symbol of the crescent, because the crescent actually represented, Mary, female principle of the crescent. So, and I heard different stories here and there, but that latter one looks more, because I know that the crescent was something introduced later on. Are you guys hearing me okay?
I'm just stuffing my face with food. I'm here, man.
All right.
Frank, bring in the knowledge.
Yeah, Wikipedia.
I'm just listening, man.
How you been doing, Frank? I haven't seen you in a few days. Or at least I don't think I have. How are you, man?
Well, 2 days ago, I was with John and Sky Daddy and Grant for a little bit. I was at another hangout, and they came bum rushing to another hangout. And there was this guy, man. He looked at like, what do you call that guy? What's that guy's name from Silence of the Lambs? That person that wore women's skin. What was that guy's name?
No, not Hannibal, right?
No. It was.
It puts the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again?
Yes.
I don't remember that particular person's name, no.
There was a dude that I was at a hangout. He came on later as soon as we started talking about drugs. This guy just popped out of nowhere. He looked exactly like him. And not only that, he was just as crazy.
Oh, was his name Amendum? Gary?
Yes,
yes, Amendum, yes. He's an antinatalist. He advocates that humankind should, let me be fair. He believes that all sentient life should stop procreating just to end suffering.
Well, he got a follower. This girl.
Oh yeah. He has a lot of fans. I'd recommend subscribing to his YouTube channel, Amendum.
No, the guy was just too much for me. I couldn't.
Okay, fair enough.
I couldn't take him.
Oh yeah, he's too much. I've been in chats with him, and yeah.
Fucktard. That's his favorite word. Fucktard.
Well, he got into it with John May. John May came in with a devil's icon, and they just went at it. It was hilarious. But the girl, I guess her hangout, she kind of blew him off. It was too bad, but it was good.
Oh yeah, I think I know who the girl is. Gary was actually mad because she ended up running away and marrying a guy. And if this is the same person you're talking about, yeah, I didn't think they got along anymore.
Or something?
What's her name?
Yeah, Fiona or something. It starts with an F.
Oh, okay, no, not okay. Someone else.
Yeah, it was just it was such a good hangout in the beginning, because we kind of talked about like the education system, and we talked a little bit about. As soon as we got into like medication and drugs, this guy just pops out of nowhere. And then he starts rambling on, and I'm like trying to figure out what the hell he's saying. And then you got Sky Daddy, then Joseph and John May coming in, they were calling me from the other room. I wasn't really responding because I was having such a good conversation. They just came in. It just went into like to madhouse basically.
Gary, I sympathize with him, or maybe that's not the right word. He had a rough life, you know. He didn't have a good life, you know, and I can understand why suffering is a big thing and why he wants to rid the world of it.
Yeah, it's pretty pessimistic, very pessimistic.
Someone should introduce him to Buddha. Buddha wanted the same thing, but also believed in preserving life.
Nice, yeah. He would hate he hates woo woo. Oh man, no! If you brought up woo woo around him, he would fucking go crazy. He'll jump through the screen and grab you by the throat. I mean, woo woo.
He sounds like fun.
He hates religion even more too. So.
Well, definitely, I would love to get him and Rob in a room.
Oh, two nut jobs, yeah.
I would love that, man.
Gary's a nice guy if you stick to movie talk. And if you talk about movies with him, he's a great guy. But once you start talking about politics or religion,
okay,
it's a different side.
So movies, right?
Stick with movies.
Okay, all right. Because damn, I did not want to talk to him after that. I was just screwed.
He likes movies. If you want to annoy him with movies, bring up Rocky IV with the robot.
I love that movie.
I do too.
I love.
Hey, Paulie, we love you. Here's a robot. Bring that up to him. He'll go, I fucking ruined the fucking movie. A fucking robot. And he'll go crazy.
That was the point that Sylvester Stallone was making. That was the point of the.
I hear you, James. I hear you.
I love Rocky.
I thought you were about to cry, James.
I haven't been known to cry at Rocky movies. I still cry at Rocky 1. To this day.
You know the original ending for some trivia. I know Frank brought some trivia. I'll bring some trivia now. The original ending of Rocky 1, they had him losing in the pre-screening of the movie, and everyone hated it. They actually had to go and rework the ending for the theatrical release.
Wow. I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either. It was actually disappointing there was a draw.
I think Rocky technically loses from the judges. I think they talk about that in Rocky 2, don't they? They allude to him losing, yeah.
Oh yeah, he did lose, but he didn't. But I guess the way
he didn't go down was the point. It was a judge's. It was kind of like a pussy thing, yeah.
Yeah, I actually saw Rocky IV in the movie theater, and let me tell you, I thought Rocky was going to lose. That's how much into the movie I was. I actually thought that Russian guy was going to literally kill him.
It didn't really make it. It didn't really make any logical sense. Like, I am Russian. I punch 2,000 pounds per pressure per punch. I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're gonna show us a machine that shows he punches a thing, and it says he punches 2,000 tons of pressure. It's like, okay, if he hits Rocky once, his head is gonna be scrambled eggs. How does that even make sense?
In hindsight, yeah, definitely. You know, you saw them when they inject him with steroids. That freaking Brian his freaking legs, man. It's amazing. Like, I don't know, that I love that movie. That's actually one of my favorite movies. Is Rocky IV. I love Rocky 3.
Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester Stallone actually directs the first Rocky movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone knew that. That's a little more trivia.
No, Stallone's actually an artist. He's not really a tough guy in real life. He's all about the art.
Yeah, he made a lot of movies, you know, in the past. Like he made some racing movies that didn't really do well, but yeah, the guy's brilliant.
Okay, I got to bring something up because this flashed in my head earlier today, and I guess I can vent now. There's a fella named Archaic Symbolism.
Yes, I
And,
heard of him.
About 2 years ago, when I started the American Noahide Raw thing, I probably had maybe 5 videos, and I'm all about Torah and libertarianism and all that good stuff. And out of the blue, this shitbag, I'd never seen him before, but he's on the internet talking about me by name, claiming I said things, did things, posted his face on Facebook, yada yada yada, or on YouTube, and slandered him and slandered his friends. And I'd never seen this guy before in my life. I never said anything other than I don't believe in like sacred Molech. I don't, I don't. But I'm a Noahide, but I never outwardly spoke against anything he was. I'd never seen the guy before. I had no idea who this guy was, and he made 2 videos telling me I better watch out. It was almost threatening language or something like that, and yada 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 yada. I've still not taken my channel down. Yeah,
Wait,
it used to be called
what happened?
Covenant. He used to be called Covenant of Love. Eric over here, Covenant of Love. You can type in The Idol Smasher in Google, and his video will come up. You can hear for yourself.
You talking about Arcane that comes in the room once in a while?
Does he come in the room once in a while?
Is this the first dude? Is this the same dude?
No, that's not the same dude.
Around just for him. No, I don't need whiskey to get to him. Come to think about it, now to think about it, yeah, I have a few things. And when I confronted him, he blocked me.
Take care, Adam.
So,
I'm sorry. Okay, good. Okay, I thought it was the dude that comes in here once in a while. Okay.
Arcane Symbolism. Eric from Covenant of Love is what he used to be called. I'd never seen this guy, and it was about that time that I started getting a shit ton of hate mail from the Black Israelite Hebrew folk, and that was which was prior to me getting a whole shit ton of flack from the crazy right-wing Christian group. It all started with him, and I happened to come across this video and was like, The Idol Smasher, and I looked on YouTube. There is no other Idol Smasher or The Idol Smasher. And he even said James, I believe. I've been a while since I've seen it. Yeah, so if you know Arcane Symbolism, and I've seen him brought up a couple of times in a few of these Hangouts, I'm not going to block him, but if you want a friendly conversation, don't invite me to a Hangout where he's coming, because I will rip into him. I will rip into him. They will ban me from YouTube, and I don't give 2 shits. I will rip into that mother publicly.
Don't do that, man. We need that channel around for that Noahide Nexus, man.
I'll make another
If
one.
anything, don't do it for that.
All right, I won't go that far, but I will rip into him publicly, openly. Yeah, he's slander, bearing false witness.
Oh, okay. I never seen this dude before. Okay, mustache.
Arcane Symbolism, yeah. And I got a couple of ODG Road Song was his name. He's gone now. Got threatening shit from him. I wondered, does he have connections?
Oh, I've seen this guy around, and I've seen YouTube. This guy's a nut job. This guy's
He is. Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, personal with me, of course, I'm going to call him that because.
Yeah, he's actually in my circles, but I never seen none of his YouTube stuff. He pulls up like some cool GIFs, some pictures, and definitely very psychedelic. But what's his beef with you?
I have no clue.
What
I have no clue.
James said he slandered him in Facebook or something.
Yeah, here.
Facebook. Oh, okay.
No, not Facebook. That was a misspeak. Yeah, I meant YouTube.
Oh, okay. So I'll take him out, man. I'm playing with that shit.
Yeah, this dude is nothing to worry about. He's let me put it the polite way. I don't want to be mean to the guy. I'm not a mean person. Let's just say he's a few fries short of a Happy Meal. It's just, you know what I mean? I wouldn't take what he says serious.
Dude, not only had I never, ever, 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 ever heard of him, but if I talk about anybody else in any video I've ever made, 9 out of 10 times they're going to have their picture up on there with their video, and I will walk the people through their video. A video response. No, I don't do that. I don't do the drama bullshit. And here's the video. Smear Tactics 101. That's one of 2 videos he's made about me. There it is. Eric in response to the Idol Smasher. The response.
You posted the wrong link.
I have no freaking clue what this guy's talking about. What did I do?
You posted a link to a music video.
I apologize. Here's one, and here's the other. I hadn't been on for maybe 4 months with this channel. I had a Shambhala Noahide channel, but that was all naive, happy East meets West. Oh, let's all hold hands and.
God, this sucker's 13 minutes.
I never met the guy, never seen his face, never heard of him, none of his friends, none of his circles, none of that. I had no idea who this douchebag was. And here he is, talking about me. Fuck him. If I met him in real life, I'd headbutt him. Yeah, I'll sit in jail for a week. Fuck that. Yeah. Sit me in jail. He'll have to look at his face in the mirror for the rest of his life.
Dude, man, I can't tell you how many people I get. People make videos about me all the time, and it's just when you're a big dog, they want to knock you down.
What do you say? What do? You play video games. You have chinchillas. You're a nice guy. Who the
I had that guy Wolf. I don't know if you know him, Wolf.
I've seen him around.
He made a video saying I'm a fat, ugly white boy. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's like I liked and favored it. I was like, yeah, sure, let me promote it. I mean, is that what you want? I mean, I'll do that.
If I hadn't been getting so much hate mail at the time from all these people I didn't know existed, who hated me and things that I stood for, I hate the black man. You know, I didn't know I hated the black man by following rabbis. I had no clue. Never once was that ever brought up.
Oh, is that from the Black Hebrew? Is that from the Black Hebrew Israelite people?
I guess so. One of them was a white girl, or at least that's what her icon in a couple of
videos. They don't hate the Black Israelites.
I guess it's one word. Yeah. Why do you support? They stole the Torah from us. What?
Right. Yeah.
What?
They look like African Bambala. I call them African Bambala because of all the freaking shiny shit that they wear and shit.
I love their uniforms. They're very
awesome.
They look good. I mean, they know how to dress like an ancient Israelite. That's for sure. while wearing blue jeans. That's what I love. That they wear blue jeans, but then they wear like some ancient robe.
Are these the guys that look like they're in clan robes on the street? With the robes?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
African Bambala. You ever saw like African Bambala? They bit off African Bambala.
You're gonna have to post a link to a picture of that. I don't know what you're talking about, Green. Bambala?
No, African Bambala, Zulu Nation.
Okay. Oh, yeah. They're wearing the warrior stuff?
Yeah, that warrior shit.
Well, Zulus wear the uniform. They did it. And might I add, them Zulu warriors did it right. Yeah, I don't know who these guys were, but it was, you're a racist. You hate blacks. It wouldn't start out like that. It was like, did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that? And then it was like, how dare you? Or no, how can you? And then how dare you? And then it became, and then I learned about blocking and that, okay, you don't have to take crap from people on the internet just because you want to try and help the world. You don't have to eat shit. It's okay. Learn to block them. Yeah. Arcane symbolism. Well, now you know, y'all, and you can tell by the age of that video, it's old news. But he came to me in the shower. Believe it or not, today I was like, whatever happened to that asshole? And we were bringing up assholes in here who do, mean things to. Here I am. I never used your vids ever. You have never been mentioned in my channel. I'm like totally innocent to this. I didn't know he was there to. Yeah, he's been blocked. He's a child without a mind to back up his mouth. I have no idea what this guy's talking about. Oh yeah, if it's too hot in the kitchen, stay off the YouTube or something like that. And I did report him. I guess he's still around. Okay, so he's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. cheese fell off his cracker a long time ago. I took it real personally. I didn't know that like trolling and misrepresentation. This is the same guy. His friends are the ones who took Doreen Dotan, who is a mystical lady in Israel, a Jewish lady, very socialist, like spiritually socialist too. Made a fake profile of hers and started commenting on people's videos. It's one of the reasons why she left. And hell, I'll keep going. Why not? Answer me this, y'all. What is it with people leaving YouTube? When Doreen Dotan left, which, and I threw her some support. Brett Keane left. Just cut the cord. Why? I wouldn't let them get to me. I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to stick around. I'm not here to, I want to, but anyway, they leave. It's like, oh, come on, y'all. You don't have to keep making videos, but leave the channel up, I don't know. I think Brett really didn't fit in, too. He wasn't like the preacher preaching type. I know they had a preacher preaching type in a hangout I joined in, and everybody, it was like where the Christian would say something, the other Christian would go, uh-huh, sure enough, uh-huh, And everything he brought to the table floored these guys. I was busy paying attention to my Chumash at the time, but I remember anytime Brett came in and said something, and I chimed in with stuff, but when he blew their minds. He flattened the room. It was like, maybe there's no place for Brett, but I wish he would have. So J-Dubs, is he no longer doing the Blog Talk TV on his
I'm sorry,
website?
brother. What's the question? Brett Keane, what?
Brett Keane, did he cut off Blog Talk Radio or TV radio and everything?
As far as I know, that he got rid of the internet. So, no uploading. Thank you, Frank. Yes, I appreciate the yes. They kind of do. I kind of see where they get that from.
Yeah, I think this came before, and then you had this group coming up, biting off somebody's style. I think that's wrong.
Go ahead, Brother John.
Just another funny.
So these guys.
I was just gonna say, the Black Hebrew Israelites, man. You can't steal it, man. Anyone can become part of the family. Come on, man.
Yeah. Okay. Now the last picture you posted is closer to what I've seen in my area. They were red and white, and some of their hats look pointed like the Klan.
Because it's too long and the window's small, so it looks weird.
Yeah, it's basically very comical. Like, I don't know how you could take it seriously.
The dude's spinning a record.
Yeah, that's like me coming out with like one of those turbans and the feathers and the pointy shoes. Why not? Shit. Coming out like a freaking genie.
I did not know this, but Black Hebrew Israelites, they're very big here in New York City. They are... Go ahead, Frank.
No, they yell. They make a spectacle out of themselves. I'm sure they will be big,
They preach at 7-Elevens here in Oklahoma.
They're in freaking Oklahoma.
Yeah. If it's the same guys, they'll wear similar clothing. Like I say here, they're red and white. It's about 7 or 8 of them out on the corner. They'll have a sign that'll have the word Israel and a Star of David and a listing of things which I've never stopped enough to look at, but I've seen enough times I can get a good glimpse at the stoplight or whatever. And they're preaching loud and proud.
Yeah, I want to do a little James here for a fucking moment. I'm going to start foaming at the mouth and putting some things down. You fucking black Hebrew Israelites. The reason why you can't go to a Jew and go, "Can I be a Jew?" is because you believe in that fucking Jesus shit. That's the problem. Okay, they don't take you serious. You're not a real Jew if you believe in Jesus. They didn't steal it. You know, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frank.
Not only that, you're a racist. They're racist.
Yeah.
You know, like they believe, you know, like what is it, Cain and Abel, or
Oh yeah, Cain. I heard some wacky shit. Cain was a white man and Abel was a black man. Now how the fuck is that gonna work? What the fuck happened there? Oh well, Eve was raped by the serpent. The serpent was what? The devil. So the fucking white devil raped Eve, and that's how she got a fucking black baby and a white baby. Does that make sense to anyone?
mental retardation.
Go ahead, Frank.
No, it's just
Your
mental retardation.
facial expressions, Frank, of me yelling is funny as hell.
Oh God.
You're like, am I too crazy?
No, it's just like just thinking about it just drive me nuts. Like.
Yes, that's right. My forefathers, right. I'm a white boy, so that means I come from the devil. I come from a snake.
One of the arguments I've heard used was, and was used against me, was white, leprosy. It's a sign of spiritual impurity. The leprosy was of white scales, and that our race is a form of leprosy on humanity. And here's the thing: they always go back to Adam, and the first Adam was black. Maybe, I don't doubt it. I've got little spots of brown skin. They call them moles on us, but I know I got some of that black blood in me or that brown blood in me, so that's very possible. I know that we probably went white due to poisoning or a strain on our gene pool at the time and whatnot, but
it's called melanin.
I bring up Noah and they shit their pants. I bring up Noah and they avoid him because Noah says we're all from the same family, and they don't like that at all. I think that might be one of the reasons why we argued so much was, according to Torah, we're all from the same family, and it's almost like they skip that part of it. They don't want to even think about it. It all goes back to Adam, and Adam was black, and true men are black, and true Israelites are black. And I'm like, so they stole your culture, your language, all the oral Torah, the mystical knowledge of the working of the alphabet and all that good stuff, and y'all just happen to forget it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Sub-Saharan Africa was a fucking great civilization, in their opinion, and a bunch of barbaric, uncivilized white boys came down from Europe and just took it all. That's what happened. We just took it all.
You ever heard of the big head scientist? The story of Yoku?
Lay it on me, man. What's that? Big head? What happened?
The big head scientist is how the white man was created. This is something that the Nation of Islam believes, and some Pan-Africans or whatever believe this stuff too, where a scientist, black, but he has a huge head, created, white people. The story of YouTube. I got the YouTube thing. It's hilarious. I don't want to tell you the whole thing.
We're Golem then?
Maybe.
Wait. Who's this guy, Frank?
You never heard the story of Yoku?
Yoku.
Oh, you got to see this. You got. I sent the link out. There's the story of Yoku. Actually, some people believe this shit.
Story Yoku. Is this the
Yeah, the science.
Brother John, you didn't know white men were created in a laboratory? Come on now.
Yeah, they were created by Yoku.
Is this like the similar thing to the Akanaki or something like that? Anunnaki. Anunnaki.
It's not that. It's not that sophisticated. It's not that sophisticated. Supposedly, there were races of people that live underneath the earth. There were advanced civilization, and one family got against another family, and there was some type of revenge. And I don't know. It was just a big freaking mess. But yeah, just watch the YouTube video and just check it out and see what you think. But this is an actual belief.
I've got it. I can't watch it tonight, but that's worth saving.
What does Reuven have for us? Does Reuven have anything special that we have to? I'm sure he comes up with something good. Does Reuven keep up with the whole?
People are.
Oh, Reuven doesn't give a fuck. He's like, nope.
Yeah, then I'm in the same boat.
I don't give two. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just funny shit.
Yeah, that's another great thing about the whole Torah bit, the whole unified one God thing, is that we're all one family.
What is called the Hollow Earth theory.
Who's
Unbeknownst
got something running in the background, like a documentary?
Brother John likes to blast his mic once in a while. He's trolling us.
I'm sorry, I was looking at that video that Frank was sharing.
John, your avatar makes me look like a roll-on.
Roll on.
Good point.
Or a partially
Now-
circumcised penis.
It's almost shaped like it's starting to shape like a cone a little bit.
Yeah, some dudes have the flat thing. I got the pointy thing. I got the Klingon
There you go.
edges in there.
That's a beautiful head, I'll tell you that.
Thanks.
A good head.
I'm curious, Reuven, have we any viewers this evening?
A lot of noise back there, Frank.
Oh yeah, I got people here.
I got people. Hey.
Is it the NSA, the FBI, the CIA, the three people watching?
I'll let my people get a hold of your people.
A little bit of the FBI, CIA with the Mawa police.
You had to go and say something, James. I'm tempted to throw in your head right.
Saw the change.
Who's laughing like that?
He's trying to stir stuff up. He couldn't let me do that on my own. He's going to help me. That's a friend. Next thing you know, I'm going to lose my bank account. King Symbolism is going to have all his buddies come over and find me after work. And take that, you Jew-loving bastard. Oh, don't hate me for loving Jews. I like Muslims, too. That's going to get me in trouble. That's going to get me in trouble. I said I like Muslims. That's going to... Yep. Can't add that. No.
That's too much love.
Don't sound too Christian to me.
Overexceeded the limit of love.
I remember I was 15 and I used to work at a party planning place part-time, and the family that we were doing for were an Iraqi family who were like 7 months off the boat or whatever. English, I mean, fine, but my Iranian women are hot, dude. Are hot, and they are fairly westernized in their dress and whatnot. And this is in like '92. Holy cow! Holy cow! No wonder they don't want us over there. It's like the Russians. Have you ever seen Russian women? Real good old school Russian.
Oh yeah.
Iranian women. They were gorgeous. I was like dumbfounded. I was 12 or 13, and I was like,
Oh, they'll take care of you, man.
well, I'm not 13 anymore, and my wife wouldn't like it now. It's a beautiful hangout. You guys are a bunch of beautiful people.
Yeah, you got a beautiful, yeah. You got a beautiful head, dude. So there you go. Thanks.
I hope no one takes audio of this and uses it later.
I know, right? Now, how many viewers do we have?
3.
Oh, there you go.
Lucky number 3. Well, come on in the room. Links in the description. Come on in. Check Reuven out on Facebook. Get a link there if you can, if you want to.
So I actually have a question for Reuven. Actually, for Orthodox Jews, how many times a day they're supposed to pray? Is it 3?
3. Yeah.
And
once in the morning, I think it is. Go ahead.
No, it's morning. And what are the times?
I think before sunrise, right? Isn't it before sunrise, before sunset? Oh, okay. So what would be the other one?
Midnight.
Midnight? What's happened?
They pray when the night parts. When the night parts.
Now, do they bow down completely, like they prostrate into the floor, or that? Because I've seen actually, Orthodox Jew do that one time. Maybe it was a glitch or something, but I've seen him prostrate all the way down to the floor. They lay flat on the floor in special prayers. Okay.
You're talking about when they rock back and forth, the rocking action. Are you talking about that?
No,
Green?
not that one. I actually saw, Orthodox Jews just go all the way down to the floor and prostrate his head to the floor.
It's perfectly legal.
Yeah, and he's, Reuven said, yeah, there's special prayers. I said, okay. Okay.
Noahide is allowed to prostrate as well.
Green, man, what are you giving a sermon over there? What's you hosting a info? I forget what they're called. Fuck.
No, man, it's just got women. They love to talk.
Oh, okay. I thought you had people over teaching. Something going on.
No.
What's up, Benny? What's up, Adam?
That's not good for Benny. Benny can't hear a female voice. It's against his religion.
Okay, I'll try to mute as much as I can.
No, it's okay.
Hearing a female voice sing. Is Benny Jewish?
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you can't listen to a woman's voice singing. That's like an Orthodox thing, right?
Yeah, so you wouldn't be tempted, because them shikses,
So, like an Orthodox Jews can't listen to women sing, like. Are they allowed to, or they're allowed to listen to music, especially for a female?
It's female singing. And if for instance, if you walk by a church and you hear a Christian hymn of idolatry, it's better to cross the street and walk farther away from it than it is to actually have it enter your head. It's part of the separation thing, like linen. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I saw it as like the separation thing, like linen and wool. Israel has to maintain its separate identity. You wouldn't want to get suckered by hearing beautiful music, and you might want to be tempted to walk in the chapel, and yeah, it is Orthodox, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
We do have an Israelite in here. Maybe he might know better than I. It's against my virginity.
Now, Benny, is this a new account because you lost the other one, or? New. Okay. Are you hiding away from people coming get you? You're trying to. Yeah. Okay, I hear you. Laying low. Trying to avoid. I hear you. Good wolf. That's good.
Yeah, I've been invited to a lot of hangouts tonight. Rob's, Doug's, who else?
Doug?
Yeah, Doug. Sayer, I believe.
Did you go to any of them? Any good?
No, I didn't go. I just stayed here.
Haha.
Screw that shit.
I did. I had to, Frank. I don't know if you heard, but I had to block John May.
Oh yeah, John May invited me. Yeah, what's up with that? What's going on?
I don't want to get too much into it, but he won't stop. Shut the fuck up about killing my chinchillas. So.
Oh really?
Yeah. So I don't want to listen to that anymore. So.
When are you gonna unblock him?
I don't know. A week. I'll give him a week on purgatory.
He's in punishment.
Well, it's not really punishment. It's more like I don't want to listen to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's like punishment for me.
No, but the things that come out in book of you make flowing more than that. But anyway.
Was that wrong of me, Frank, to do that? Block him?
I can't tell you what's wrong or right. If it's going to help you from not screaming at them and saying something, that you might regret.
Lay it on me, man. Just give me your opinion.
No, I'm just saying you have your reasons. I wouldn't do it, but if you felt like you're going to lose control at one point, then I can't argue with that.
I'm too nice of a guy. I'm too naive at times. I'll talk to people and I know they're trolling and I'll still talk to them. If I have to block somebody, it's because it's better for my blood pressure. In all honesty.
Yeah, it's like, you're going to fight with your wife and, so I'm about to strangle somebody. I better get the hell out of the house.
Yeah.
You know your limitations. So.
John May likes to push buttons. And if he knows that, that you could push a button and it bothers you, he will keep pushing that button. He does it to a lot of, he does it to the Christians.
What do you think, Frank? What do you think makes him do that?
Alcohol.
Okay, I kind of was going with that one. Okay.
I think if it wasn't for the alcohol, I think you'll know his limitations. But sometimes that social lubricant gets very slippery at times.
Agreed. I know that from personal experience.
Yeah, burn archaic symbolism.
I never said that.
Burn him. Who the fuck is this guy? I'll hide his ass. I'll Noah hide your ass.
Rah! Rainbow!
I'll Noah hide your hide.
I'll Noah hide your hide. I'll Noah your hide.
Exactly, there you go.
I'll take him out, no hide style. You know what I mean?
That's it. I'm making T-shirts.
No archaic symbolism. I don't want to burn you. I just want to poke you in the eye. Deeply and precisely.
There you go.
Me.
Better to only lose one part of your body than your whole in hell, whatever that scripture goes.
It is better for you to cut off your right hand to keep you from stealing than to stay in hell for all of eternity or something. Oh yeah, something like that.
Or to lose your whole body or whole soul.
I wonder how many Christians actually have cut off a body part, thinking literally like, okay, I'm a thief, so if I cut my hand off, I can enter the pearly gates, you know?
It would show, I guess they believe it would be a showing of true repentance. I mean, you got to take a guy like that after you're done laughing at him, you got to kind of take him a little seriously. I mean, he would look at what he did so badly, he would, you know, I would think it would prevent you from doing good later. Why would you want to do that? Because you might be able to use that other hand to do something good later, you know.
Well, how about if you're a sex addict? You're gonna cut your penis off.
There are people who I don't know why this is getting popular, but there's a trend of people going around crucifying guys.
Oh, that's been happening. I knew about that for a while.
Oh, is that okay? Is that okay? From my perspective, it seemed like a new thing.
Voluntarily, right? Or involuntarily?
Yeah, voluntary. People will actually mock. There's groups of people that will actually crucify themselves in like in a honest jest as like a tribute to Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they do that in the Philippines a lot. They literally will nail themselves into a cross.
Yeah, here's to America.
Yes, they do crucify people there, yep.
Right, but that's that's capital punishment though, Reuven, right? Democratic, you know.
Yeah, the new democratic country. Yeah, the new democratic country of Iraq.
Yeah, exactly.
To liberate Iraq, it's liberated. Now they're crucifying people. Holy crap.
Reuven, but do you know what I'm talking about though? About these people who do as a ceremony. That's the word I'm looking for. Ceremonially. I know Filipinos straight up. Okay, I guess it's popular in the Filipinos. I don't know. I know Hispanics are into it too.
All that Santeria stuff.
Oh no, they don't. Santeria don't crucify anyone. They cut heads off of chickens. Yeah. So that's big in the Caribbeans and even in parts of the South. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon, what's going on?
Hey, Brandon. Hey, Brandon.
Hello, Brandon.
I think Benny's drawing you, Idol Smasher.
Sweet.
Idol Smasher. You recognize me?
It's such a serious sounding title. I wanted James the Idol Smasher, but that was my previous name, and when I nixed the channel, it took my name with me, so I couldn't. John. Oh, that's not okay. Never mind. There he is. Oh, John.
Finally. Finally, you noticed I was here.
Now,
Looks
who
like
are
a
you?
slob. I'm kidding. I don't know.
Now, who are you supposed to be, Brother John?
Come on.
That's the dude that was giving me shit for no good reason.
Oh, okay.
I am arcane symbolism.
I like Benny. Benny's got that's like art, man. That's like modern art. That's kind of cool. That's like Alfred Hitchcock had an icon. I could use that. That's all right.
Anything on anyone's mind? Anyone seen any good movies lately?
No, I haven't really. I want to see that movie, Her. It's about a guy who falls in love with a computer program.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I heard of a story of a psychologist actually, was talking to a girl from Russia, and he actually fell in love with her. But every time he kept proposing, "Hey, I want to go see you," she kind of changed the story a bit. And I think after the end of the third month, he realized that it was a computer program that he was talking to.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is a psychologist too, which just makes it even funnier.
Speaking of Albert Hitchcock, I've been actually watching classics, man. I saw 3 so far.
What do you think?
Sobibor. Oh man, I love Hitchcock, man.
Huh.
Sobibor, man. This is Shadow of a Doubt, Rope, and I'm gonna watch
Rope.
tonight. Rear Window. Now
Okay.
I've been told that's actually a really really good one.
Rope was an experiment he did. That movie was made in real time, and nobody had done that before. A reel of film is like 12 minutes or something. And he created special rollers so the walls could roll away in silent, and he could move the camera from one room to another without breaking the shot. The whole movie was shot as one, like the city in the background. Of course, that was a set, but it was designed. The whole was to follow an actual sunset in real time. That movie was like one of the greatest film experiments of all time. Rope. So,
It was pretty good actually. Well, now knowing that actually puts it into a better perspective. Wow.
I learned that in at the art in school in art school. We had to reevaluate that movie or evaluate it, whatever.
I've been a fan of Hitchcock since Psycho. Watched Psycho a while back, a year or two ago, and I was like, oh, I gotta watch this guy more. I gotta look into this, and I got thanks to Prescott actually, he got me the Alfred Hitchcock set. So thanks to him.
I definitely want to see that movie, Vertigo. Didn't he make that movie called
Yes,
Vertigo?
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually want to see that movie.
Have you seen there's actually one on YouTube. You can catch a glimpse of his show, or a glimpse of his show, and he says, "I have a cure for insomnia. It comes in capsule form," and he starts putting bullets down on the table. He said, "And this is the handy applicator. It doesn't take a moron to use it, but many often do. The cure for insomnia."
That's amazing.
Such a dry wet. All right. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to get off of here.
All right, James. It was good hearing from you, man.
Fantastic evening. I'll try and catch you on the flip side. Y'all have a good weekend.
You too, James.
Well, I was like, can I have his number still?
Got my bro.
Maybe she just don't want to tell me. If you have to give him a call and see if he's hiring. Because I'm like, I'm going to call anybody. I can do it,
How you doing, Brandon? I hear you over there clicking. What are you up to? Okay. Well, I mean, anyone on anything? Reuven, have you been able to see Transcendence yet? I don't know if I've told you this, but I absolutely hate Johnny Depp. But this movie really made me. Okay. It really changed my mind about him. Right. You like to go balls deaf. Yeah. You do, yeah. I know. Edward Scissorhands is not too bad of a movie. If you like dark and gritty, depressing. I can't help it, Reuven. I have a memory like an elephant, so. Oh, it is. So, Benny, what's going on, man? What's up with you, man? What's new with you? Got any? Why the haters? Yeah, I saw that fucking piece of shit hater of your Benny. I told the prick to leave you alone. He's recruiting people. What, his brother and his sister? People to fight you. Oh, yeah. Reuven posted a picture. That's funny, Reuven. They said I could be anything I want, so I did. Barber, bookworm, astronaut, sea gangster. Pretty good. So, Benny, what do we have to do for your haters to go bye-bye? What do we got to do? Now, are you recruiting people, Benny, to go against them? You're not? How come, Benny? You can't fight them. Well, Benny, can I fight them for you? They don't have an identity. Well, yeah, the faceless trolls, yeah. Can I fight them, Benny? Can I take them out for you? That James White guy is a 29-year-old from Cali. Oh, that's Reuven. We'll give Reuven an Uzi and do a drive-by tomorrow. How about that? Okay. James White. Isn't James White the name of the character on Breaking Bad or something? I don't watch Breaking Bad, so I don't know. It's not his real name. Yeah, of course. So what games have you been playing, Benny? Any Saints Row 4 lately? Saints Row 2. Okay, Reuven says he's contacted the Bratia. I don't know how to pronounce it. So I'm guessing whoever they are, the Russian mafia. Oh, okay. And then they're going to be going bye-bye. We have the Russian mafia over by Brighton Beach in New York here. That's like a big Russian stronghold. Is it Brighton Beach? Maybe it's no. I don't know. I can't keep up. Frank, what are you doing over here? You got me just rambling over here, man.
No, I'm just doing some research. I just finished writing a paper about obesity, the link between obesity and depression with adolescents.
Oh, that sounds actually educational, actually.
Yeah, I just posted it up on my blog. So I did a study, did like a couple questionnaires. And yes, there is a link with the two. But studies like that has been replicated a lot, so it's just re-replicating it. Yeah, pretty much. What's ethnicity? Russian. Okay.
Would they accept me in the Russian mafia, Reuven? What do you think? I mean, I got the look, right?
I think you need something bright. Keep it bright, I think it's better to keep it bright.
Yeah, I think they look for a certain type of toughness.
So you need someone who's willing to like rip someone's intestines out of their asshole, like that type of toughness, right? Yeah, I don't think I would be good for that.
No, but you can find them. I'm saying we have to get the mesh.
I could maybe give the guy a swirly or something, that might be,
So it fits perfect, like from head to toe, toe to head, everywhere.
I'm sure you watched, The Sopranos. And when you're watching that type of show, they have a certain language that it's very coded. A very coded language. And one of the good things about The Soprano, they're very subtle. It's a very subtle, like, you just look at the facial expressions and how the way they talk, and you see, like, it's hilarious. I think it was really well done. A lot of people, I see it because of the violence, but for me, it was just more like the coded language and the subtleties of it that got me into it. I don't know if the Russian mafia has that, subtlety and sophistication, I guess. But I'm sure they do.
I think you're looking way too much deep into The Sopranos, man. What do you mean by? You're gonna have to break it down for me. What do you mean by coded language?
Well, a lot of things, like when they're talking, it's like they don't mean what they say, but they say it in such a different way. Even their jokes are like, what did he mean by that? And just. I have to give like an example. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was very confusing. But if you kind of listen to it again, you kind of get what they're saying. You know, what are they saying about this person? What kind of business transaction they're trying to, you know, what kind of scheme they're trying to pull off. But they never say it out front. They'll say it in such a way where you don't understand what the hell they're talking about.
I guess I get where you're going with it, yeah, but you can still read their like body language though.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is that you know the whole subtlety, their emotions, and basically how they express them. Like if somebody's expressing disgust or things like that, you could actually catch it. You know, when they're talking to each other. I don't know. I think it's brilliant. Like it was well done.
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought Tony Soprano was a sick psychopath piece of garbage, personally.
He was. I don't think there was a lot of good in that guy at all. I think he was very selfish, extremely selfish.
Is it psychopath or sociopath? I forget the term.
Well, I think he's more of a social. Yeah, he's more of a sociopath because he did have, you know, some pity. You know, he did have. He did empathize with people, but now the question is, did he do it out of something for him to gain? That he had like an alternative motive for him to be empathetic with someone, and you know, and definitely you've seen his life, like how it developed and how, you know, he kind of grew up, and it was just the nature of the business. You know, like he couldn't be soft. You remember the episode when he got shot and he was coming out of the hospital? And they were kind of treating him differently because he was kind of fragile. And he kind of noticed that. He noticed that like his power was kind of waning. So he had to prove something where he just picked a fight with like the strongest, youngest dude there. And ended up beating the crap out of him. You know, and then afterwards, he actually went to the bathroom and just started coughing out blood. But he had to do that because he kind of noticed that his power, you know, his authority was waning. And that was the constant state that he was in. He was in that state where, you know, he could be taken out by anyone. And I think that's why he's more of a sociopath, because it's just the world that he lived in, and this is how he had to react. And that's why, you know, he went to like a therapist and he had to take drugs because he just had to cope with this stuff. He know there was something innately wrong with it, but it's like it's something that he couldn't even get out of.
I think if I remember correctly, when he gets shot, doesn't he go into like a coma, or does he like die or something? And he has like some sort of imagination of the afterlife or something?
Yeah.
Oh man, now I gotta go back and watch that show.
Yeah, and that whole series, like, I don't even remember when he was actually in that coma. He had this world of being like some normal dude that going out to business meetings. I don't know if you remember that, like some normal guy.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay, now I get what you're. Okay, now I see it even more now.
And it's funny because he finally wakes up, you know, from his coma, and he starts putting his life back together, you know, and it's actually really interesting how that dynamic happened, and you know, you find out a little bit more about him when that shit happens. I just saw this meme that says, I don't know if you saw that movie It from Stephen King, that clown. It says, you think you're one of us? He fucking disgusts me. But he's referring to the guy from Ronald McDonald. And Ronald McDonald goes, I've killed more people than you.
Oof, that's rough.
Yeah.
I thought you said you get one from Home Depot last time, $39.99.
I have to be honest, I kind of like McDonald's.
That's why I thought you went. When you said you was going to get food, that's why I questioned.
No, yeah, it'd be nice to run out and get something to eat, but no. Gotta stay in. It's an evil world out there. Can't step outside.
Yeah, I hear you. You see, you gotta be afraid of people. I gotta be afraid of bears.
Now, when you say bear, you mean like a gay man that's like a big brawly hairy guy?
That's even worse. Or in Manhattan, a gang of butterflies of men.
A gang of butterflies. I haven't heard that term before.
Well, in Halloween, I remember one Halloween I went to the village and I seen like a group of freaking men dressed up as butterflies.
That I wouldn't put it past that actually.
That shit scares the shit out of me when I saw it. I was shocked at first, then my heart started freaking pumping. I was like, I better make sure that I'm like, yeah.
You alright over there, Brandon? I hear you.
Brandon laughing?
You got the giggles.
All right. Yeah, watch out, Brandon, when you come to the United States and you hit the village in New York City and Halloween, watch out for the gang of butterflies.
Oh, Brandon's not from the States?
Yeah, he's Canadian.
Oh, Canadian, okay. Yeah, I didn't know he was a Canuck. I thought he was from the States too myself. Any particular part of Canada would you like to share?
No.
All right.
Did he say no?
I think he said no, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was loving that job, but something stupid happened to me.
I think you're from Saskatchewan.
Okay. Where's that at? I forget. That's like in the middle of Canada, right?
And that's why when I was doing internship, I was like, wait, this piece is...
I would like to go to Romania one day.
Oh yeah, me too. Definitely.
I don't think a person's lived until they move, go to Romania for a week or something.
You know what my kid's doctor told me?
Go deeper, John.
This out. My kid's doctor...
Oh, what tempts me to the beautiful women, the beautiful people, the beautiful architecture, the building, the art, the culture.
I think I know why. That girl, bro, that Romanian girl.
Oh yeah, remember her?
Yeah, yeah, I remember her. She was beautiful, man.
She was one of Benny's haters.
She was beautiful? Did she die?
No, was Benny's haters.
I'm sorry, I said yeah, she was beautiful. I meant that I lost my account, so I don't know how to get a hold of her. So.
I remember people used to...
Benny says those beautiful women are money leeches.
Now we even...
Oh, there's no money. Where's the money?
You are the money. Benny, I don't have a pot to piss in. You ever heard that American expression before? Yes.
No, Romanians are richer than Americans because we're in debt. I wish I was in Romania. I had money, you know. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, Benny, why don't you hook up with a rich American girl? Get out of Romania.
Oh, there's a lot of them there. Older women, but definitely manageable.
Benny, do you want to leave Romania or do you want to stay? Benny says American girls are ugly. I'll stay.
You have no power, you have your own family living in the same country.
Yeah, personality-wise, I believe that.
Benny, you do want to leave Romania, so where would you like to move to if you could? If you could move anywhere you want to and not have to worry about it, where would you go?
But anyway, I want to talk about them just because
Luxembourg, okay.
I never get into the
You have to be a real rich fucker to live there, though.
the way how we treat everybody.
That's somebody's backyard.
It's a they call it a tax haven.
You know, somebody recently told
They
me
go there just to get rid of so they don't have to pay tax.
Yeah, I was born, and then I went to Pakistan, then I went to India too, and then I came here. Yeah, for 9 days I was in India. Well, first actually I went to India after Afghanistan.
What the hell? They talk so
My
damn
country.
loud in that house.
Yeah, I was actually enjoying it. I sounded like someone was talking about how much they like Pakistan. Was that what I think? That's what I heard.
It's India.
Yeah.
India, okay, India, yes.
No, very good.
$2 for $2.
I'm glad you like India. You like the Indian women? No?
I have to be honest, yeah, Indian women are pretty good looking. I don't really particularly like the clothing, but they got nice. They look good. They look cool. Yeah, not bad.
We got beautiful clothing. Oh, our women look beautiful.
I always thought India was kind of weird because the men dress in like plain clothing, right? Just like plain one color clothing, but the women dress in like all different colors and silk and like you get what I'm saying? Like it's just weird like that. Is that like a cultural thing where the men can't dress in a certain way?
Usually in Pakistan and some places of Bangladesh, and as long as the men dress very plainly, like these long robes, but the women will wear all types of jewelry and stuff.
Reuven posted one of the suspects. On the subject of Romanian women, Thor is married to this one, and let me click her. Oh, she's cute. She's Romanian. It says here she's from Spain. She's a Romanian Spaniard. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, her last name is Romanian. I get it. Okay. She's cute. She's a mutt. That's what you're saying, Reuven. She's a mutt.
Wow, she's 38 years old and she looks like that? That's amazing.
She has mixed Romanian-Hungarian ancestry. Benny's simulation. Oh, I get it. Okay, I was like thinking to myself, well, I don't get the joke. Okay, yeah. Benny doesn't like Hungarians. That's right. And gypsies. Don't forget gypsies.
What's wrong with Hungarians?
What's this video, Adam? Holy shit, these people look fucking destitute.
Oh yeah, I knew that when the movie came out that he went to Romania.
Oh, Borat went to Romania?
Yeah, that was Romania. That was not Kazakhstan. First of all, people in Kazakhstan don't look like that. They're more like Chinese looking in Kazakhstan.
Romanian sued, huh? I'm sure you lost. I'm pretty sure you didn't. Is Romania that shitty? No offense, Benny, but that village looks pretty fucking like bad news bears, man. Like that's not cool. I mean, isn't Budapest the capital of Romania? I'm trying to think. What's the capital? Hungary. Okay,
Yes,
Hungary.
that's Hungary, yeah.
I can't keep up. I can't keep up. It's too much. Okay, what the fuck is this word? Budapest in English. Okay, I said Okay, what did I say? I said Budapest. The words are similar. This is the word I was thinking of, but I thought it was the. I said it the other way. Sorry, I apologize. I apologize. My bad. I don't mean to offend Benny. I'm sorry, Benny. I didn't mean to get it wrong. I apologize. Benny says we have the biggest buildings in the world. Is that true, Brandon?
What?
Does Romania have the biggest buildings?
Yeah.
It is true. Oh, okay.
The biggest in width, or is it vertical or horizontal?
I think okay, let's see what Reuven posted. Watch that. Oh, it's 3 fucking minutes long. Oh, second largest building. Okay, Benny, second largest, man. Second largest. Oh, that's a nice looking building inside. Wow. That's a huge fucking... That's fucking crazy looking big, man. That's awesome, Benny. Oh, they built it in the communist era. I'm sorry about saying that before. What the fuck was that word? I didn't mean to be insulting. It had problems, rained inside. Well, that's not good.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about Romania having the biggest building. Oh, ha ha! You got the me and the beret.
No, it's the third largest building in the world.
That's awesome. Benny says Romania had the best NBA players. Is that true?
In video games?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm serious. I wasn't even joking. Wait. The largest building is actually the Shanghai Centum City. Is a department store. And then the second one is the industrial building, the Bowen Everett factory in Everett, Washington.
I think she will pick this up, trust me, because I rather have.
Do you find something funny, Brandon? You're over there crackling up the storm, man.
I thought I was being hilarious.
I think this is. Go ahead.
Is Benny a troll?
Yeah. Benny's a troll. Is that a problem?
I thought you didn't like trolls.
But Benny isn't like a professional troll.
This isn't the same Benny as Benny from Europe or something like that.
No, it is Benny from Europe, yeah.
Oh. Does he get on the microphone?
He can't afford a microphone.
If you can afford to be online in a chat, you can afford a microphone.
Oh, the reason why Brandon was laughing, he was listening to Jack Black's CD.
How do you know that? Do you telepathically communicate with him?
I wish. No, that little box that comes in, that's how he communicates.
Oh, he communicates in the. I hate that. I don't want to go all the way to the outside.
Yeah. I get this beeping sound, and sometimes I just look at it. Oh, there you go.
I really personally think that Benny doesn't even. I think Benny's just some guy from the United States. He's probably from California or New York or something, and he just pretends to be Romanian.
That's possible.
So let me hear you speak Romanian, Benny. Let me see you type something.
No, let me hear.
See, is that Romanian, Reuven? Okay.
He could go on Google Translator and do that.
Well, that was way too fast for him to do that.
It's simple as that.
I mean, he could have, I guess. So what did you say, Benny?
Somebody masturbating over there. I hear like, oof, oof.
Did you hear this, Frank?
Yes, that's what I heard. I heard, and I heard a banging. How come Adam's not talking?
Yeah.
Touchy situation. Hey, Adam.
Was that Brandon saying that?
Yeah.
He said, "Speak, you fucker."
Oh well.
Yo, this is getting really weird, man.
Sorry, was my mic open?
Yes, it was.
So
Hey,
Benny,
what's your guys' favorite Robin Williams movie?
my favorite Robin Williams movie is a tie between Popeye and Jumanji.
Mine is Popeye and Awakenings.
Oh, nice.
I really do like Weird Dreams May Come, or whatever the name is that, but that's extremely depressing movie.
Yeah. What dreams may come?
What Dreams May Come, Awakening, Dead Poet Society. I'm sure I could find another one in there. Some
Right.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yes.
I love Death to Smoochie. Like, I love that movie above like all other movies of his.
It was a good one.
By him.
It was made during a time when there wasn't he was like coming, like it was a comeback. It's good.
Yeah. I love Jack too. I fucking love that movie so much. I wrote a song about that movie.
Oh, Jack, is that Is that about Peter Pan?
No, that's Hook. Jack is the one where he's a kid who looks like he's a grown-up.
Oh, I don't think I ever seen that.
It's really good. It's like a family movie, like you know, the same like tone as like Mrs. Doubtfire or something, but, which is also a really good one.
Yes.
Yeah, Reuven, you got to watch some movies, man. There's a lot of early Robin Williams movies that I didn't really see, or I've seen, but you know, it's been so long, like Dead Poet Society or Good Morning Vietnam.
Good movie. Good movie.
Yeah, I seen Good Morning Vietnam. I seen it in the movies actually. It was a good movie.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's been a long time since I watched that.
But I really loved Awakenings. I think that's the movie I actually remember, and recently too. It's one of those movies I could watch over and over again.
Oh, did you guys ever see Man of the Year, where
Father of the Year. The one where he writes the book of his son?
No, that's World's Greatest Dad.
Oh, okay.
Man of the Year is he runs for president. He's like a talk show host, and then he runs for president.
I did not know that one.
Really great movie.
I saw that one. It was really good.
It has what's that guy's name? Louis Black.
Louis.
Is that guy's name? Yeah, Louis Black. You know Louis Black from The Daily Show?
Mm-hmm. Okay, wow, here's a list. Wow, oh, the Birdcage. That was funny. I'm looking at a list now.
I remember not liking that movie. It's been so long since I've seen it, but when I was little, I didn't like that movie. It's just like
Here's a list.
like in drag or something, right? They're just like gay people. I don't think I like got it. I felt like it
He
was.
was pretending to be gay to cover up for his son, I think it was there.
Huh.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think now that I'm a bit more mature, I can watch that movie and appreciate it more.
What is with Hollywood and having men dress up like women?
I think, and this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's just an aspect of acting. If you're comfortable enough or even good enough to act like the opposite sex, it kind of shows your acting skills. That's what I think.
It seems like that would just naturally arise from being an actor and playing different roles.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, like ancient, like it was fucking but Shakespeare, wasn't Shakespeare plays like men would do the women parts too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But it's funny because we don't require this from women too much. But for men,
Oh, Insomnia. That's a fucking great movie. Al Pacino, Robert Williams, good. He plays a bad guy in that.
yeah, I never seen that movie actually.
It's awesome. Robert Williams as a bad guy is awesome.
That was a good movie. I remember that movie made me really fucking tired to watch. Like, not because it was boring, just because it was about, so much of it was
Right, you really connected with Al Pacino, right?
Yeah. They did a good job of making it look like what it feels like to be an insomniac. He did used to do stand-up, but wait, so Benny asked if he was an atheist. I don't think he actually was, but I'm not sure. I saw a video recently where he was talking about, I don't know if he was being literal or figuratively, but he was talking about God, and the way he worded it sounded as if he believed in God and believed in heaven and stuff.
Well, Popeye's probably my favorite Robin Williams movie. That's actually his first movie.
Was it?
Well, he really convinced me that he was Popeye. He's a perfect actor for it. It was just like one of those movies that just the perfect role for the perfect person to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Robin Williams stand-up is really good, yeah.
It is good. I was actually very surprised that his stand-up was that good. I didn't know he was like a stand-up comedian like that.
Why did you think that for, Frank?
Never looked at him as a stand-up comedian. More like an improv actor. I didn't even know he did stuff like that until later on. Yeah, better not be McDonald's.
Alright, I'm back. What do I miss?
You missed a moment of silence and Morse code communication.
And no, Frank, no McDonald's. The mom made homemade fried chicken.
No, I get in the middle, like,
That's
no,
cool.
in the beginning, I'm sorry.
Sounds good. Hey, what's going on with this Ferguson thing? You guys know like the details of that? Anyone?
Just a good old-fashioned riot.
Yeah.
There was a shoot. It was the riot started because there was a robbery and then the guy got shot.
Now, yeah, it turns out that the guy that I know everyone's like wants to say he's an angel. I mean that's the whole thing we always say when someone dies, how wonderful of a person he is, and I'm sure when I'm dead, I'm sure people are gonna come onto this Hangouts and say J-Dubs, he's a loving man, and then they're gonna say I was perfect like an angel, but the fact is, reality is, the guy wasn't a good dude, that's for sure.
Yeah, George Carlin actually says something funny. Everybody says, like, a person's up in heaven, but nobody ever says, she's down there screaming up at us.
Right. Yeah, exactly, Chris.
That's funny.
So, but the guy just like stole some snacks or something, right? From like a 7-Eleven or something, wasn't it?
When you say Ferguson, who are you talking about?
That's the town, right? I've just seen like snippets here and there of people posting stuff, so I haven't really sat down and watched or read anything about it.
What happened to the town?
Oh, there was a big riot, wasn't there? Like for, I think it's still going on right now, isn't it?
Where is Ferguson?
It's in St. Louis. Basically, Green, Frank. The blacks are saying that it was racially motivated. Some cop killed a black dude, and so now they're burning everything down.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Thing to do. And there's no jobs and nobody's working. Burn a couple places down. Look for an antecedent and way off you go. Why march when you could riot? That was actually a meme I saw. How long the riot's been going? Is it
roughly 3 days.
Wow, that's actually pretty impressive.
It's well on and off throughout. There have been moments of protests in between, so it's not like one straight riot.
The only thing that the only best to be that.
I wonder what's the world record of riots like. I'm sure they got that, like the longest running riot.
I didn't say that.
What are you two talking about in the comments there?
I told Benny he's a good caricaturist. Like, he's doing a drawing here of Sufi, and I think he has a way of capturing the essence in a simple way. But he said that it's not a caricature; it's the exact thing. So I think that's funny.
It's not bad. I like the shadowing.
I did a lot of days ago. I'm not saying
pretty good.
I didn't do But there's days that I
Like just the way he drew your eyes. It's like your eyes obviously don't look like that, but he exaggerated something about your face that,
was crazy.
in a way, almost looks even more like you.
Some days like that. Just like me, we were both having those kind of problems going on. And he was
I don't mean to this offense though, Green though. Then he kind of drew. You kind of made him look like a Mexican a little bit.
It's the mustache.
Is it? Is it the mustache? Yeah.
Yeah.
Those days that he did.
Benny, do people, or sorry, not Benny, Sufi, do people tell you that you look like Sacha Baron Cohen?
Yeah, I got that one too.
Yeah. What
Like
about David?
Bruno, he's not like a flaming homosexual. What are you talking about, Benny?
Bruno didn't have a mustache or a beard. I would think I would look like a little bit like Borat if I. Yeah, I saw Bruno. Bruno, there was some parts of that
Well,
movie
don't
that
be,
made me
don't be
squirm.
Borat, Green. Romania might sue you.
I know, right?
Has anyone told you that you look like David Blaine?
That too. Actually, David Blaine actually lives near me, which is funny.
Huh.
Oh, David Blaine, yes. Is he the
magician?
Magician, yes.
You kind of sound like him too, actually.
Yeah, same voice and everything.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe it is David Blaine. Maybe he's doing a magic trick.
I know, right? He's a Puerto Rican Jew.
That's a good combination. I like that.
Do you do YouTube videos?
No.
Do you have a channel?
Well, I have a community, clinical behavior analysis community.
Yeah, you should join the community. It's interesting. Welcome back, Reuven.
Reuven, welcome back.
Yeah, Reuven, what's going on with Ferguson? What's happening? What's popping? What's going on, man?
Hey, you know Prescott is still awake?
If he is, or that he is.
Well, bring him in here, Frank.
He's talking with Brandon. Two Canadians talking to each other. I think they're planning something.
I think James kind of like made Prescott leave during that rant.
I think so too. Did that seem like a coincidence, or you think he actually?
I thought A, it was either okay. A could have been he's tired, he wants to go to bed, or B, the rant went on. The rant went a little bit crazy for him.
I don't understand what he was saying. The whole like white devil thing, I didn't really get.
Yeah, I thought the Rothschilds was white, but he had a nice flow. I didn't want to stop it, so just let it be.
Okay, Reuven's writing a book here. For one, it's still happening. For two and three, the cops is clearly in the wrong. However, until the circumstances emerge, we do not know if the cop will. Something happened. The cop will be convicted of murder or manslaughter.
White devil, man.
Well, that's because he's without a record because he didn't get caught.
He was murdered. Is it illegal to kill someone in a robbery?
Alright, was he running away from the cops and the cops told him to stop?
If there's a robbery, it's not illegal to kill someone, is it?
Well, I know that protocol is for them to fire a warning shot. Hey, Joseph, what's up?
Hola, amigos.
I mean, like, one of the besides, like, just not being a shitty person, one of the main reasons why you shouldn't commit robbery is that you're likely to be killed, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I can't hear you guys. Oh. There we go.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly. We're just talking about Ferguson.
Alright, well, I'm gonna clean and listen to you guys.
That sounds lovely, man.
I was really hoping that they... I don't know what that was.
Hey, Joseph, how come I can't see you?
Can you see me now? I'm gonna go over there and clean up my bench, but I can talk to you guys.
Are you in the classroom or something?
No, this is my shop, my computer store.
Oh, okay.
This is the bench.
Oh, nice.
So you're talking about Ferguson. I was really hoping that they wouldn't release the name of the officer and the anonymous would actually get to release it.
You knew that was going to happen, though.
Well, yeah, they pretty much had to. I mean...
I hate Anonymous. I'm not afraid to say it.
Why?
Exactly that, the name, Anonymous.
Anonymous sucks.
So if they had a different name, you'd just be okay with it, then?
Well, they're faceless.
Well, yeah, because you have to be faceless to go against your own government.
No, see that on principle I disagree. You should show your face.
I don't know. They do a lot of stuff that would end in a lot of jail time if they did that.
Well, yeah, and that's wrong too.
They don't.
But I mean, I don't really have a problem with the stuff they do. I just have a problem with them being faceless.
I have a problem with some of the stuff they do because some of the stuff is, hatched up by obviously different members of Anonymous, and some of it's just not the best in the world. But most of it I agree with. I think Anonymous ought to have a website of all the ideas that they want to do and actually have the public fucking vote on what they do next, which would be awesome. Or use Twitter or something like a hashtag.
Is there a way for me to turn up someone's volume? Or Joseph, are you able to turn up your volume a little bit?
No.
Joseph's over there blasting in my ears. You can't hear him, Adam?
Oh, really?
Well, can you hear me from over here? Is this a problem right here?
I can hear all right. It's just, to me, it's quieter than the rest, but I can just turn it up.
I mean, I could join through another computer, too. If you want multiple angles of me here, but then I'd block somebody from getting in.
I don't understand this at all. So Reuven is saying that the guy who robbed the store was shot after the robbery for he wasn't shot for robbing? Is that what you're saying? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why were the police going after him? Because he robbed a store, right?
No, I think it was because he was black.
He was on the sidewalk.
So they're going after him because he robbed the store, and then, so what happened after that? They found him, and then he resisted arrest or something?
I thought he initially struggled with the officer or something, and then he started to run, and they pulled out their gun, and he went down to his knees and put up his arms, and I thought that's how it went down.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong.
So it wasn't that he was killed at the scene of the robbery, right?
No, I think they found him by matching the description.
Like later on, like
Black man, white tank top, or you know what I mean? So generic, whatever it was. But I watched the. They had a live news conference. I think it was earlier today with the family, and the lawyer got to speak. And I thought that he actually confirmed, because there was some people saying he wasn't actually the one that did the robbery. But I thought that the lawyer did confirm that finally. But I'm a little behind on it, so.
Oh, so he may not even be the one that committed the robbery.
Initially, that's what people thought, but I'm pretty sure that the lawyer actually said, yes, that was him on the camera. So, I could be wrong, though.
Huh.
Reuven probably been following it better than me.
I guess I can see why that would be. At first, it doesn't sound so controversial to shoot someone who committed a robbery, but I guess if the way you're describing it, that does make sense.
Robbery, though, but the way I heard it was, I guess he wrestled with the officer a little bit, possibly grabbing for his gun, but that may have been just bullshit too. So I don't know what's truth and what's.
Oh,
Either way, he started to run. He was unarmed, and he put up, he got down on his knees and put his hands up. At that point, what is he going to do to you? Still shouldn't have been shot.
I think we could agree that he shouldn't have been shot, but I think whether that should be considered murder, I don't see how that could be. I mean, I guess I could see how someone could conceive of that being murder, but to me that.
Well, definitely, I never think of an event causing something. This has probably been brewing even before this incident happened. So I think definitely, yeah, definitely, you gotta go deeper.
Wait, what?
Not just
brewing?
I think something was probably even brewing before this incident happened.
Well, if you're not going to call it murder, what are you going to call it? Gross misconduct of a police officer? That doesn't really cover it either.
Because even if, let's say, for example, the police had a good relation with the community in St. Louis. If an event like this happened, then it wouldn't be causing a riot. But I think this is just a symptom of something that was going on even before.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like this was like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Something like that, yeah.
I guess to me, murder means illegally killing someone. If a police officer shoots someone in a robbery, I don't see how that's illegal.
Yeah, but look at the circumstances, though.
Right. I can understand that, too.
If we went to war with some country, right, and they threw down their arms and walked away and put their hands up, and then we just gunned them all down, wouldn't that be genocide?
Well, that wouldn't be genocide.
I hate the idea that we give criminals rights or something. I mean, the guy fucking stole. I mean, who cares? I mean,
always have rights. They just have limited rights, perhaps. But even in jail, they have rights.
Yeah.
They're not people.
I don't know. I kind of don't. I don't know. I don't like that idea. Go ahead, Frank.
Well, you got to look at the circumstances of the environment. When you have, let's say, if you live in a poor neighborhood, of course you're going to see increased crime rates. But if it was somewhere where it's a rich neighborhood and you had a rich person stealing something, then you could say that's criminal. But some people actually will steal for food or steal for money, but not. But at the same token, they could be stealing for rims for a car. You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, come on. If this was some rich white boy and he attempted a robbery and say he was fucking high on coke or something, he even grabbed the officer's gun and then he lost control and he walked away and got down on his knees and put his hands up and he got shot, you don't think they'd be shitting over that?
No, definitely.
I don't know. I think it was just plain wrong. But...
No, I think definitely there is a double standard. Let's look at the kid from Texas that freaking ran over 4 or 5 people and he got a slap on the wrist. But that same judge sentenced some dude to juvie for 2 years for a minor offense, and that kid was a kid of color. So there is a double standard.
Kid of color.
Oh,
I got ripped a new one as saying that once. Gotta watch it, Frank.
I know, right? Gotta be careful.
Wait,
It
so
is
you're
what it
saying
is.
that someone ran over someone with their car, and then what was the other person? The other person did what?
Well, I think it was a robbery, but this kid actually, this rich kid, actually killed like several people and freaking not
On
just
purpose?
killed them. Yeah, not only just killed them, but there was a couple people that was just meant like handicapped for the rest of their damn lives.
They
And
intentionally ran someone over?
yeah, he was drunk. He didn't intentionally do it, but he was basically driving drunk underage, no license.
Yeah, so that's
And
not murder. That's not to commit robbery is much worse than. I mean, it's
yeah,
bad to accidentally.
but this kid
kill
had
someone,
but
but
this
that's
kid
not
had a
intentional.
record.
That's negligence, right? You're not committing.
What did you say? Committing robbery is worse than like somebody getting drunk and mauling somebody over?
I think that the consequence is much worse, but I think that the act is not.
Bro,
The intention isn't to do something wrong. With robbery, you're clearly doing something illegal.
So you say get in the vehicle, driving, drinking alcohol, knowing that, that you could cause an accident, even death.
Hmm.
It's not a criminal act.
No, I'm saying that's definitely a criminal act, but it's not. It's criminal because it's negligent, not because you're intentionally doing something to harm someone. Robbing someone is much worse because you're intentionally doing something that's extremely bad and you're putting their life at risk.
I completely disagree.
Well, if you're going to a store and robbing, let's say, a stereo, you're not intentionally trying to hurt someone.
Yeah, but you're creating a situation that could lead to death intentionally. With driving drunk, you are.
So driving drunk in the way too, because there's a possibility of a risk that you're taking.
Right, but they're not intentionally doing that.
Yes, but they're not intentionally trying to kill someone. So is a robbery. The robbery is not there to kill someone, is to rob that item.
Yeah.
Unless you bring it up a step as armed robbery.
Armed robbery is different.
Yes.
Because the risk is even higher, but armed robbery is not, even with the armed robbery, your intention is to get what that person has by force. But you're creating that, but I'm saying that you're also, when you're driving drunk, you're doing the same thing.
So let me ask you this. What if a guy walks into a convenience store with a toy gun that looks real? He doesn't intend to hurt anybody, and then he robs the store, and then he runs away, and then he gets shot because of it. You're saying what exactly?
It's good that he got shot. You shouldn't rob a store with a fake gun. You shouldn't rob a store at all. If he got shot, then that has made society a better place.
You shouldn't drive drunk either.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Actually, I don't even think that that should be. I think that we have too much access to both driving and alcohol. I think anyone who drives drunk should have the most severe punishment in terms of restricting their access to automobiles and alcohol. But I don't think it's an intentional choice in the same way that robbing someone is. It's not the same. In a way, it's worse, but it's not. The accountability isn't the same. That's the thing.
You know what would be interesting if you weren't to? I was going to say, if you go get your license, they should ask you beforehand, do you drink alcohol or use substance or drugs or alcohol? And if you say yes to it, I think that should prohibit you from getting a license. I don't know. What do you think, guys? I think if you're known to drink alcohol and do drugs, that you shouldn't be able to use a car.
What?
I think should be very strictly regulated. If you can show that you don't have a problem, like you're able to drink and not have it have a negative effect.
You are never able to drink and not have it be negative effect.
No.
Exactly. That's my point. So therefore, you shouldn't get special privileges like operating heavy machinery.
So let me ask you
that
a
can hurt
question.
people.
Are you implying that you should go through some kind of alcohol consumption test before you're able to get a driver's license?
Yes, and my test would be if you do drink alcohol, it should be no license. If you don't, then you should be able to.
Well, I know people who drink alcohol on even a somewhat regular basis, and they're very responsible about it. You know, they'll wait an hour to drive and that sort of thing, and they won't have a whole lot of drinks, or they'll drink more socially.
Well, I thought you were innocent until proven guilty. You want to prove my innocence before you even do anything.
Okay, but that doesn't give you a right. Just because you have fists and because you get to swing them doesn't mean you get to.
Yeah, I think you're guilty if you're an alcoholic. You're proven guilty by being an alcoholic.
Well, I'm not talking about being an alcoholic. I'm talking about you're saying about testing somebody how much alcohol they drink before giving them a license.
I think if you've ever been cut off from a bar or hospitalized for alcohol poisoning or anything like that, yeah, you should never be able. You should have to wait like at least 10 or 20 years to get a license.
You're talking about a prior offense already, right?
Well, yeah, me and Adam is coming from two different angles. So, who are you referring to?
I personally don't think that people should be allowed to buy as much alcohol as they do. I think it's disgusting that you can just go to a grocery store and there's 4 fucking aisles filled with vodka and gin and whiskey and all this. Like, I think that's disgusting. I think alcohol should be a lot more strictly regulated, and it kills so many fucking people. And same with automobiles. It's like so fucking dangerous, and it's so retarded that we just have a million goddamn roads everywhere, and all these fucking people drinking and speeding and texting. It's ridiculous. It's like insane. To me, that's insane that we actually live like that.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna have cars that'll drive itself. They're already testing it out right now. Hey, Sybaris, what's up? Quiet today?
That may be fapping. Who knows?
He's thinking. Thinking what's up.
If you want to limit somebody's ability to drive after they already committed, some kind of offense like that, it's another. I think that a person has to prove how little or how much alcohol they consume on whatever basis, weekly, monthly, before they can even get a license.
Shouldn't we prevent people from killing people, though, instead of just waiting until they do something irresponsible that will kill people? I think it's better to prevent people from being killed. Monitor the alcohol that people purchase. You should have like a card or something, like a special swipe card. Keeps track of all the alcohol that you buy.
Might as well do that for food too now, right? Right? How much food can you buy? You're going to control your health, your diet, what foods you can eat, what you cannot. Because you're causing a strain on the system. We got so many fat people. They should be constrained and how much food they can buy.
Yeah, but the difference is when someone buys Cheetos instead of broccoli, it doesn't kill someone.
Oh,
When
yes,
someone
it does.
drinks and drives, you're putting people's lives at risk.
Eating a bag of Cheetos, it'll kill somebody.
Yeah,
It
you
doesn't
eat
kill
enough bags of Cheetos through time, you're gonna not only cause strain of the health system there.
It doesn't kill somebody else, is what I'm saying. Is what I meant.
What's the difference? He kills himself or somebody else.
Kill your kids.
Still alive.
Okay,
It's like the difference between suicide and murder.
One sec. My mic was messed up.
Hey, Cerberus, what's up?
Oh, not too much. I'm tired and sick.
You're tired and sick? What happened? What's wrong with you, man?
I'm just wore out and I have a chest cold.
We can't have fat drivers. If drivers are too fat, they may not be able to have proper control of the steering wheel because it's stuck in their fucking blubber. So I think we control the amount of...
Brother John just butthurt because he likes to drink and drive.
I don't drink and drive. I think it's totally irresponsible.
He drinks and drives.
So what's the problem then, Brother John? That's what we're saying.
I'm talking about drinking responsibly. So say if I, how do you compare one person who drinks a 6-pack a week and maybe does it in one day and he goes out and he might just go out and drive compared to the person who maybe drinks a 6-pack in a whole week? I mean, how are you going to gauge all this? I think it's crazy you're going to try to,
it'll be like
the rights
that
of
movie.
people to consume products. They got to do it responsibly. That's where it is.
We could do it like Minority Report.
Yeah, but they choose
free
not to
crime.
be responsible, so we need to restrict their rights for the safety of our society.
Listen, if you do get pulled over for being drunk, yeah, you should definitely pay. There should be a penalty. There should be some kind of class you got to take. You cannot drive for a while. You got to, prove yourself. But all these hoops that you're gonna have to go through to drive across the country when you're supposed to be able to have freedom to travel.
Right, and yeah, you have the freedom to travel. Sober.
Yeah, but you might as well control the amount of food you eat too, because you could be too fat in that car and be an endangerment to yourself and other people that are in that vehicle. How about all those fucking fat bus drivers? Come on,
I agree. Yeah.
You can have a heart attack while you're
Yeah, I
driving.
mean, like, what if you have to wear glasses? I mean, there's lots of different things that could impair your driving just a little bit.
Yeah, if you need glasses and you're not wearing them, you should not be allowed.
Not just that. I mean, you have to have the glasses on. What happens if they fall off? Or if they're not quite right because you haven't had them adjusted recently?
Then you should have your driver's license revoked until you... Huh?
Yeah, I said, removed.
And that's the law. I mean, that's already in place. You can't drive with impaired vision.
Well, yeah, and then if you only have one arm, that surely impairs your ability to drive, so we shouldn't let them do it either. Same thing with legs and feet.
Yeah, if they can pass the driver's test with one arm, then they can drive, right? But
oh no! I mean, you can still pass the test. I mean, clearly there's variance in skill here. I mean, you're going to react slower with one arm than you will with two arms.
Okay. Well, if you can't pass the test, then yeah, you don't get a driver's license.
No, you can pass the test. I mean, people pass the test with one arm more of the time, but clearly, you would drive better with two arms than you would one arm.
Well, I think legally there's certain laws about what you have to do with your hands, right? Like legally you're supposed to keep. Aren't you supposed to legally keep both hands on the steering wheel, for example?
No. The only law that pertains to that is that you have to maintain control of your vehicle at all times.
Okay. I think if you have a disability and you're able to drive, then you should be able to drive. But if your disability is stopping you from being able to drive, you obviously shouldn't be able to drive. There's nothing.
No. See, you're not being consistent here. If you only have one arm, surely you can pass the test that we have now to drive. But you will not drive as good. Yeah, people do it all the time. I know a truck driver that has one arm.
Okay. Well, so cool. Then he should be. I mean, if he can pass the test, he should be able to get his license.
Yeah, but wouldn't he drive better with two arms, even if he did pass the test?
That's not a matter of driving better. It's a matter of just being able to drive.
Wait. You're talking about people drinking not being able to drive as good as people that don't.
No, not. It's not that they're not they're not able to drive as good. It's that they drive so recklessly that they end up fucking killing people.
But that's not the only conversation. The other part of the conversation is if you drink at all.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think people can drink responsibly. I don't know if you were here when I was saying that, but I know people who will go and, they'll monitor what they drink and they'll wait a while to drive. I think that there is a responsible way to go out and have a few drinks and still be able to drive yourself home. People can do that.
Then what are you proposing to change?
Stricter restrictions on who should be able to drive and who should be able to purchase and consume alcohol.
How's that going to help? You can go to the bar and just drink all you want, or what are you going to have to do, slide your card every time to the bartender?
Yeah,
hey,
you would
Joseph,
have to have,
did you take your shit?
You'd have to have a slide card.
Yeah, I can see that system not being abused ever.
Well, there would be severe penalties for abusing it.
I know prohibition of any kind doesn't work.
That's not prohibition, though. That's...
I would love prohibition to come back just because I'm a big fan of lobsters.
Don't we already have laws against drink driving?
Yeah, I want to wear the zoot suits.
Think about this. If somebody leaves a bar drunk, nobody is there to stop them from driving, right? They wait until the alcoholics get in a car drunk and drive around, and then cops find them, right? Or they crash into someone and kill someone.
So then what should we do about gun control then in your mind?
What should they do about gun control?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, alcohol is dangerous, a gun is dangerous, so what do you propose there?
In terms of what, like purchasing guns?
Sure, the whole bit.
Well, they should have background checks. They should be careful about who is able to buy a gun.
I mean, I'm still worried about this implementation. How do you suppose we're going to stop someone from walking out of a bar and getting in their car and driving away?
Have people who actually stop people who are drunk from being able to get in their cars.
Yeah,
that's not a bad idea. Maybe you could have them do a blow test before they leave the bar. I would be for that.
Yeah. What are you going to do? You're going to keep everyone in the bar?
You guys say you can't leave the bar unless you're sober?
Of course. You can't drive. You cannot leave in your vehicle. You have to give them your keys or whatnot. That would be okay. But a little swipe system every time you fucking take a drink, that's ridiculous.
But let's play out this situation though. Okay, you're in the bar. Sir, give me your keys. I walked. Oh, okay. Are we gonna pat down everyone?
I didn't say it was
pat
perfect.
everyone down.
Okay, so your version of a bar is blow tests and pat downs.
Hey, it's better than what he had going. He's gonna have to swipe a card every time he takes it.
That's where the
and swipe card.
And swipe card.
Yeah.
I can tell you never ever really want to drink for fun.
No, I mean I've gone out drinking. I just think that think of how many people die from drunken driving.
A bunch.
Like way too many. Even non-drunken driving is the cause of so many unnecessary deaths. I think it's insane that we, in our society, we just allow that and accept that. Because what? So you can get to work an hour faster?
We don't allow it, technically.
Well, yeah, we do.
How do we? I mean, if you drive too fast, you get pulled over.
We still have millions of people driving in these dangerous intersections. We still have bars and grocery stores and liquor stores everywhere where you can just buy as much fucking liquor as you want. It's not regulated. It's not. No one's careful about it.
People don't want to be animal. People like being animals, Adam. You know, they just want to be. They want to have the freedom to act like wild boars, rubbing their tusks against a tree. You know, they just want to.
So like, okay, so now we want to limit the amount of alcohol you can buy at once. So.
Oh, of course.
People can't have parties. Then essentially.
I didn't say that.
I mean, how are you going to throw a party if you can only buy like one bottle? Or a couple bottles?
BYOB every time.
Well, every time you restrict something, you criminalize it, and then you start causing even more problems. So I don't think that's the solution to limit,
Like, what
how
about
much
wedding?
alcohol.
Yeah, how the fuck's the wedding going to go if they get champagne or wine?
You think that our prisons are overran right now by people with small little marijuana charges? Wait until the alcohol charges hit.
So you guys would prefer to have people driving drunk and killing everyone than to have some harmless regulations on alcohol?
No, that's a false dichotomy.
Damn. Holy shit.
I would prefer no one to drink and drive ever. But the thing you're going to implement is going to be worse than having them drink and drive.
So having a swipe card is worse than having families just...
Oh, no, it's not just a swipe card. It's also a pat down. It's also people interrogating you every time you go to a bar.
Can Adam actually finish a conversation, finish his sentence first?
No.
Have you ever gone to a library? Have you ever checked out a book at a library?
Yes.
Have you ever used the internet at a library? You give them the card and they take it and they put it back there, and then when you're done, you come back, you sign in. It's not it's not fucking Nazi Germany. It's not that evil to...
Yeah, but they're not giving you pat downs and trying to take your keys away.
Yeah, so if you just had something where you register your keys or you have a card, there's no infringement of rights there. It's just, it's so fucking basic. People have cards for, you have credit cards, you have a card for, you have to have a card to be able to drive.
Yeah, but you don't have to, constantly show your card everywhere you go.
Yes, you do. You have to show your card if you want to go to a bar.
It might be different here. Usually, if you walk into a bar here and you look at, the law says if you look over the age of 30, you don't have to be carded.
Yeah, but they have people at the front of the bar to check your card.
No, not all bars. Yeah, you go to clubs. Outside clubs, they have people that check.
I've been carded twice since I've been 21.
Yeah, but there's still a guy there carding people.
Yeah,
No.
in the clubs.
No.
The random bar you walk into, there's no one carding you.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you're right. There aren't people that card people at bars. I must have just imagined that or saw it in a movie once or something.
All I gotta say is in real life, you walk into a bar, it doesn't happen.
And when people get pulled over, they don't ask for your driver's license.
No,
either. I just saw
that's what you
I
do.
was a barfly for freaking 4 years. I drank my life away for 4 years, and I was carded twice.
You drank your life away. Well, congratulations, man. I'm very proud of you that you did that. It sounds like
No, I'm just saying. I drank that many years and got carded twice. So no, there's not somebody there to check
get carded. So you're basically denying reality to try to argue against something that's fucking retarded. You're arguing against something that you know that you're wrong. You're just arguing for the sake of argument.
How am I wrong when I got carded twice and you're saying you get carded all the time?
How did you get carded if there isn't someone checking people's cards?
One time was a brand new bartender, so she just went overboard with that, whatever, right? And the other time was a bar that I didn't frequent very often, so I got carded.
And that was what? That was one of the most painful, evil things that anyone's ever done to you, right?
No, I'm not saying that at all. Why are you going to this extreme for?
It just sounds like you guys are making it out to sound like such an evil thing to have a card.
No. He's just saying that it doesn't happen.
I would feel better if I got carded every time. I really would, but it doesn't happen in the real world.
Right, there's no need to card you if the person knows you. They checked you the first time. Okay, I know you. You're Bob. There's no point to go do it again and again and again.
I'm not saying that's what happened either. We have 8, 9 bars in this town. Actually, Walmart even is pretty bad at carding.
They still do it though, and you're pretending like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, if I shave, they card me every time. But if I have a beard like I do now, nah.
They card you every time. Isn't that verbatim what I just said?
If I look younger, yes.
So yeah, they card people who look young.
So not all the time, everyone.
And that's foolproof?
I didn't say everyone all the time. The point is, it's not some kind of tyrannical thing against your rights to have a fucking card to make sure you're not killing.
No, I didn't say it was. I just don't think you're going to be able to card everybody every time they have a drink, that's all.
Why not? Of course you could.
I mean, for one, it's not functional.
People are not perfect.
And I want them carded for when they have a bag of potato chips, have a double dog, a Twinkie, a hot dog.
None of those things are harmful to society. They're harmful to the individual. I don't know why you keep on bringing up
Unfortunately, we have a society that cares for those people. In that case, I guess.
Yeah, but you have the right to eat unhealthy food. It's not threatening someone else's life.
What, do I have the right to take away your Medicare because you were eating unhealthy food?
Take away my Medicare?
Yeah, if someone had Medicare and they were eating hot dogs all the time, do I have the right to tell them they can't have my money?
Yeah, and should I have to pay for someone else's Medicare, for someone else's irresponsibility? Why should I have the burden of on my health insurance bill because of most people acting in a self-destructive manner?
I think that's up to the society to decide whether you actually want to support people or not.
I mean, if it's up to that, then okay, I don't want to support the system where you have to get patted down every time you go into a bar.
Well, no, I also think that if you want to live in a society where people are allowed to be drunk and idiots and drive around and kill everyone, then you should be allowed to do that.
That's the thing, they're not. You're acting like they are.
They're not allowed to do that. No, nobody here is going to disagree that, hey, drinking and driving is a bad thing. I don't think anybody's going to disagree here. It's just about we're disagreeing on how you're going to prevent it and control it. But you're talking about you start restricting freedoms. You start going down a slippery slope here.
Well, that's fine.
Where personal responsibility kind of ends and where the law begins.
Right. I mean, people don't want personal responsibility, so we're going to have to make changes, unfortunately.
I personally prefer restricting people's rights for the sake of security rather than the other way around. I think security is more important than freedom.
Oh. So we're going un-American on this. Okay, I got it.
Ben Franklin wouldn't agree, that's for sure.
Yeah, I could give two shits what Ben Franklin has to say about it. I think that if you're driving around drunk, killing people, your freedom is not important.
We would agree with that.
Yeah,
that's why we're already not allowing those people to do that.
No, everyone is allowing those people to do it. And
how are we? We throw them in prison.
People constantly drive and drink at the same time. They do it all the time, and they don't get caught.
Yeah, and the things you want to implement to stop that is just too draconian, basically.
To you, though, I think that there should be societies based on what the individuals in that society want. So you could have your non-draconian one, and I'll have my, my fascist, liberty-restricting society. People don't just run each other over.
I guess you'll get a lot of Mormons and Muslims.
I guess move to Utah.
No Muslims allowed in my society. Sorry.
No Muslims. Okay.
Nope.
But the Mormons are okay.
Oh, the more Mormons, the merrier.
I'm not going to be part of Adam's society because that's good.
Is your society still going to be democratic?
It's absolute democracy, so everything that is voted on actually happens.
Okay, so you have a country full. I mean, are you a Mormon?
No, I'm not a Mormon.
Okay, so now magically, because your whole country's Mormon, you can't have tea or coffee anymore or anything else, soda pop.
Wait, how did the whole country become Mormon? What the? I
Well,
missed.
I mean, you're
what's
like,
the
okay,
part?
you're like, we don't want anyone to drink ever, basically.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just
that's what it's
saying.
going to come down to, though. No one that wants to drink ever is going to want to live with you.
That's fine.
Exactly. No Muslims, so now we just have the Mormons.
So there's
So
only
now
Muslims.
you have to wear magic underwear every day because it's democratic.
No. I think you misunderstood what I meant by absolute democracy. That means if the Mormons vote that on one thing and then another group votes on another thing and there's like a 51-49 split, the 51% is implemented in some part and then the 49% is implemented in another part. So both sides get what they want. It's just split up.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is I could invade your country with all my people, and then we could essentially just make, 90% of your country the way we want it.
No, because we'd still have military to kill off idiots like you. Like
You're going to military 90% of your country? I mean, what do you think makes up your military?
Wait, what?
Like, is your military robots? Or is it the 90% of people that voted to change it?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, 90% of people want to change all the rules that you like. Okay, you're going to send in your military. Is your whole military made up of just those other 10%, or is it everyone?
So you're misunderstanding. If 90% of the people want to change it, then I wouldn't live with them. There would, by necessity, I would live in a different society because I would live with like-minded individuals. So if 90% disagree with me, we're not going to be living in the same place. We're going to be living where our views are represented.
And now those other 90% of people don't really like that you're their neighbor. I think we went over this situation before. They just kind of come and take over your 10%. Because that happens.
They can't do that because there's.
Wait. Why can't they?
Because there's military to prevent them from doing that.
Yeah, but they're most of the military.
No, they're not. They're not most of the military.
So the military only comes from your 10%.
No. The military is outside the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So your military isn't even nationals. They're foreigners.
No, it's not foreign. It is national, and then the sub-nations themselves are not militarized.
Okay, so roughly 90% of the military is going to agree with the people you want them to put down.
No. The military is based on consensus. That's not based on democracy.
Well, that's fine. I mean, what are you going to do with 90% of the people in your military not agreeing with putting the other 90% down?
What am I going to do with 90% of the military?
What I'm saying is your theory on the military just not siding with their family is probably not a very good thing to rely on.
Does not compute.
That doesn't make sense, though. The military not.
Well, someone else got it, so.
You're saying that the military would not side with their family?
No, I'm saying they would, which is why you have a faulty...
This conversation was pretty good, and then it got, I don't know, it got stupid fucking military.
It's okay. Let's just say that there's roughly one person in your military per... Let's just say you have, there's not that many people.
Okay.
Just to keep math simple. Let's just say there's 10 people per percent.
That's good.
So, I mean, let's say it's roughly distributed evenly amongst the ideals of people that live in your country. So 90% of your military is going to agree with taking you over because that's what those 90% kind of believe.
No, what?
So your 10% is going to hold off 90% of your military.
I don't understand why you're like starting with that assumption. I don't get where that's coming from.
Do people not side with their friends and family? And their own beliefs to start with?
Yeah, but why are you assuming that 90% of my sub-nation are going to want to do what you want to do? They're going to want to do what I want to do.
Are they?
That's how it's organized.
That's great. I mean, you have a complete democracy. Now we all have to do what you want to do.
I think he's living in a world where everybody agrees with every little thing that he thinks.
No. It's everyone agrees with what they think, and then they surround themselves with like-minded individuals. So everyone that thinks like you can group together and have your society where you guys do it your way, and then everyone that thinks like me can have my society where we do things our way, and whoever has any other different idea, they can have a place to do it their way.
Yeah, but that's what I was pointing out. What happens when one side is the overwhelming majority? You know, like the people that don't want to get patted down, interrogated every time they go to a bar, and they decide they decide that your smaller portion is just stupid, so they just want to take you over.
Right. So there's a like I said, there's a supranational military organization that stops subnations from doing that to each other.
Okay, so we're going with.
You're not allowed to just come over to my society and attack us.
But are we relying on the national military, like you have your whole nation, or are we talking about foreign military?
No. It's the national military. The supranational military.
Okay, that's what I was pointing out. What happens when most of your military agrees with them because they're from that culture?
I see what you're saying, but the idea is that the nations in the first place organize based on a consensus of these principles.
What if the consensus of the nation is not to have a supranational army?
Then you wouldn't have that type of government. But the whole point is that a government that did use this system, a government that did use the system would be individuals who want to use this system. So to say, well, 90% of them don't want to use the system that they chose to use doesn't really make sense unless that comes later.
It's impossible for people to hold like cognitive dissonance and decide, we want the system to work like this, but we just don't want you here.
No. What I'm saying is, why would people choose the type of government that I'm proposing just because they don't want it to destroy it? That doesn't make sense. Like, the people that want to do it that way would do it that way, and the people who didn't wouldn't.
Yeah, they decide that they don't want to do it anymore.
Right.
Yeah, and they come take over your 10%.
They wouldn't want to do it in the first place.
So you're saying ideas never change or change even in the slightest?
I just said the opposite of that.
You're going to need subgroups of your subgroups of your subgroups because they are going to change their mind.
If you ever have an overwhelming majority that even has the slightest tendency to tell everyone else to go fuck off, you're in trouble.
They're not.
We went through
the fuck off though. I don't. What do you even?
We went through this level of development in human history. I
don't even know what you're talking. You're not like arguing against what I'm saying. You're just inventing something.
Yeah, I am. I guess you just don't hear it. I can't explain it any better than explaining it perfectly.
Okay. But I don't think you actually understand what I'm saying. I think you're arguing with. I don't think you're necessarily intentionally misrepresenting what I'm saying, but I don't think you actually get what I'm saying.
You're saying, I think your main defense is the people that join that society will want to keep those rules going, right?
Well, the people who are part of that society would choose that type of society because that's what they want in the first place.
Yeah, what happens when some people change? Or, they have kids and their kids have different ideas.
So it would be set up to where people who have a different view can move somewhere. There would be areas where this thing wasn't set up to that they can move to. That's the whole point.
Okay, so your answer to that is if you don't like it, get out?
No. The answer to that is if you want to live in a certain area where what you believe is represented, there are places where that is represented, and you will be able to go there. There's always going to be a place where you can go and have your views represented.
Yeah, what happens if your views are to take over other people?
There's no way there's no way they're going to have enough views, major views, in common that they're all going to agree.
That's not going to happen. It's not that everyone's going to agree. That's why you would have more than one supernation.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We've already went through this level of development. It's called the nation states. We've already done that. It doesn't work.
I don't think this ever happened, really.
Yeah, you're explaining nation states like exactly.
No, not really. Because there was never a super nation.
You realize how it's hard to have a super nation when everyone disagrees?
No. The super nation has to be based on consensus of all the subnations. That's the whole point. That's how a super nation forms. Is that there has to be a consensus between all subnations. So there will be major, larger things that everyone agrees on, and then they'll agree that within that they'll have smaller places where they can go where there's disagreement.
Yeah, but not if Islam is your religion. Then you'll all agree.
If Islam's your religion, then you would have an Islamic supernation. That's why I said there's no Muslims in my nation, but there would be a nation where Muslims can have their beliefs represented.
Well, out of respect for the Muslim in the room, let's just say radical Muslims.
No, any Muslims.
No, because there's a distinct difference. If the radical Muslims were in charge of your country and there's a group of people that disagreed with them on something, they just come kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no Muslim.
You think it's okay to have sex with a man? Yeah, we're just going to kill you. Instead, no, you don't need land. We're just going to kill you.
Right, but I already said from the start that there's not Muslims in my country, so how could Muslims be the leaders of my country? They have their own country.
You don't think Christians could do the same thing? I mean, they used to. They don't do it as much anymore.
Do the same thing as what?
Radical Muslims do.
Could Christians do the same thing as radical Muslims did do?
So I mean, are we gonna outlaw religion? Because religions have done this, not just Muslims.
Outlaw religion? What are you talking about?
Okay, let's take a history lesson back to the Dark Ages.
Adam, you want an ideal world full of free choice, but that's hardly reality, is it?
Well,
that's
it could be reality if people actually wanted it.
All right.
The problem is free choice. That is reality. Free choice. It's all the things we build on reality that restricts choices.
Yeah, like religion.
If you guys hate religion, you want like an anti-religion supernation or nation or subnation, then you can form that. That's fine. Well, I'm not saying that that's what my
and then the
society.
religious majority comes murders us.
No, like I said, there's going to be in this type of government there would be organizations that would the whole point of their existence would be to protect nations from attacking other nations.
Yeah, but okay, let's an example. What happens if you have a super nation?
Yeah.
That's majority a religion.
Right.
That's against some. That's they have a bunch of things they're against, and then someone decides to be, as we would call it, progressive. And like, you know what, gay marriage isn't that bad. What do you think's going to happen?
Sorry, you're saying being progressive within a religious nation?
Yeah. What happens if there's a group of people that are progressive?
Okay, so they could either split off a portion of that nation or supernation, or they could form their own nation, or they could go to a more progressive nation.
Yeah, I mean, they can do lots of stuff, and then the radicals come in and just say no.
No, radicals can't just come in, though. That's the point.
What's stopping them? What's stopping them?
The super government.
These people are the super government.
What's to stop the super government or the super military that enforces all this stupid shit? They all have their own values, and they're from all these different subgroups. They're not going to believe all the same thing. So what's to stop them from even doing anything?
What's the stupid shit? I missed the part that you're. What's the stupid shit?
Okay, so your superpower or your super military, right? They're going to enforce these rules, right?
Yeah.
And okay, and these people in this military come from all these different subgroups, correct?
What do you mean come from? Like, you mean they live within the subnations and then move?
Yes, you got to have soldiers, right?
No, they start out. That's not how it works. You don't just have people in the subnations move into the supernation.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying people in your supernation that are in the little different factions that believe different things,
Right.
they're joining the military, right? That's where your soldiers are coming from.
Right, but this is an important part that I think you guys are missing. The supernation is based on consensus. The rest of the subnations are based on absolute democracy. So everyone in a supernation agrees on what the supernation does. If you don't agree, then you live in a different supernation. That's the only part that's based on consensus.
So wait, when you have, let's say, 30 different little factions, exactly how much do you think the supernation's actually going to do?
What do you mean?
Like, how effective do you actually think they're going to be if they have to get 100% consensus?
How effective is it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, as a government.
I think it'd be very effective.
Really? Because I mean, that's kind of what we got right now.
It's not really anything like what we have right now.
Really? You have a bunch of different states that have different laws. People believe different things.
We live in the same place, and we vote on what happens, but
no, my point is,
of the time, half the people don't get what they want.
My point is,
bunch of different
what was the last vote? What was the last vote in Congress that was 100%?
The last vote in Congress?
Yeah. What was the last one that was 100%? You know which one it was? George Washington.
Okay.
So, my point is, you're never going to pass anything ever.
No. The way that you would form a supernation in the first place is you have voting, and then you find out what there's a consensus about, and that's what the supernation would be formed based on.
Yeah, but my point is there won't be a consensus.
No. What do you mean there won't be a consensus? Of course there's a consensus. It's just when you have a consensus, it splits it up into smaller and smaller groups.
But isn't it a majority consensus?
There's no majority. It has to be 100%.
Yeah, that's my point. If you have 100%, you're never going to get anything done ever.
No, you're completely wrong. You're going to get everything done always, and it's going to happen really fucking fast because everyone has their own spot to progress what their idea of progress is represented. It's not fighting against.
Well, yeah, no, in the small groups, stuff will get done, but in your super government, nothing's going to happen.
Wait a second. I never thought I'd say this, and nothing against you, Rob, but are you listening to this, Rob?
Yeah.
What's your input?
Sounds like a lot of hypothetical crap to me. But anyway, so supernation. Yeah, my question is, where's the power? Where's the authority of the supernation? Is it like a committee or?
It's based on consensus, Rob. It's based on 100% consensus.
100% consensus. So you're saying that how many people are in this supernation?
It depends on what groups form into consensus groups.
Can we relate it to like America? Would we call that a model that we could build this supernation on? Hey, Benny.
Right. So America would be split into many different supernations.
Okay. So what, like your states? So 51 supernations?
I don't know. You would have to have everyone actually vote, or have, adults or whatever, have them vote.
Oh, I get you. So what you're saying first, first, what you're saying is what you do is it's sort of like grouping people in clusters based on their common desires, right?
Yes.
Right. So what then? I don't know. Maybe that would work. I mean, but what would be those common desires? How would you see that?
The people. That's entirely up to the people. The people say what they want, and then you form nations based on consensus. And then within those nations, you have voting, and then everything is represented, and you just split it up according to what the people want. That's really straightforward, actually.
Yeah, but there is a problem. I mean, how are you going to allocate the land to those people?
Based on voting.
So, I would say based on population, but I think that's a hair we're splitting there.
Yeah, but could you imagine the transition woes? Because everyone's sort of all mixed up in a state, and then they all say, well, I like the hippies over in California. That's where I want to be, so I'm going to join that mob. So that means that all of the guys that are perhaps in Washington that want to be hippies have got to sell up their land, or maybe they just trade houses, perhaps.
Well, it would be based on what the people that are already there vote for and what they want to happen. So if two different groups vote on doing something in the same place, then they are forced to split up that place. So if you vote,
then in that model,
let's say you vote for a very popular place that everyone's fighting over, then you're forced to split it up and you have a smaller percentage of that area. But if you want to have what you believe in represented the most, you would vote on living in a place where you're not fighting over territory with somebody else.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, it's a nice hypothetical. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, now you're implementing a system to where you can basically take over a country by moving in.
Nope, I never said that.
Maybe it's the idea. Actually,
you're actually inventing things. You're inventing.
No, you just said if there's multiple people that live in an area, you would split the super nation up into smaller groups to accommodate those people. What happens when people of one mind all move in and force everyone else out? Essentially, what are you going to do?
Happen. Nobody's forced
it just
out.
doesn't happen. We wave the magic wand. It doesn't happen.
You can't force people out.
Okay, yeah, you can't force them out. You can just make them really want to leave. Let's just say that.
I got an idea what you do.
You're putting words in my mouth. No matter what I say, you have an idea of what you want to attack, and you're inventing it, and you're attacking it. But I'm not talking about taking over anyone's land.
I know
or
you're
forcing
not, but
anyone
you're laying out a system in which you could do that. I'm critiquing your system.
Yeah, but what you could do is you could just nuke, nuking probably. But if you can eradicate Russian population, then you could allow the people to sort of form their clusters and then just ship them over to Russia and they can set up the states. So sort of like a fresh start. And we'd cut the population numbers down. And I think that's possibly doable.
I mean, I wonder where are we going to put the anarchists?
They can have their own spot.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, who's going to form a consensus with them on anything?
Anarchists will want to live with anarchists, and then the supernation will protect the anarchists and make them have an area where they're allowed to live in anarchy.
So you're saying you're going to have the anarchist in a supernation not of their own?
It's their choice. If anarchists want to live in a subnation of a larger nation that is based on government, then they can do that. If they want to have their own supernation, they can do that as well.
What about intermarriage?
It's based on what the people want.
It's like, okay, this is good here. We're going to have all these super concentrated groups of ideals, and then everyone's just going to get along, and it's going to be great.
I didn't say everyone will get along. People won't want to get along. That's why we have a supernation, to protect subnations from each other.
Yeah, but what happens when the supernation doesn't want to get along with another supernation because of the people in the supernation?
Yes. What is the supernation comprised of? People with different.
So Adam wants the same fucking system we already have.
Yeah, except for he wants 100% consensus at the top.
Not bloody likely.
I know, it's basically impossible. I mean,
No,
you have
it's not
anarchists.
possible because you
have an anarchist. That
based
makes consensus impossible for government.
No. You form a supernation based on consensus. So a supernation can't form unless there's consensus. Don't you understand that?
Okay, so what you're saying is outright, straight out, your idea is impossible.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Put it to a vote and find out what there's a consensus about, and that is something you can form a supernation based on. Like an example of what a supernation would, value that a supernation would hold, would be that it's illegal to rape, for example. Now, within a subnation, you could have different ideas of what you do when somebody commits a rape. But it's not impossible to form a nation based on the idea that rape should be illegal.
I'm imagining this subnation full of rapists that they start the little rape gangs and they just run through the other nation.
They can't just run through, though. I think you're missing.
Wait. How are we going to stop it? How are we going to stop it again?
There's something important I think that I haven't said today. So I've talked. I'm sure I've talked to you about this before in the past. But you're not allowed to just travel freely to wherever you want. Once you have
now we're going to fence it everything, and we're going to Gestapo this shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's Gestapo. It's very fascist. It's like North Korea style.
Like, okay, I mean, how's that going to work when you have anarchists?
What do you mean, how is it going to work? Anarchists can have their own spot.
Yeah, but
that's the whole entire point.
But the consensus of them is to
not have a country.
Yes, so they're not part of the supernation. How do you not understand that?
That's fine. They have their own anarchist supernation where they can do whatever they want.
So there. What's the problem with that?
The problem is, what happens when an anarchist has a nuke and they don't like their neighbors that are all Gestapo?
What happens when they have a nuke? Well, what happens when anyone has a nuke?
Well, they usually don't use it.
Okay. So then they're not going to use it? I don't know. I mean, it's not going to be different. It's like nuclear weapons aren't going to change because there's a absolute democracy.
Actually, the use of them will. If you get a bunch of groups that are very distinctly disagreeing with each other, it will happen more often.
Yeah, but you have more protection against that.
How are you going to protect against a nuke, exactly?
How do you protect against a nuke without what I'm talking about? It doesn't change.
I know, you don't. That's the whole point. The point is now that you're going to have them being used more often because you have bigger groups of people, but you have more of them separating themselves.
You have smaller groups of people.
Yeah, you don't stop nuclear proliferation by giving people their own little countries.
I mean, I guess if you say so, I guess you're right because I would be wrong and you would be right in this situation.
I mean, if you want to play the argument like that, I'll take that win.
Okay, so you're right, based on the fact that you are right. You have to be right.
Yeah, you already said that. You don't need to restate it.
Based on the idea that I can't be right. There's nothing I could ever say that would be right.
I mean, do you disagree with that point? Like, if you have a bunch of people that all disagree with each other, but they have their own country, so they all have their own. They all have their own power.
There would still be wars between supernations.
Yeah. My point is now there are going to be more wars.
No, there would be fewer wars.
How?
Because people have a place to live where their views are absolutely represented. People have power. Every individual is as powerful as a king. Everyone can decide what they want to do politically. So there's not this frustration where people just want to kill each other. They're not forced to live with people that they want to kill.
Oh, you're so funny.
So Adam, but to get to that position, wouldn't they have to put all their cards out on the table first? Say, look, this is what I want. Doesn't that have to be? Yeah. So, what is it you want?
What is it that I want?
Yeah.
I think one of the important things I want is I want fewer automobiles and roads, and I want stricter regulations against murderers and rapists and that sort of thing. So you would be more free to just straight up like shoot someone and kill them if they were raping someone, or like we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, Rob, but we were talking about much more harsh, strict regulations against alcohol.
Right. So yours is more of a immediate judicial system. The crime, and you handle it very precisely and quickly.
Right. Yeah. Not even judicial. There wouldn't be a judicial system. It would be just the citizens would take action.
And what sort of protection have you got against errors in judgment?
Well, I mean, you would still have like something like a judicial system or police and that sort of thing, but it would be mostly based on just the society itself, the individual citizens regulating the society themselves, and it would be based on the idea that people who hate rape and rapists so much that they think it's a good thing to kill them would be forming that society. Therefore, rapists would, just by that virtue, would not want to live in that society.
How many people would be in the society, and how large would the land be?
It would depend on who would want to live in that society. It could be...
No, for you.
It depends on who wants to live in that society.
Well, it's just you, mate, so you just need a house somewhere.
Yeah, if there was just one person, then I wouldn't want to do that. I would compromise, and I would find another society that would have as many similar principles as mine, as I would be.
No, yeah, because all the rapists and all the pedophiles are just going to line up and say, "Yeah, I'm not for that."
But now you're going against your system. You're going to compromise? Why don't you just move to a place and say, hey, I'm like this, give me my own house. This is my own sub-country.
Well, I could, but if I was the only one that wanted to live like that, I would prefer to live in a society with people working together as a community.
There is one, I could see an actual positive in your model. Oh, sorry. I could see a positive in your model, Adam. What you would get is diversity of politics, if you like, or forms of function within a society, and it would give you an opportunity to see which model works.
Right.
Yeah. So from that point of view, having diversity is probably a good thing at scale, because it does give you a chance to actually deploy different strategies and actually see how they go, because I think it's reasonable to say that we're doing a pretty shit job in a whole lot of areas, like prison system. The whole penal system's a load of crap, and the way we treat drugs and that, and I think that's what you're talking about before. So I guess I'm just catching up with the conversation. So yeah.
This society.
Sorry, John.
Adam, but how this society could only get so big? If you want a limited amount of automobiles and cars and roads, then you got to make sure you ain't gonna have a lot of people in this society, because you're gonna need more roads. You're gonna need ways to protect these people, ways to get to them, to give them any medical assistance they need. This would take roads. This would take vehicles. So I mean, in that aspect, it would have to be a limited size.
Well, it wouldn't be that there would be zero roads, but roads would be used for things like what you said, like for emergencies or for traveling very long distances. You wouldn't have cars just to drive to the store or just to drive to work. There would be other forms of transportation that were much more safe and not so just disgusting and ugly and polluting the environment and just fucking, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can but wouldn't you solve that nationally if you could come up with a green energy transport system?
Sorry, say that again?
Well, what I'm saying is, with that particular issue, transportation, couldn't you come up with a singular solution that's based on a green technology, and that'll do for everybody? Because it's sort of, getting from A to B is not a major decision. You just want the most efficient and clean outcome, don't you? I wouldn't see that as being a political outcome if you could solve it technologically.
It's not just a technological or like a clean thing, like you said. To me, it's a safety issue and an aesthetic issue as well. So, and it's a pacing thing. I think the hustle and bustle of a big city and just everything's fast paced, I wouldn't want that in my society. I would want things a little more mellow and more community oriented, where people know each other and you're not living next door to someone you don't know and then you drive 8 miles. That's not a good community, I think.
Yeah, so we're talking about a community of about 200, right?
It does. I don't know because it's based on voting, so it would be based on who voted for it. I can't just decide who wants
Well,
to.
I'm trying to picture. See, this is where we get in a problem. There's so many variables. I'm trying to gather from you what you want because you said you want to live in a society where people think like you. So I'm trying to find out who these people are. You know, so by what you want, I'm just going off what you want. It sounds like it could only be about 200 because if I'm to know everybody in my community, I don't know how good your memory is, but 200 is going to be even tough to remember.
You only need about 5 to 6 good friends in life. That's enough.
No, but in Adam's society, I want to know everybody. I want to know who my neighbors are.
Why?
You only need about 5 or 6 good friends to go whoop ass on 2 other people that don't have your same belief.
Yeah, but you wouldn't live in a society with people that don't have the same belief.
Well, there's what you
we
missed.
would kick that person out into their own country.
No, I never said you kick anyone out. You're lying.
So do they not get their own country if they disagree with you?
Do they get their own country? Yeah, if they choose to.
Okay.
Nobody.
Adam, who's going to choose to sit there and get their butt kicked? I mean,
have you got a religion?
What are you talking about?
Adam, have you got a religion?
Who choose? What does that even mean?
What, a religion?
No,
It just
not
means
you.
if you-
What Cerberus said.
Oh, okay.
What even mean? I mean, you don't see it as kicking them out, but I mean, it essentially
They're not
is forcing
there
someone
in the
out.
first place. What do you not understand
so
about
what
that?
you're saying is nothing will ever happen ever. That's.
Are you fucking stupid? Like you're intentionally trolling me right now.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
I think it's the other way around.
I'm not. No matter what I say, you keep inventing sentences and putting them in my mouth. I didn't say nothing would happen ever.
It's called critiques. If you're not comfortable with it, don't give ideas.
But you're not critiquing what I'm saying. You're critiquing imaginary.
That's all I've done since you started talking.
Okay, so when did I say nothing would happen ever, or when did I imply that?
That's the whole entire point. Something will happen, then someone will want to leave, and they'll get their own country, correct? That was my whole point.
No, well, okay, so the supernation deals with that. When somebody wants to leave, they can go to the supernation, and they will help them relocate.
Oh, so they don't get their own country.
If they need their own country, they can, but they can choose to either go to a country that already has where their beliefs are represented, or they could choose to vote on a new spot.
So it is a yes, but they have more than that option, is what you're saying.
More than what option?
It's a yes to the question, but you're just pointing out that they have more options than that.
You're saying that they're forced. No, that's not true that they're forced. I've never.
They are essentially forced if the people around them don't like them.
No, they're not forced. People live where they want to live.
Okay, they are forced to want to have their own country. Got it.
They're forced to want to have their own country because they live with people they want to live with in the areas they want?
No, because the people around them,
from what I'm saying,
don't agree with them.
What happened?
If people don't agree, then they don't go there.
But okay, so you're saying that nothing will ever change then?
Are you saying someone chooses to go somewhere and then they change their mind?
I'm saying yes, that does happen.
All the time.
Is that what you're talking about, though?
That is one of the things I might be talking about.
Okay, so in that instance, that person can go somewhere else. Or they can choose to...
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I don't know why you're making the answer so complicated. The answer is yes to the question, but there's also other options. Okay.
They're being forced to do something, but I'm not saying that. You're lying. You're a fucking liar.
That's fine. That's fine. Everyone around them hates them. They're not forced to leave. I got it. That's what you believe.
Everyone around them.
That's not forced at all.
What fucking conversation are you talking about? What are you
Conversation.
from?
Cognitive dissonance.
Whoever said everyone hates them?
No, this
Hey,
is
Adam.
the hypothetical.
Adam, I could see another potential problem, and that would be that if you've got in a certain segment of real estate, right? If you've got all people, they're all sort of philosophically the same, they hold the same views, won't they still have conflicts over, like in a certain area, you'll have prime real estate, right? How do you resolve the issue of prime real estate?
Okay,
Like
I said this earlier. The areas of prime real estate are going to be they're going to be forced to share more in those areas.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of
we have a group of people that believe that they deserve all the prime real estate. So I mean, they have to get what they want.
now that's a
Right.
good point, Cerebus, because
Yeah,
you've
that's
just
what I was going to say. Because you want to force these people to share the real estate.
but
We don't have a consensus on the sharing. I'm sorry.
no, but Cerebus, you mentioned the point of belief. They hold beliefs, so they're going to need a religion to sort out their beliefs, aren't they? Get on the same page.
I don't think you would need a religion, but I mean, that would help. I mean, if you got a religion to get everyone to agree, that would help.
Yeah, no, I think you're going to need a religion. That's what history says.
If people want to base their society on a religion, then they can form a society based on that. It's up to them. It's up to the people.
Well, most of history, there's always been the spiritual question as part of most communities. So, I would think that why would that change in this new model?
Well, because people can actually have what they want to happen represented, so people who don't want to have a society based on religion can have a place to do that.
So what do you do with the group of people who change their mind and decide, fuck this supernation, we're tired of it?
Well, they
Do
go
you
to
own their
another
own nation too? Are they protected by the supernation as well?
Yes, they are. They would be protected, and they would have to reconfigure the setup to fit them into the system.
Oh, that's great. That's like my anarchist point. Yeah,
No,
we
no,
don't
hold on. Let me actually finish talking, Cerberus. What would happen is if they decide to continue living in the supernation, then a new space would be allocated for them. Or if they want to live outside of the supernation, then the supernation would help them to make that happen.
I mean, they would obviously have to live outside, because if their whole consensus is fuck the supernation, how's the
But
supernation?
the supernation wouldn't last very long, because all of a sudden you'd have a whole other group of people who didn't apply to those rules because they were allowed to, right?
Yeah, but why would people want to live outside of a place
I do.
they want to live in? You want to live somewhere where you don't want to live? You see how that's a contradiction?
What you just said makes no fucking sense. People change their mind. Your perception here is nobody's ever going to change their mind. They're always going to want this superpower, and they're always going to want these rules.
I just now said that they don't have to stay within the supernation. They can choose to stay with the supernation and then have their own new spot, or they can choose to leave if they want.
And
How
back
is
to
that
my
not
point.
changing the whole
Back to
thing
my
set up?
point where you can't ever get a true consensus, a 100% consensus across a broad range of people. You're basically you're not gonna have supernations. You're gonna have nations.
No, you only you start the supernation only when there is a consensus. So you look at
That's great. We will never have a supernation.
No, there already is a consensus about something in this room, right? There's a consensus about something. So you only find what there's a consensus about and start a nation based on that. It's already there.
Okay, so we're gonna have supernations. They're just gonna be really small and not really super in any way.
No, they wouldn't be small.
I bet. I mean, if we sit here and really tried, we could find something that we'd all agree on. Like we would get really close, but we would disagree on how we would want to do it.
Exactly. That's why you have subnations.
Everybody would be in their own nation.
I already said that.
I mean, that's what it would come down to. We would have a nation, a country full of one-person nations.
They'd all agree what?
We all get our own pixel of Earth.
I don't know why you guys keep going to the idea that there would be a nation of one person.
Because I guarantee I will not agree 100% with someone else.
I would be bored as fuck in a nation of all people that thought the exact way I did.
Right, so you can choose. So you.
I'd never procreate.
You would be able to choose to live in a nation full of a lot of various different, diverse thoughts and ideas. That's up to you.
I'm just going to point out again that we're just going to have a bunch of one-person supernations.
Yep.
That wouldn't be a supernation.
Oh, it wouldn't now. Okay. Oh,
You're
we're going to force
you're
it.
not gonna get the largest majority of people all agreeing on a majority of bunch of the issues. Sooner or later, there's going to have to be some kind of compromise. You're just not going to be able to have a society where everybody's just like you, and so there's going to have to be compromise. So now it depends on what are the major issues that are. There's no compromise at all for you or for this society because there's going to have to be these primary issues and then these secondary issues.
Right, but so the idea is that you actually say what you want before the nation is formed. And then if you have a change in belief, you can either change the area or you can relocate.
Okay, say I have, all right, I'm with a group of people and we do not want to be part of the supernation.
Okay.
Now the supernation, which probably has many, many more people, they agree. They become an agreement that everyone should be under the supernation.
You can't make that decision for you can't decide about something for someone else. You can't make that type of decision.
This is where war starts. This is where war starts.
No, you don't get to decide for other people. You get to decide for yourself.
This is exactly where war starts. That's why I pointed it out before.
How is that a war? Everyone gets to decide what they want.
Someone doesn't want to be taken over, and someone else wants to take them over.
No, nobody.
Right. Yeah, but how are you going to enforce that?
With the supernation.
No, the supernation is the one who wants to take over the world. They say that everyone needs to be part of the supernation.
No, they don't, John. That's what I'm saying.
So wait. Okay, so now we're forcing them to not hold their beliefs.
No. If people don't want to be part of the new, John, let's say that you choose you do not want to be part of the supernation, right? So my question to you is this: do you want to stay where you are and have an isolated region which is outside of the supernation, or do you want to relocate to an area where there's a large area that's not part of the supernation at all? Or a third option. What would
That's not the point Brother John was making.
No, I'm not talking to you, Cerberus. I'm talking to John.
I'm saying if the supernation is a supernation, for what reason? They're governing the whole world, aren't they?
No. Not at all.
No, okay, they're governing a bigger portion.
Okay, most of the. All right, we'll create a point in time where it's only most of the world, because there's obviously other nations that don't want to be part of the new supernation, right?
Right. So, John.
Obviously, larger. It's large. The supernation is obviously probably the majority, or else it wouldn't be super.
Super just means in the sense of highest level of it. That doesn't mean large. This, like I said, if you took the United States and used this type of government, the supernation, the largest supernation, would be smaller than the current United States. Because there's going to be a lot of people who don't want to be part of the supernation, and you have to make that represented. So you can either choose to have a little island region within the supernation where there's not a supranational government there, where that doesn't apply to you, or you can choose to be outside of the supernation as a whole.
Right. Now let's restate the problem. A group of people want to leave a supernation that believes that everyone should be in the supernation. You know, basically power in numbers. I mean, that's a pretty basic thick concept.
No,
okay, we're gonna keep those people from leaving. No, that's what we believe.
No, that's not. No, so that's again an intentional misunderstanding of.
How are you going to stop it?
You don't get to choose what other people do.
How are you going to stop it?
How are you going to stop it?
What do you mean? How are you going to stop it?
How are you going to stop that from happening?
All right, we need a new topic, people, or
the nation's going to be based on what? Honesty and integrity.
It's based on consensus, John. So you find out when the people vote, you find out what are the things that group together as consensus.
Right, and if they come to the consensus that everybody should be under the supernation.
No, you can't. You don't get to vote on what you do to other people. What don't you guys understand about that? You don't get to be in control of other people. The people decide what they want to do, and then you make that happen.
So you're saying war is impossible. You can't do war. No, bad nation.
Okay, all right, we need a new topic, people. You realize how half the people aren't even talking in here or paying attention? We need a new topic.
What's the
I got
I want to know the consensus. Let's take a vote. Let's take a vote. That's the word that wants. Let's take a vote.
John, do you understand what I mean by an absolute democracy?
You want to go majority rules?
No, not majority rules.
Are we talking about Ferguson?
Every vote is represented. So it's not that one decision wins over the other one. Every decision happens.
And then we build supernations based on those consensus.
No, you
don't. Okay.
That's within the subnations. The consensus is whatever. When you vote, what are the things that everyone agrees on?
Wait.
All right.
Other than the fact that that's impossible, we'll just assume that that's
No,
possible.
it's not impossible. Like for example, it's not. You don't get rewarded for raping children. I think everyone can agree on that. If they don't agree on that, there's going to be a large enough group of people who do agree on that. That's a consensus, right?
So is that the level we started at, the first consensus?
Is that the level we started at?
Yeah. Do we have to have more than one consensus, or are we just going to have like a 90% of the Earth consensus?
You would want a group. Well, everyone gets to choose, so you would see what are the consensus, what are people agreeing on, and then people would get to choose what group they would prefer to be part of.
How do you choose what issues are the greatest?
People decide that for themselves. What do you mean?
How do you get
every individual?
Done? You will not get anything done.
What do you mean? Everything would get done.
Things have to be voted on to get something done. It usually implies that some kind of majority rules. That means that everybody doesn't get what they want. That's why it comes.
Everyone gets what they want.
It comes back to what I was saying before, Adam. Sooner or later, you're going to have to compromise somewhere.
No, there's not a compromise. There's no compromise in the situation.
Adam, you're not dealing with reality. You're gonna tell me, all right? If that's the case, then I don't know.
There's not a compromise. It's the whole idea is totally opposed to the idea that people should be forced to compromise. People should get their own place to have their views represented. That's what it's based on.
We all make compromises all the time.
No compromise.
Then you better buy an island. I'm telling you, Adam, you better buy an island then.
I hear you can make your own island now.
Because you want to be, you want to be a man unto yourself, and you want to marry yourself, and it's like, okay.
You know what? Don't be an asshole. Why are you?
Well, it's because every topic you bring up is just wacky.
Because
it's not in touch with reality.
Because a community is combined of relationships, and relationships imply some kind of compromise.
I mean, I guess to you, I think a community should be based on like-minded values.
Okay, let me answer this.
Just to change tack, guys, what's happening with that Ferguson situation?
I just read. Well, I pasted some in the chat there.
I choose not to read about
it. John, you gotta get active, mate. You're not gonna change things if you don't get into it. Hey, but what is happening is have they Any closer to the truth, or any
I'm not here to
story
save
on what
the world,
the
bro.
opposite?
I'm not here to save the world. I don't. That's not my crusade. That's not my fight. I'm not here to save the world.
Well, then the fight will come to you, mate.
I don't like how my Google results now.
I say be the change you want to see, right?
Well, in your local context, but as you quite rightly said, I think before, that we live in communities, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at some point,
Missouri's not my community.
what's that?
Missouri's not my community.
Oh, he left. Oh shit. Oh, why couldn't he just stay away?
There we go. I was gonna say, I was gonna say then leave, but we're not forcing it or anything.
You're a hard lot. Yeah, but isn't this sort of
Militarization of the police department is definitely a problem. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. I read another article that well, actually, we get a bit of that over here too. The bloody police forces, they're like bloody armed forces, aren't they? Ridiculously over-equipped and those trucks that they drive around.
Why was Cerberus kicked out of the room?
Yeah, what's going on?
Why was he?
No, I didn't. Not me.
That was fucking lame.
Oh, Adam, so now, well, okay, wait a minute. See, now, Adam, you just contradicted your whole philosophy here. You just contradicted your whole philosophy, right?
I didn't remove anybody. What are you talking about?
Well, obviously John kicked out Cerberus. You thank him. He's laughing. And now you're asking for Joseph to be removed too. So here, God, now you want to force your will upon other people here. So this is kind of against
my own little nation of not liking you, and the super nation is going to protect me from you, right? So leave me alone.
Hey, John, I really disagree with that. I don't think he was.
No. If anything, I didn't hear Cerberus name call Adam once.
You didn't notice that?
I didn't hear no name calling, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think you were listening to the conversation then.
I was listening.
No, I was, and he didn't name call.
Okay. I guess you guys have a completely different definition of name calling. But.
Well, we're in our own little group.
Well, you called him stupid. I heard that.
He didn't call me wacky?
Well, you called them names too. I heard wacky. But, you referred to his intelligence.
Well, I mean, he is stupid, though.
That's name calling.
Yeah, but that's a
doing
fact.
it again.
It's name calling, but it's true though that he's stupid.
Well, it's true for you, but I don't think it's true for me.
I think you're trying to be polite and you're pretending that it's not something you want to acknowledge. But yeah, he is stupid.
I disagree.
But what aren't we sort of? Isn't this common phenomenon? Just to try and level it out a bit, where we have this conflict of ideologies or belief and knowledge, and it ultimately, reaches a point where, I love this word, cognitive dissonance comes in, and it seems the pattern with cognitive dissonance that does escalate to name calling at some point, or there's just some sort of clash of wills or some damn thing going on, but then it is evident that name calling occurs, and probably it'd be reasonable to say, because I did hear the term wacky from Cerberus, and Green Soul, you heard, what did you hear? Stupid or something? Or
yeah, but he was calling his idea wacky. He wasn't calling him wacky.
The other one was personal. Yeah. Okay, I agree with that. You're right.
Cerberus did say that Adam wasn't in reality and that he was something like that, something to that effect.
And he celebrated when I refreshed as if I was going to leave.
That was me. I said I didn't like you. Am I going to get kicked out too then?
Yeah, actually you are. I don't know how to do it though. How do I kick him out?
Gotta go to the control panel.
But
Oh
I
boy,
think
someone's going to the cliffs.
if you're going to have any form of discussion, these are actually good times, when you get to this moment, because basically you're just, I think, this is my observation, you're fluffing around talking matrix talk, ideologies, but now we've come to a really interesting point, right? So now we're really getting into the person and everything, and it's these moments that can be the richest in terms of community. So I reckon it's not a good thing to run from the fight. I reckon you get into it and have a fight, because you'll learn a lot. You learn a lot about yourself. So, just different way of looking at things. Pity we didn't have Cerebus in here, because we could actually explore why it got to that level.
I don't think you could get Cerberus back in. Once you get kicked out of the room, it's done for the night.
He can't get back in?
No.
Oh, what a bummer, because it would have been good for you guys to actually talk over how you got there, because, that's not a good outcome. You should be able to manage yourself better. And there's a lesson to be learnt that's really useful as a life skill, I think, by examining carefully what happened and honestly. So, just an observation.
Exactly what happened.
Yeah, okay, what, mate?
What happens a lot is that people will fight the very thing that they become the very thing they fight against. And that's exactly what happened in this room.
All right, can you bring it back to, so are we talking about Adam, or?
I didn't kick anyone out of the room, though.
There was a certain consensus. There was a certain consensus between you and John, which is the minority of this room.
I mean, I have the ability to kick anyone out right now. I mean, I could kick Joseph out because he was being an asshole. I can kick you out because you made fun of me and mocked my self-marriage thing, right?
I have the same controls.
So I'm just saying, like, I'm not doing that. So how are you grouping what John or what J-Dubs did? How are you saying that is going against what I was saying? I'm not the one who did that.
Look, you actually just go. All one has to do is go to the chat, and I see consensus.
So who kicked who out though? Who did that?
J-Dubs kicked Cerebus out.
Oh, why J-Dubs?
Yeah.
He was being an asshole.
Why?
He was trolling me the whole time.
So J-Dubs, you were defending Adam's position?
No, I just took the liberty.
Oh, gee, that's not too good, mate.
No. Okay.
I think if somebody leaves and then people start like celebrating that and being a prick like that, they deserve to be kicked.
No, I don't. I think that you're better to talk it through. I think that it's a healthy thing, or at least don't do the abrupt disconnect. Just say your piece and.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't do the disconnect, but Rob, you see how when I was speaking to Cerberus, I tried to talk to him, and what he would do is every time I would say something, he would argue with me and invent a new sentence of what he's claiming that I said, which was not something I ever said in the first place.
Yeah, but I think the smart thing there to do is just let him voice the opinion, but it's probably, it's a point of no return. I think you've got two different ideologies, so unless you can bring some hard evidence to sway his point of view, you're probably best to park it or let it go.
Yeah, but he's trolling.
Yeah, that sort of happens.
He's gone on record.
I'm
Rob,
a victim.
You don't realize that Cerberus and I have a history. He's gone on record admitting that he intentionally just fucking sits there for hours trolling to get a laugh out of it.
Yeah, but if you sort of give into it, you're sort of feeding that wolf, really. And I mean, I get caught up in it too. I get a bit pissed off as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying that if it ends that abruptly, that's not a good thing. I reckon there's a better way to end it. And if the situation gets to that point, it's really good if you can actually just collect your thoughts for a minute and then just speak about the experience, because I think they're really rich moments that we just let easily slip by. That's all. That's all I'm saying. When you're pissed off like that, rather than just cancel it, there's a rich moment to be had.
I didn't cancel it though, Rob. Why are you saying you're treating the actions of me and J-Dubs as if we're one entity?
No.
The Father and the Son are one. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Actually, I could tell you a story about the Trinity. Perhaps it would be a good idea to change tack now. Hey, anyone want to talk about cult of personalities? Into that at all, or no?
We started we started that conversation way earlier, actually.
Did you? What was the conclusion?
Well, when I was when I first started the Hangout, me and Prescott were talking a little bit about it, and then Grant came in because we kind of we're going off of. I think you were having some kind of chat. I didn't hear it, but we're talking about deep programming and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, basically what I'm trying to do is tie together an argument based on evidence that, and I start with the North Korean cult of personality, and then connect it back to Islam, and try and represent that as having a similar form, and then from there take it back to Christianity. So I just find it an interesting topic.
We were talking more about the whole deprogramming thing, about more on a personal level. Like, say, if you had a family member which got involved in a cult, specifically a religious cult, and this cult leader is taking advantage of his flock and, draining bank accounts, keeping people away from their families. At what point does a person have a right to physically get that person out of that situation where it might be considered kidnapping?
Yeah, and now you're talking about the era of the 1970s where, in fact, they were doing that. There were people that were making cash out of deprogramming exercises, and what they would do is go into the cult, and the family member that wanted to save their son or daughter from the cult would pay these dudes. They go and grab the person, they take them off somewhere, and then they go through some form of deprogramming exercise. So you're
going on still to some degree now, right?
What examples are you thinking of, John?
I don't have one I don't have one off the top of my head, but I'm sure we still have cults.
Well, I think, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the behaviour of the ISIS guys and Islam, that's very much turning into a real cult, and it's an incredibly dangerous one, where they're really creating quite savage acts of violence, and that's playing out right before our eyes. And what you get, the reason it became quite topical for me was over here in Australia we have a show called Insight, and they had a father on there that was desperate to try and deprogram his son, who'd been caught up in this fervour to go and join the ISIS army and fight for Islam. And you could see the desperation of the father, and he could obviously sense that if his son went there, he'd either be killing people or he could get killed himself. So the father was quite desperate. So the question then comes, well, two things. Firstly, A, how do you deal with it as a father? And where's your support in your community? And if so, what does that support offer? And secondarily, I've forgotten the second point now, but basically you can see how it's
the will of the kid.
Hey?
The will of the kid.
Yeah, well, he's a young kid, very strong-headed. I mean, and he won't listen to his father. I mean, the father was desperate.
How old is he?
17. The reason that the kid hasn't left Australia yet is that he's required by law to have his father's permission for a passport. So the father's got that sort of hold over the kid at the moment.
Doesn't that 18, doesn't that change?
I would think it would. I don't know for sure, though, whether it's 8. I would imagine 18. I don't think it'd be 21.
Well, is 18 a legal adult in Australia?
You can vote at 18.
So you're considered you're a legal adult.
Well, I'm not sure. I can't say for sure because I just don't know. But I think it is. But I don't hold me to it.
How old do you have to be to drink?
18.
Okay, sounds like 18's the number there.
Yeah. Well, even that to me is a bit of a mistake on our part because to me I'm not sure that an 18-year-old's mature enough to A, drink, B, vote, and all of the other.
You got 30-year-olds who are not mature enough to vote.
That's true. I go along with that. But yeah, so this dad's in a terrible bloody situation, and oh, sorry, the second part was when, which goes back to your question, John. When does the father intervene?
Well, you better do it before he's 18, because.
Absolutely. But then again, all right, well, what does he do, though? How does he actually deal with that situation? Imagine it's you and it's...
Well, no, because he should, I would assume he's legal guardian of him. He's responsible, so this kid can't just go off, wanting to do what he wants to do.
But at 18 he can, mate, so...
Unless he just runs away, and he'll probably... If he really wants to do this seriously, he'll probably will run away from the home. So yeah, this is where I guess this is where we were discussing earlier. Yeah, how far do you go? What are you gonna do? Lock this kid in a room, till he's 18? I don't know.
Well, for me, I'd like to see that's something that I think government should play a role in. I think that, or let's not call it government because of all the connotations. Let's say a council of elders within the community should actually be sort of saying, no, our recommendation is this. And I think if it went to a popular vote, the vote would be, no, don't let those kids go. I think a community would actually decide against letting the kid go for whatever reason. Don't you?
Yeah. So now the other question is, okay, how big is this ISIS? What community are we talking about? And how much fear and threat can ISIS use over this community and their kids?
So you're talking about there, how much influence does ISIS have in the Australian community and the Australian kids, right?
Well, okay.
I don't know. Well, that's what I'm assuming that you mean.
I'm assuming ISIS like in the Middle East, and this kid wants to go over there to help them out. I don't think ISIS has. I don't know what the problem is over there in Australia. You have a large group of people, ISIS supporters in Australia.
Well, the father said that his son made contact with a couple of other young guys, and it was through that contact that he sort of, and it's a year in now, so he's been embracing Islam, if you like, and buying into the story these guys are telling him. And so it was through connection via his peer group. So I don't know whether the peer group, well, I'm going to assume that the peer group got involved either through a network here or through the internet, something like that. But it was his peer group largely that connected him to this ideology.
Could the father not have a God, what do you call that? What do they call it? There's a legal term. God, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Guardian?
No, like a protection. When you go to the court for protection, order of protection.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's it's sort of like these people cannot contact this other person legally, and if they do, then the police can intervene.
Right. So what
That's
can the father?
an intervention order, I think, issued from the court.
Yeah, well, we call it an order of protection here.
Same thing.
So, like, right, so so how about the father have an order of protection on behalf of his son, since he's under his guardian, and these kids cannot have any kind of contact with his son or else face penalties.
Yeah, you know, I guess a year in, you'd think that the father must have thought of that, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. That's a possibility. So that may be an option. But for me personally, I'm disappointed in the government not stepping in and calling to the community voice, rallying it, and then passing a law. You know, they're immature guys. Stuff them. It's not about rights. It's about protecting them for the longer haul.
They usually don't make laws overnight just for one incident.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, this was one instance, so it may not be any larger, but I don't know. It's this whole ISIS affair gets up under my skin because of, you know, what I know about religions, and it's just contrived, and I hate it with a passion. Anyway, what about so let's put all that aside. How do you think that you would deal with that kid to get him straight again?
Well, like I just said, first break that contact with those other people.
Yeah. So you got to do that by force, right? Because he's not going to be willing.
Yeah, he's going to do by force.
Mm-hmm. So we apply the intervention order.
Yeah, but no, yeah.
Has that reconciled him to his father though?
Well, you know, your hopes, I'm sure I'm gathering from as a parent. I mean, I'm not a parent, but I'm just imagining. It would be like anything else that you in the hopes that, oh yeah, it might hurt to discipline your child for disobeying or going the wrong path. But your hope is that it's a learning experience for them. You know, that they'll see it's done for ultimate good.
Okay, so what you're saying there, and I agree with it too, is that the father has to take on the role of the responsibility
Protector.
as managing. I was going to say managing maturity.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because I think that is a real aspect of the human life story, is that parents do get called to arms, as it were, and how effectively they handle that situation is an important issue for parents. So Frank, come on. How would we get that kid out of that situation, do you think? Because you have a unique perspective.
No, I don't. I have the same perspective as John. I agree with him.
So, but this guy is allegedly following a religion that's quite a popular religion across the world. Could we not assume that he's possibly doing the right thing if that religion is the correct religion? Or is there a problem within the religion itself?
Well, I think you know the answer to that question.
Well, I know I do, but I want to hear your thoughts on it.
No, I want to hear your thoughts first.
No, you go first. I asked first.
No, you first.
I don't know. If I could join ISIS, I don't know.
Would you?
Yeah, they haven't called me, so still waiting for the phone call.
So if they called you, Frank, would you go?
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, no, it's not my choice. I know. Well, me, I wouldn't go.
Do you think I'll go? Do you think I'll go?
No, I don't think you would.
Okay, there's the answer.
Yeah. But we still have this problem of, well, let's talk about the problem. Is ISIS right in their actions or even their cause? That might be a tough one because we might not be able to.
I'm not even sure of their core, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, that's probably the problem. Are we clear of
One God. That's their chorus. One God.
Yeah. I don't know. I reckon it's political underneath the hood, but then I get cast for being a conspiracy theorist for holding that view.
Well, they want to force the world to believe the way they do.
Well, John, you
Yeah.
just said that you should force the kid out of it. So why not? Force for force.
Yeah, mate, John, that's you're doing as bad as the others.
How so?
Applying force. I know you wouldn't, mate, but no. The difference, I think, is you've got a caring, loving parent. He's not going to.
So are you telling me you're a total pacifist?
Me?
Yeah.
No, not really. I'll fight you if I see justice. I'll fight you, but I won't want to hurt.
Justifiable. There is justifiable violence, isn't there?
Who says that ISIS isn't justifiable violence?
I don't know if it is or not, because you know how the saying goes: one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist.
Yeah, but I take the view that I'd rather have a discussion with you first. If you don't want to have that, well, that's your problem. But I'd rather
discussion. I'm just being real about it.
How so?
I just told you so. You're not listening?
No. Well, that's why I'm asking again. And if you ask my wife, I do that a bit, so apologies. But I'm just trying to get clear on what you're saying.
I'm saying sometimes it's justified to have violence or force. You just told me so yourself, right? Would you not?
Well, no, what I said. If there's, sorry.
Let me ask you this: I come and intrude your house and want to rob you and rape your wife. You're not going to defend your family and your house?
Yes, I will.
And even if it comes to possible violence?
Well, if I could somehow convince you not to proceed with your attack, I'd be a lot happier.
Of course you would. You would be a lot happier I didn't even come into your house.
Yeah, but you see, there's a very important...
My question is, are you going to do what it takes, or are you just going to have this pacifist idea that force is never applicable? So let me just lie down, and here, Robert, take my house, rape my wife, and give me an 8th kid. I don't know.
Speaking of using the force, Adam, is there any good Star Wars news?
Yeah, but
no, wait, don't let Rob off the hook here.
Yeah, I've got to defend myself.
There's some new concept art.
Here's my wife standing, coming by. Hello, dear. The hypothetical.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Adam. What were you saying?
I'll just type. Rob can speak. I'll just type it out.
Hey, what?
I prefer the voice, though. I like hearing from you, man.
Well, I didn't want to cut Rob off.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. John, so Sandra's right here now, and John proposed a hypothetical that he's going to come over and he's going to break into our place. And then
No. I didn't. Yeah, a hypothetical, exactly. Not me.
Yeah, no, I know, mate. She knows you well enough.
I wouldn't do that to you, Mrs. Beasley. I know you.
We won't. And he's going to be a bad robber and a rapist.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
And he's wanting to know if I defend you. And I just said, no. But here's my point, John. What I'd prefer to do is try and convince you not to do it first, because at that point, if you proceeded, it would be at your own choice. So it will be like karma. Whatever happens to you beyond that is karma to you.
Just real quick to respond to what Jados was saying, there is some new concept art that has been released for the new Star Wars. They have the actually Reuven sent me this today on Facebook. The new Stormtrooper designs. There's some new photos of sets that have been leaked, and there are starting to be some rumors about the plot that I'm not sure how serious they should be taken, but the thing I read today sounded more official, like a more official sounding rumor than a lot of the recent stuff.
So have they got into production yet, or what's going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they have been in production for, I think, at least a couple months now.
So these are sort of leaks of some of the stuff that's already, being applied, I guess. Getting out into the. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's photos of sets and stuff. I think some of the stuff, it seemed more like a controlled leak. Like there was like so much that a lot of people have speculated that they probably like planned it out.
Nah, Adam, that's a conspiracy, mate.
It could be. I don't know. I think some of the newer characters design stuff was more that from the article I read, there were a group of people who were fired or let off recently, so that ended up revealing some of the new information.
So are they visible? Like, if they're costumes and that, are they online?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that'd be interesting. How do I Google them?
Let's put the new Star Wars movie.
Wife's already got them by the look of it.
I've been using theforce.net a lot to check the news. Let me see.
The Star Wars. Oh, okay. I've got one already. So there's one here about these the Star Wars Episode 7 Stormtroopers.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you type in Star Wars Episode 7 leaked photos, a lot of stuff will come up.
Yeah, it's like very much cleaner lines, I guess. I'll share the link.
Yeah. There's this huge like pig monster thing that looks pretty cool.
Pig monster?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get that. That's probably some smart asses connecting in with the Nostradamus stuff about the pig-faced prophecy or whatever.
you think so?
Yeah, too right. Hollywood likes to connect to the,
I don't know how you got Nostradamus from that, but here's that picture.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll put the link there. Oh, you've got one too? Yeah, all right.
Yeah, TMZ had like a whole set of a bunch of cool photos.
Oh, crikey. So this is one of the monsters. Now, what the hell? That looks like a bloody wombat. It does, mate. But a ball one, you know? Not very imaginative.
Or a baby panda.
Yeah, well, it could be a baby panda, I suppose. They looked a bit like that with the snout and everything.
That's one of the most Australian things I've ever heard someone say. That looks like a bloody wombat.
Yeah, Aussie, mate. Well, it does. It looks like a wombat. Eh? A bald wombat, yes. A naked wombat is what it looks like. Hey, John. Oh, John's gone to a be right back. Frank, I still want to know how we're going to get this kid saved and back to his family.
I told you how.
How, mate?
Like what John said.
Yeah, but that hasn't reconciled him to his father, because he'd still probably be caught up in the ideology, wouldn't he?
How old is he?
17.
Yep. You know, I don't know about the laws in Australia, but definitely the laws here, you know, they could prevent him from going.
Yeah, well, they are actually too at the moment, and they're doing it because of the fact that he can't get a passport. He's not an adult yet. So they are applying. But there's still an underlying problem, and that problem, and we can forget about putting it in the Muslim context or the ISIS context, but there's this problem where this kid's been, and I think it's fair enough to use the term brainwashed. So when you get a kid that's brainwashed like that, what's the strategy to sort them out? You know, get them back to reality.
I don't know. It depends on, various circumstances. I don't know the kid. I guess everything is very situational.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's not. I think it's a common phenomenon. So, like, if you look at the brainwashing stuff, the deprogramming stuff they did in the 70s, they had a very standard pattern, those guys, and their methodology was first physical entrapment, and then secondarily attack the authority, and then thirdly they would, or secondly, sorry, not third, they would then show the inconsistencies between the thing that the person was believing in and reality. They'd try and dispel a myth, as it were.
Well, we don't know the cognitive abilities of this individual. We don't really know if this kid has some traumatic experience. We don't really know, the life of this kid. This is an individual that wants to go for something because of a reason, given the fact that we don't know enough information about the individual that we could really make a determination why he wants to go there.
Yeah, but if he was 18, we'd be faced with a significant issue because he had the freedom to travel from the father's perspective, right? You wouldn't have the luxury of time to actually,
No, I'm saying we don't know the circumstances of the individual. I'm not talking about, when he becomes 18. Even when he becomes 18, his cognitive abilities is still under question. His life is still under questions because we don't really know the exact history of this individual.
Right. So to address that, though, so we're talking about professional intervention now. To address that, you would want a professional given some time with the kid to get a good grounding, and probably the father and perhaps other contexts, maybe school, to actually get a bit of a handle on the kid's position.
Yeah, they're called exit counselors, according to that article.
Oh, the deprogramming article.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, it's an interesting topic, really.
Well, yeah. Again, it goes back to where you draw the line, and then then how far does it go as far as you have to allow people to believe what they want to believe.
Well, that's right too. I mean, it does touch on that. On that, yeah, it touches on the supernation of believers, doesn't it? But it touches on that concept of belief and a person's rights to their beliefs. Now, on my supernation, I'd ban beliefs totally.
Now, if you call somebody believing, what would you do with them?
Oh, I'd say you can't do that.
Oh yeah.
Not allowed.
That's a world I'll love to live in, right?
Yeah. Oh no, mate, I would.
Thought control.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You said, it's thought control.
No, it's not.
That's basically what you proposed.
Oh, Frank, we're gonna bring back the Soviet Russia, man.
I know, right? We gotta read people's minds.
No, not at all. All I'm saying is, I'm just saying that
when you ban beliefs and you call somebody believing, you say you can't do that.
No,
Yes,
well, I'm saying no. Yes, I am. I am saying that. I'm saying that in
you are saying that. Thought control Soviet Union, buddy.
I am. I'm prepared to defend it. I am saying in my supernation there'll be no believers. If you believe,
have a supernation too?
You'll have to get the hell out of there.
Wait.
Yeah, go for
Hey?
Rob, you have
Sorry,
you have a super nation also?
What did you say, mate?
So
what did you say?
What's so
John,
bad
no,
about
what did
Rob
John say?
wanting
What did
his
John
own?
say?
What's so bad about Rob wanting a nation where he bans belief if only the people
I'm
that
just
agree
asking
with
him.
him would live?
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I'm just asking him if that's what he wants.
Yeah, that's what I want, mate. So what I want is I want my super nation. I don't want any believers. So if you come to me and you say, I've got this belief, I'm going to say, go away and solve the belief, turn it into knowledge, or just get out of the country.
Would that be? Yeah, that's Australia, right?
Hey? Yeah, that's Australia.
Yeah, no beliefs.
Super nation.
See, everybody like Rob. Everybody thinks just like Rob.
No. They're allowed free thought, but they're just not allowed
No,
belief.
they're not allowed free thought. You're not allowed to believe.
No, but beliefs don't exist. So if you can prove that the belief has some
so you have to prove the belief.
benefit
So you're going to be tested on your beliefs. Mandatory testing on beliefs.
No. We're just testing where they're real or not. And if we can't prove them as real, then you can't have them. They're out.
Yeah, you can't have them. Okay, that's freedom for you, right?
Well, yes, because we're living in reality. So
yeah, exactly.
You have your
freedom. There's nothing freedom about that, but
yeah, it's free.
The freedom is to have self-determination and have a nation based on a certain belief. So if Rob and other people who think like that want to have that, that's not harming anyone outside of the nation, and the people within the nation aren't being harmed because they want to live like that.
No, it's not. Sandra said that was my belief, and I said, no, it's not. It's all evidence-based. Now, so what I'm saying is I'm going to open the doors of my supernation Australia, and all the atheists are coming in, and we're kicking out all the believers. They're going over to, I don't care, they can just go some
And
other
you all just live happily ever after because you're all atheists.
Rob, this is the problem, though. This is the problem: is you don't get all of Australia. You have to take the population of Australia, and then you take the size of Australia, and you have to divide it. So you get a certain percentage of that, and then however many people within Australia that agree with you can either have island nations, or they could choose to form a band together to create a larger nation. But you don't get to just choose as much of Australia as you want.
No, in my supernation, there's no belief, so there'll be no disagreement.
Right, but you don't just get to. What I'm saying is, you don't get to decide for the rest of Australia.
No, but you see, what I'm saying is, mate, because there's no belief, everything will be evidence-based. So there'll be no disputes, because if there were a dispute, we take it to a court. And the court's job would be to define what is knowledge and what's based on belief. And the person that's been found out for belief would be kicked off the island.
And then it would all be based on the belief of the two wolves, though, too, right?
Sorry?
Okay. Now I'm feeling like I'm being trolled.
No, mate, I'm serious.
This can't be real. This is just like a dream that I'm having.
This is like playing that game of Sims. This is like playing a game of Sims. You just
this must be like
God.
No, I know what's happening, guys. Guys, I know what's happening. Cognitive dissonance is kicking in again.
Can I ask you guys a question, to Sufi and to John? Why is the idea that people have a representation of their values, why is that such a Twilight Zone bizarre concept to you guys?
No, because you're thinking about just kicking people out of the community if they don't think the way you do. That's the problem.
No, they can go to another nation. I'm not going to kill them.
They're not there in the first place. There's no kicking out of anyone. People choose to go where their values are represented.
Yeah, and it just so happens this is a no belief zone.
What if I don't want to move? What if I want to stay? Let's say my town becomes a Mormon town, and I'm the only Muslim that's living there. Should I move because they're all Mormons?
This is how it works. Sufi, this is how it works. You get a percentage, right? So let's take the United States, and we take the population, and then you divide the area of the United States, and so you have a certain percentage of the area of the United States, and you get to decide what you want to do with that. So if you decide you want to stay exactly where you are, and you don't care what happens around you, the other Mormon nation that wants to form there, they have no right to move you or change your belief. You get to stay wherever you want or move to wherever you want.
Adam, I see your genius. I just realised it, right? Forget about your super nations. If we just divide on religions, then, you know, most folks, right, will be living in a happy little community.
No! I wouldn't want to live with atheists. I would.
No,
I
but
would
that's
much
fine.
rather
You don't
believe
have to, mate.
with
You'll have
believers.
to find your own little island.
Wait a minute, Adam. Aren't you an atheist, Adam? And you're. Wait a minute. You're getting now. My head hurts. I don't get it.
Yes, I am an atheist, but that doesn't mean I want to surround myself with atheists. Every atheist I know is a fucking asshole.
So in this ideal situation, you can
Who are you gonna hang out with?
So in your ideal situation, you don't actually have to live where you don't want. Let's say I personally like the color blue, but if I wanted to live where people only have green, I could actually do that, even though personally.
Of course. I mean, I don't want to
like that. Okay.
I don't want to live next door to the amazing atheist and Richard
Yeah,
Dawkins.
but the green people are all green for an obvious reason. They want it to be green. They're not going to tolerate somebody who wants to paint it blue.
So this is
well,
how
I would have to live in secret. I wouldn't mind. I would pretend not to be blue if blue was evil and disgusting, like Adam said. I wouldn't want to live with amazing atheists.
You can't pretend not to be green. You cannot pretend to be nice.
I would pretend I'm an atheist if it meant that the rest of the situation was good.
You can't.
I reckon, but John, I reckon Adam's idea works better if we just stick to religious segmentation because they're large supersets already, and I think it'll work.
Oh, so you're gonna have part of the country just an atheist country?
Yes, I will have an atheist. Well, I'm going to live on the island.
Who's going to decide where the atheist part of the country is going to be? Who's going to decide that?
They vote on where they want to go.
Who does?
No, it's not about that, mate.
Everyone votes.
We're going to be prepared to sacrifice.
Yeah, everyone does.
All right, this is becoming a zoo now.
And you know what? Most of those people are going to vote probably, especially if they're very fundamentalist. They're going to vote that okay, yeah, the atheists, yeah, they can have their own part of land, but the consensus is that it'd be Alaska.
That'd be great. Yes, I would vote. I would vote for the amazing atheist to go to Alaska. Yes.
You don't get to vote where other people
Sounds like
go.
Wait a minute, I want to go to Alaska.
You see
You don't get to vote where other people go. You get to vote where you want to go.
And if you're like Frank and he's prepared to compromise his faith for his choice of land, well, he can do that. He'll just have to assimilate it when it comes to or just keep his faith to himself, as long as he doesn't sort of bring it out in the open.
Since most people are God believers, I think the atheists are going to do a lot of compromising.
Oh, that's so sad. Aw.
Just saying.
Poor atheists.
No, but hang on, wait a minute. There's another group. So I'm not on the atheist island. I'm on the I don't know. Oh, hang on. I know. I'm on the island, right, that does not permit belief. That's the island I'm on.
Goes back to my own point. Go buy yourself an island.
No. There'll be a lot of people on my island. Eventually. I just got to wait for them to catch up. My island will be the most peaceful.
I think I would want to visit your place as long as I was allowed to.
Yeah, no, we'd have you, mate. But if you expressed a belief while you're there, you'd have to go home again.
Yeah, see, I would keep my I would have beliefs. I just wouldn't go to your nation just to express them to be an antagonist. You know, I'd want to check out. I would want to see how harmonious and peaceful your society was.
It'll be brilliant, mate. I tell you, and I actually mean this. It would actually be a peaceful society. As long as we could solve the economic question, as long as we could have a sustainable economic outcome, a non-believing society would be the most peaceful society on Earth.
Isn't that a belief, though?
No, no, I think that would actually...
See, Adam, this is a question I've been telling him. That's a belief. He doesn't know the difference.
Frank, man, you look a little green around the gills there, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting sick. I'm really getting
That's
sick.
cognitive dissonance, Frank.
Yeah, no, that's my bowels.
Is it? We'll
Yeah.
go and let them have some air.
That's his balls.
Vowels. A-E-I-O-U.
Bowels with a B.
Now, here's why I think you get a
Because-
peaceful outcome.
Saying he
'Cause
sees how full of shit you are.
Here's
I'll be
how
right
I
back. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have some coffee.
Okay, mate. So here's why I think it would work. I'm losing my mind. Here's how I think it would work. Why it would be peaceful is that in any conflict situation, because there's no beliefs allowed, your best assessment or judgment has to be based on some form of evidence. And as a community, you have to accept that outcome. If you're not prepared to accept evidence as the ultimate arbiter, then you can't stay on the island.
So it's only knowledge, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I could say, I know I could kick your ass. That's knowledge.
Probably a belief.
Yeah, it's probably a belief you're holding there, Frank. So you'll have to.
No, it's a knowledge, and I could prove it.
Yeah, well, actually, you probably could. I accept that because you've been in the military. So you've got knowledge. You can kick my ass. What's the second part of it? What's the?
No, that's the knowledge. So I just know.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
some people would know. Say, I could rob that liquor store right now in 20 seconds, and they test it out, and they could do it. That's knowledge.
Yes. So where's the problem?
Well, no, it's not the problem. It's that you're going to build your society on knowledge.
Correct. Yeah.
So people will be a little bit more bolder, of what they're going to do.
No, because
Yeah,
they
there's
know.
knowledge.
No. The thing about knowledge, with knowledge comes enlightenment. So with knowledge, in a knowledge society, we don't have a religion. What we understand is that there's two wolves inside us all, right? So if someone's beating hang on, wait a minute, hang on.
They refuse the two wolves.
Hang on. Hang on. So in this society, right, if someone's feeding their bad wolf, like Frank's going to kick my ass, we're going to lock you up. Unless you've got just reasons, because we believe in justice. So
that's a belief.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
Yeah, you keep the slippery slope of belief and knowledge,
No, it's
you keep
not.
falling into that trap. I think you would have been kicked out of your own society by now.
No, but I misspoke. I've been conditioned. I've got to uncondition myself to live in this
you got to
society.
get out. You got knowledge.
No, I'm staying because I say sorry. I made a mistake. But justice is what rules our society. Knowledge about human behaviours being driven by these primitive instincts, and if people in our society choose to be selfish assholes, well, we're going to penalise them for that. But if they're good community members and they're caring and respectful, we're going to reward that or acknowledge that as a good thing in our society. And that's all based on knowledge. We'll dig deeper into these two primitive instincts, and through knowledge we'll learn their proper function, and we'll do studies like the Berkeley study. So with no beliefs we'll do fine. We've got our own moral compass. It's carted around with every person, and we'll hold them to that standard. So there we will be peaceful. We'll be far more peaceful than any other previous society on Earth. Our only challenge will be economic, sustaining the economy. And you guys can do a thought experiment on that, but you will find that what I said is absolutely true, and it will be backed up philosophically from a number of different sources. And all I've done is eradicate belief. So that's my mission. And I will see the end of these blasted beliefs. Sorry.
New topic?
Yeah, new topic. Hey, Frank, have you got something you want to talk about?
Oh, no. I'm just looking at something.
All right.
I've got a little better, ma'am.
I've got Cerebus asking me to come to another group, so thank you guys. I enjoyed that again, and I'm just going to duck over and see if he's still there.
Nice.
Hooroo. Yeah, good one. And Adam, don't duck out of the fight and don't get so bloody antsy about it because people disagree with our opinions and beliefs. See? See what happens when you have beliefs?
I didn't duck out. Somebody took the other guy out. Someone took him out for me.
You personally.
No ducking necessary.
Stand your ground. Keep standing your ground. Anyway, see you later. Bye.
I mean, was that wrong of me taking a sledgehammer to Cerberus' knees?
I thought it was comical. Personally.
What do you mean comical? What was?
Just the timing of it was comical.
How you doing over there, Frank? You feeling a little better?
Well, I'm glad that was over. It was just getting worse. It's getting worse.
Well, I mean, you could have sent me a PM. I could have pulled my sledgehammer back out.
Nah. It is what it is.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be, though. Is there something better to life, ma'am? Can't we strive for something better?
Of course.
Something better than what?
Why was that, Adam?
Something better than what?
I don't know. I mean, if I could critique the world, it would be that it's like we're just pigs wallowing in shit. I mean, it just doesn't seem like nothing's going on.
I think we're just more exposed to a lot of things now.
You
know, we're seeing a lot more things. The world is in some ways getting smaller to information.
A lot of people would say the opposite, though, Frank. A lot of people say that people aren't exposed to the harsh reality of existence anymore.
Well, there's some truth to that in the sense that people are escaping to other things, other worlds because of it. You know? Because of what we're seeing on the news, and you know. So I think, in the sense, yeah, there is a form of escapism, and I definitely see that a lot because there's a lot of things that I think, you know, I speak for myself too, that there's things that they see that they can't handle.
Oh, Brother John, Rob couldn't handle Adam. He rage quit. He left. Couldn't handle it.
That's not true at all.
Don't say it, Adam. We're going to get Brother... Come on, Adam.
Yeah, but I don't want him saying something rude to me based on that.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. I was just playing around, Brother John.
He was invited to another hangout by Cerberus.
Yeah, he'd rather hang out with Cerberus.
Well, he kept contradicting himself while he was talking.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, Rob was, yeah.
Yeah, you know, he defeats his own argument every single time. And then when he feels the heat, nobody even said anything to him. He just felt the heat himself. He had to get out, you know. He had to get out from critiquing himself.
I think he has a peculiar definition of belief was the thing. It's like hard to tell what he even means by that.
He makes up the definition, and he admits it.
Right.
I'm dead serious.
We're not joking. He's told us that he made up the definition of cognitive dissonance. Cognitive distant. Okay, I can't say it. You say it for me, Frank.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Thank you.
You know, he made up the, you know, as a psychology major and work in the field, I told him, hey, man, that's not what it means. And he said, it doesn't matter, you know, I'm making it up. I'm like, okay. At least he was honest about that.
I actually like that about Rob, that he's very self-styled. He's an original thinker. Like, he just paves his own road. You know, he does his own thing.
Yeah, but how can you have-
I can see a little bit of that in you, Adam.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
But the problem becomes, how can we have any kind of conversation if we can't agree on definitions of terms?
Well, you just try to come to an understanding of what he means when he says belief, and then.
Oh wait, why should I concede to what he believes it is?
Yeah, because the whole point about it is he's trying to convince me that I'm wrong.
Right.
And I'm saying, well, show me what this means so I could talk about it and I could understand it. But he refuses to do that. There's nothing I could really say about it.
Yeah.
Right? Conversation's dead at that point.
Anything on the agenda for today, Brother John? Doing anything?
Well, since I allowed myself to stay up throughout this whole hangout, and now it's morning time, I'm just going to continue on what I was doing because I got a second wind now. So.
Is that what they call that? A second wind?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna have to use that.
Because I felt like I was dozing off, and then I don't know what happened. The conversation turned to something, and I don't know, because I was working on two.
It got good. Conversation got heated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was everyone ganging up on Adam, and you had to get in there and be part of it.
Well, if you want to perceive it that way,
that was.
Wait a minute. So you perceived a number of people that disagree with you. You perceive that as ganging up on you?
It wasn't just a disagreement, though. It was like a full-on assault. It was an attack. It was a war zone.
Now, to be fair, I didn't partake in that war zone, did I?
Oh,
well, yeah, you did.
You partook. You were on my side. You took out a fucking soldier for me.
Oh, okay. I thought. Okay, I'm not on there. I wasn't on the opposition. Was what I was saying.
You took one of the shit heels out for me.
Yeah, you're the silent killer over there.
I'm sorry. I have an itchy trigger finger. It's just a problem.
Yeah, I know. And I was having one too. I was so close to booting your ass out.
Oh, were you? You were doing? You were about to?
Yes, I was. I'll tell you the truth.
You were gonna boot him for booting someone else?
Yes, I
Now,
would.
is that hypocritical, or are you going against your own?
Did I do it?
Are you practicing what you're preaching?
Did I do it? Did I do it?
I don't know, but you said you wanted to do it.
But did I do it?
Right.
Okay.
But it's still is that hypocritical or?
Yeah, the only difference between me and you is I'm being honest with when I was feeling. But
No,
I
I
didn't
was
do it.
honest. I was very close to kicking Joseph out, but like I said, like similar to what you're saying, I wanted to do it, but did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it? No, I didn't do it. He left on his own.
Okay. But you're not exactly disagreeing with J-Dub's choice.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Isn't there a word for that?
That German word?
There's a word.
Schadenfreude. Yes. What can I help you with?
Hello? Can you mute?
Okay.
So who knows less?
Français. Hablo español? No.
Isn't there a word for that? But he's on a delay. He's watching it like through the live
C'est
feed.
français?
Oh yeah.
No, 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 no. No French. No French here. Hello? Can you mute?
You're very quiet.
Alright.
Oh boy, what are we gonna do with some people?
Oh, who's this guy?
Frenchman.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
He's on a delay. He's watching it like through the Yo, mute your microphone. You have something to say?
Oh yeah.
French.
No.
French.
No. Goodbye.
Alright, well, thank you.
Goodbye.
Hey, no, you removed someone!
What?
Was that Brother John?
Yeah, I took him out.
Doesn't it feel great, though, to take someone out?
J-Dubs, he was sacrificed in your behalf.
Oh,
So-
thank God.
Wait, why did you?
Les Royce was your savior.
He died for my sins.
Where did Frank go? Frank just left. He didn't say goodbye.
Oof.
Okay. Well, now you guys got the majority. You have the greater consensus. You can kick me out if you like. Well, we got.
No, I would never actually kick you out, brother. Because you're not really an asshole, to be honest with you.
Well, I
have to
could be a
admit,
wise
today
man.
I've never seen you be mean, John, but today I felt like what you were saying to me was very hurtful.
Well, I think you're only taking that because I was disagreeing with you. I didn't call you
Yeah,
a
but
name.
you weren't just disagreeing with me. You were mocking. You were making a mockery of my beliefs and my personal values.
Well, you do the same with others, don't you?
Well, to be fair, Adam says, I think when Adam says stupid or when he says that, I don't think he means it personally. I think arguing over, making up things that he says is kind of stupid. I think that's what he's saying. Is stupid.
I didn't say Adam. I didn't say Adam. I didn't say your ideas were stupid. I never said that. I didn't say they were.
Well,
No,
what I'm
they-
saying is Cerberus was making up fake arguments, and I think that was what Adam
No,
did.
I think
I said that he was stupid.
Cerberus was being more of a smartest. I mean, Cerberus he has a smart assish way about him. I get it, and sometimes I actually like it because it's, it's a
Well, I think he's
sarcastic.
also like mentally
But
retarded. Or something.
at the same token, I think he was critiquing you to try to show you what you were actually proposing.
Right, but John, the thing is he doesn't critique what I say. He makes up something and says, "Oh, so you're saying this," and then he just keeps fucking saying that. I think he said earlier that he has like fetal alcohol syndrome or something like that.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Like there's something wrong with him.
Oh,
He's,
really?
like,
He said
retarded.
that?
He has he's like mentally retarded, so he can't understand things properly.
I don't see Cerberus as mentally retarded.
No, he
might.
is.
Wait! I had to look up. What is it called? Fetal what?
Fetal alcohol syndrome, where like your parents drink alcohol and it makes you deformed.
Is Reuven still up?
Reuven, I think Reuven went to sleep.
And he left it live. He left the broadcast live.
Well, I think he sets his computer to shut down after a certain amount of time. So once his computer logs off, the Hangout will shut down.
Oh, is that how that works?
I thought there was isn't there a live limit like 8 or 12 hours or something like that?
8.
It is 8. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how much more of these hangouts I can tolerate. I feel like every time I come into a hangout and try to just hang out and express an opinion, I just get like a barrage of just hatred.
People can't handle you, man. You're so unique. You're like your ideas. Like people can't handle like a new anything. Like so they like it. They can't. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like it's like this blow black. Like they can't. So instead of debating you, they start like calling you names or something. You know.
I don't know.
This whole idea, this whole conversation stuff, we were talking about deprogramming. I guess it just kind of led there.
Right, and Adam's solution, instead of deprogramming, why don't people just be able to do what they want to do where they want to do it? And it's like people can't handle that idea. It's like such a it's such a interesting, unique thing, right?
Well, Adam, you got to understand also that any unique idea, something that kind of going to go against the, quote unquote norm or whatever, you have to up front expect some kind of blowback,
Like
it's kind of you have to expect.
Me and Adam was in a hangout this last morning, and people couldn't even understand his concept of affinity. Like it wasn't even comprehensible to them.
Right, my 8-year-old nephew can understand in a few minutes, but these fucking assholes, it's because they have the mindset that they want to argue with me and prove me wrong that they're not capable of listening.
And I'm totally up to that idea because, hey, it's just, I don't know how it all, hey, I'm up for any kind of theory. It's just these other things when we're dealing with kind of more of a, in a practical sense, things that we really have to deal with on a day-by-day thing. That's these kind of issues. We're just gonna have to differ in opinion. But it just it's the same thing with the creation evolution debate. It doesn't matter to me really. So I'm open to any kind of theory about it.
Yeah, it's just not fun. Like it's not. I don't. Most of the time, I mean, sometimes I enjoy hanging out, but I feel like most of the time it's just like either people are talking about something really boring and I'm not part of the conversation, or I'm actually talking about something I want to talk about, and I'm just people are intentionally misunderstanding everything I say and attacking me. I don't know.
I understand the ideas. For me, it's a matter of practicality. I don't know how it would be implemented efficiently. If there is not some kind of compromise, will have to happen at one stage of it or another. That's just in the simplest way I can put it.
Yeah, but there's not the only reason why you would need to compromise on something would be if you have an area where you have two competing values implemented in the same place. So if you split the place up, there's no compromise.
But then you wind up endlessly doing these little splits, and so over major issues, minor issues, and that's where I'm saying the practicality. It doesn't seem to be there because just because everybody's different in something one way or another.
Right, but this is the incentive to want to group together would be that would you rather have a tenth of a square mile to deal with all by yourself, or would you rather group together with 200 like-minded individuals and have 20 square miles to work with, where everyone has the same mindset?
Well, I mean, I'm in an area where I don't have this. People don't have a mindset of mine, and it doesn't matter to me that they're Christian and I'm a deist, because that doesn't really, how they think. There's no laws or anything that directly affect me from believing what I want to believe, in that matter. But I mean, overall, as a community, I think people pretty much want the same thing. I mean, on a basic level, I think everybody pretty much wants the same thing, and that's just, one, you want love. Two, you want to be happy, and and you want to have a peaceful life, And I think you can find that in places even where people can vastly differ from, the very basic philosophy or beliefs that you have
Yeah.
from you.
But see, I don't feel like I have a peaceful life, and I feel like when someone threatens me or tells me I should kill myself, or when people are fucking
Well, I would never tell you to do that,
houses
Adam.
down the street or something, like I don't want to live in that.
Yeah. Well, Adam, no matter how much I disagree with you, I would never tell you to go kill yourself.
Oh no, I hope you don't think that I was saying that you said that.
No, I know that. But I do say, but some of your ideas imply that you're probably going to have to need an island. I mean, on the most fun, if we're going to go like the extreme route, I'm talking about like, no compromise or that kind of thing. Then it only, it becomes like living on an island.
Well, right, but
Yeah.
there's
What would be like the? I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you took, say, the United States, the population of the United States is what, hundreds of millions of people?
About 310 million.
So you're saying there would be so few people with my beliefs that I would need a little tiny island, but you have to think that that's hundreds of millions of individuals. There's only so many combinations of values, really.
Well, I guess then you have to decide for yourself then what are those core values for you now, and then how much of the population share those core values? Say 5.
Right.
I don't know. Is that a fair number? 5 core values.
Sure.
Okay, so I mean, I'm sure a majority. Yeah, you can get a large group of people to agree on those 5 core values. But now after that, this is what I'm saying. After that, core values 6 and on, they're open to compromise or debate.
Right, or I can choose to live in a smaller and smaller community. So the larger community you choose to live in, if you have an unusual belief, then that's your own. If you want to use that word compromise, I guess that could be considered compromise in that sense.
Right.
But you're never forced to make a decision you don't want to make. You always have the choice.
I hear you there. I guess the larger your uncompromisable core values are, the larger that number is, the smaller the community is going to be.
Exactly. That's a perfect way of putting it. So right now in the United States, that ratio is just to 100%. It's full blast. There's no values, and then everything is a compromise. Everything's a shared community. It's all one huge community with 100% compromise.
Mm. Well, I mean, you could look at some religious groups, might be less compromising. Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons, say. I mean, they seem to have established a large amount of land. They have that belief structure and the group and the larger amount of people that share those core beliefs. You have the
Right, but
Amish. You have the Amish.
they don't have any political power. They don't have their own independence or political power.
Yeah, it's true. I guess that's where the compromise comes in. They choose to compromise that way, just like the Amish or the Mennonites, that kind of thing.
They don't choose. They have no choice. No one in this country has the choice to be politically powerful.
But they have enough freedom where, they, without being bothered.
That's not true, though. I feel very, very much bothered living in this society.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying like groups like Amish, the Mormons.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You guys still there?
I'm still here.
Somewhat.
I'm still here.
Reuven left?
Yeah, he must have went to shutdown mode, yeah. That means a couple more minutes of the live broadcast, and I guess I'll say if you want to get links to the broadcast, it's always links in the description, and subscribe to Reuven for future posts for those who want to join in on this discussion.
You think the room's gonna shut down now?
Yes, when the host leaves the room, there's only a few minutes before it shuts down.
Oh.
It prevents people from barging in and causing a ruckus.
Okay.
Is that just a live broadcast, or that's the...
Well, the live broadcast will go off, but the Hangout will stay open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a safety mechanism,
Well, I mean, no, that should be. Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, no.
But probably they do have to give sufficient amount of time just in case you person gets like disconnected or lost power, has to reboot or something like that.
True, yeah. It looks like Rand Campbell, Raw, and Ron had a big debate, huh? Anyone looked into that? I don't know if it's a debate or not. I don't know.
Rand and Raw.
You don't like Raw? He's a pretty cool guy.
I do, but I know how.
Well, didn't he give you the demon shakedown one day, I think?
Oh yeah, he did. Told me I was going to hell. I was full of demons. Yeah.
Now, to be fair, he did apologize, didn't he? The next day.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And I had a video about it up on my channel, and since his apology, I did privatize the video.
Okay, cool.
But he's got his buttons like everyone else. Everyone has their button, But what would they do?
You saw tonight, Brother John. My button is when I see a friend of mine. I got that itchy finger, man. Don't give me mod shit, man. Deadly. Someone might lose a finger.
Last night was fucking vicious, man. That was...
I did not have mod shit, man. I couldn't do anything.
What happened last night?
The Affinity debate.
Oh, I wasn't there.
Adam was trying to explain some people think Affinity doesn't exist.
Affinity or Infinity?
Am I saying it wrong? Infinity. Sorry. Infinity. I don't know. What am I saying?
Affinity.
Affinity. Oh, am I saying the car? I'm saying the car brand, am I?
No.